Good morning. It is 9:31, and I'm calling this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors to order. And please ask our clerk to call the roll to establish quorum and read the statement and procedures.
Good morning, Supervisors Cerna.
Here.
Kennedy.
Here.
Frost. Here. Hume.
Here.
Desmond.
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the Local Government Affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T UVerse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, August 11th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. The Board of Supervisors fosters public engagement during the meeting and encourages public participation, civility, and use of courteous language. The Board does not condone the use of profanity, vulgar language, gestures, or other inappropriate behavior, including personal attacks or threats directed towards any meeting participant. Seating is limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to make a public comment and are limited to making one public comment per off-agenda or off-agenda item. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted or disconnected while making your comment. To make a comment in person, please fill out a speaker request form and hand it to clerk staff. The chairperson will open public comments for each agenda item or off-agenda item and direct the clerk to call the name of each speaker. When the clerk calls your name, please come to the podium and make your comment. If a speaker is unavailable to make a comment prior to the closing of public comments, the speaker waives their request to speak, and the clerk will file the speaker request form in the record. The clerk will also manage the timer and allow each speaker 2 minutes to make a comment. To make a comment by phone, dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Clerk staff will transfer each caller into the meeting, and you may be on hold for an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. You may also send written comments by email to boardclerk@saccounty.gov, and your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the meeting record. If you need an accommodation pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act or for medical or other reasons, please see clerk staff for assistance or contact the clerk's office at 916-874-5451 or by email at boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding of the meeting procedures.
Okay, thank you, Flo. I'll ask Supervisor Frost, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. We have a pretty full agenda today, but we're going to start with off-agenda public comments. And so this is a chance for anybody who has a comment about something that does not appear on the agenda either as a consent item or a timed item. And we will take these off-agenda comments for a max of 30 minutes in the morning. If there's some additional off-agenda public comment, we will hold it till after the timed items today. And then I'll look to our clerk. How many public commenters do we have signed up in chambers?
Right now, we have 12.
Okay, so let's start with in-person public comment. And
I take that back. We only have 7 for our off-agenda comments.
Off-agenda, okay. Well, let's start with those, and then after we get into it, after a few minutes, I'll have you close the queue, both for in-person and phone, for off-agenda public comment.
Yeah, and for phone, just for the record, we have about 3.
Okay.
Braden Murphy.
Yeah, please.
Good morning, Braden.
Yeah, I'm good. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Braden Murphy. This is another time me coming to speak to you today on behalf of SEIU 2015 IHSS workers. I am an IHSS recipient, and my wife back there in the purple shirt is my provider. And today we brought our 2 little ones with us because sometimes you have to do that when you have a bunch of kids. And our older 2 started school today, in middle school, one of them, and in high school, the other one. So my family juggles a lot, and so does all the families that are either providers or recipients. And unfortunately, $16.50 an hour is not enough to eat or pay rent, and this board totally immorally and unethically voted to give themselves a 36% raise to go to almost 200 grand a year with absolutely no integrity whatsoever, as they denied or keep not coming to the bargaining table on behalf of IHSS workers. And as many people know, I'm now a candidate for the soon-to-be open seat in District 4. And I actually have to give Sue Frost credit for voting against that raise, because, boy, that just was gross. And it's to do that basically in front of the faces of these IHSS workers. It's just terrible. And so the bottom line is these people do great work. I know, because I am a recipient. I've had other recipients besides just my wife. Everybody in the IHSS SEIU 2015 community is wonderful. And as I've spoke before, it's actually fiscally responsible to give these IHSS workers what they're asking for, because if we don't, then providers will become homeless and recipients will become homeless, and then we'll have to figure out how to deal with that. So I just please ask the board very soon to come to the bargaining table with SEIU 2015 and give them what they want. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Braden.
Next is Rachel Gonzalez.
She's not here right now.
Charles.
Morning, Charles.
Good morning. I actually want to thank you guys. Over the past month, I've said some stuff here or to different county departments directly, and a lot of it's been looked into, and some of it's been taken really seriously. So a lot of the homeless people that I spend time with are actually thankful for that as well, that some of the issues that they see are being taken seriously. So thank you guys, and some of your departments are doing a pretty good job right now. Obviously, there's some stuff that I would do differently or do a little more, but it's nice to be heard, and the homeless people I work with are very thankful that people are actually hearing them and trying to do something different. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Kelly.
Morning, Kelly.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Kelly Foley. I'm a native Californian, born and raised in the Carmichael-Fair Oaks area. As a proud resident of this community, I've invested not only my 40 years of business endeavors, but giving back to my community. I've moved my business into Carmichael about 8 years ago to support my business, my staff, and my community. These are some things that we've endured. Sacramento County, Loaves and Fishes, Carmichael Presbyterian Church, busing the homeless into Carmichael, providing them services in the morning and then kicking them onto the street with no plan to support the residents and the businesses that have to put up with them day and night. The Carmichael Improvement District, coming to Carmichael to improve the quality of life on Fair Oaks Boulevard with no plan on what they've done to the residences and the businesses that are not on Fair Oaks Boulevard but have to put up, again, with the drugs, the homeless, the violations. I've had to cut this short because I thought I had 3 minutes, not 2 minutes, so sorry, I'm jumping around. My business has been vandalized, broken into, graffitied, trashed, cars are backed into, intentionally cars have been backed into with my staff's cars in our parking lot by uninsured motorists. I've been physically assaulted. I've waited hours for the police, the sheriffs to show up. I've done dozens and dozens of non-trespass notices to people on my property. I spent $15,000 on surveillance cameras. I've removed all the electricity, kept the water, removed the Wi-Fi from my building. I've been told by the sheriff's dispatch that I, quote, need to hire private security. I pay my property tax, my sales tax, my income tax, and I've spent hours waiting for the sheriffs to enforce my property rights. Last week, I received a beautiful notice from the county of Sacramento, notice of violation of nuisance, because I don't subscribe to the county trash. Earlier this year, I was certified by Burke as being a sustainable business. A big part of that is our business does not produce trash.
Ms. Kelly, would you please wrap up your comments? Your time is up.
Thank you. So my win-win proposal today for all of you is I would like the County of Sacramento to buy my building at 4901 Marconi Avenue. You can house dozens of drug addicts, criminals, homeless.
Thank you, Kelly.
Happy to sell my property to Sacramento County. With that, I'd like to thank Sue Frost for all your service in supporting
Thank
small
you, Kelly.
business throughout Sacramento County.
Okay, next we have John.
And Flo, let's go ahead and close the queue for off-agenda public comment on the phone and in person.
Yes.
Good morning, John.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is John Campbell. I'm a home care provider for about the last 22 years in Sacramento. I'm taking care of a fellow that suffered a brain injury about 45 years ago, and left him really pretty messed up. He hears voices, and unfortunately talks to those voices a lot, and my job is to keep him medicated, cook for him. And well, we're finding out a lot of workers are getting, besides the $16.50, this is besides the not getting really the hours that we're putting in. For down, every year we got to get reassessed, and a lot of them get the short end of the stick. And luckily, for like 10 years, I've been able to advocate for my client to get him more hours. And it's never quite seems enough because, when I clock out at 6 o'clock, it's not that I just go home and I quit work, and I have to monitor this guy. And he has a little, if I see his situation, I have to get down there and help him. I can't just say, well, clocked out into my day. And it's put me in a lot of situations where I've had to hassle with these neighbors, and they've had cops called on him because of his voices. And it's just a really tough situation because we don't get any money for welfare checks. And it would be nice just to go down there and get paid for it because all that's on my time. Like, I don't mind, that's part of my job. And I really like the guy, and it's like my little brother now. And I don't want anything to happen to him. He's been into some really hairy situations. And he's just one of many. I'm not the only one that has a case like this. But like I said, without the welfare checks, and we just topped out on the hours. My worker says, that's it before you get to the 283, but God, I could use a few more hours. Like I said, there's thousands of us out there in the same boat, and a lot of guys don't want to advocate for the hours. But like I said, I wouldn't mind. 5 years, 10 years ago, I started and got as much as I could for him. But there's a lot of folks out there driving on the other side of town for
Mr. John,
3
will
4
you wrap
hours.
up your comments?
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I know you guys will make the right decision. Good luck in your.
Thank you, John.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen?
Good morning, Stephen.
Good morning. You got the camera?
Good morning, board. My name is Stephen Payan. I'm a member leader of your IHSS Home Care Union, SEIU 2015. I've been a caregiver for the past 3 years, and for the past couple of months, we've all been out here talking to y'all about how important it is for us to raise our wages so we can live and survive. I know a lot of people here are sympathetic to everything that we've been going through, we did. I definitely know y'all understand the cost of living is going up and our wages can't keep up with it. So I'm just here to say we need an equity adjustment. Y'all know that y'all just gave yourself 36% pay increase. I don't know if you declined for the 36% pay. Did you decline the 36% pay increase, or did you accept it? But so y'all willfully took all the money, and then while we're still out here fighting for breadcrumbs in a bread factory, I know y'all represent your districts and y'all do it with the highest integrity y'all feel that you can, and there's no dispute with that. But the whole purpose that we're here today is that we are starving pretty much. It's like if 3 out of 5 people can't afford their medication, that has to say something to your spirit. I don't want to just come here and give you the talk about like we're poor, we need this, we need that you can't do this, you can't do that. I want to speak to your spirit, your heart, and your soul to allow us to have the dignity of at least $20 an hour. An MIT study says, I'm a full-time single father, I do this alone. The mother lives in LA, no help from her. She does what she does on her own time. I don't want to downplay her struggle. But the fact is like MIT study says a single father taking care of his Seed should be at least making $39 and some odd cents. That's $40. We're barely asking for half of that. I know a lot of people in here have family and they could barely afford to make ends meet. A lot of people lose sleep over how they're going to make their bills get paid for the end of the day. I don't know how many of y'all have actually lost sleep over how you're going to pay for your bills. I know everybody's got their own struggle, but we need for y'all to make the decision to pay to raise our wages like y'all raise yourselves. 16 cents of our dollars comes from the county. The rest comes from the state. That's a reinvestment into our community. So please stand in solidarity with the workers that are out here today that need to survive. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a reminder, we will be having closed session today to discuss the status of the labor negotiations.
And then Mackenzie.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Ms. Flo. Good to have you. Good morning, board. My name is Mackenzie Wilson, and I'm a community organizer with Decarcerate Sacramento. I'll be with you all day considering what is on this packed agenda. I start this morning to speak in solidarity with SEIU 2015 and their demands to not be a paycheck away from starvation and homelessness. The truth is that it is this county's mismanagement of funds and misguided priorities that are causing your county workers to go hungry. And on today's agenda, we're going to hear about your intent to take out $1 billion loan to build a mental health jail instead of $1 billion loan to build public housing or workforce development programs or even take out money to pay your workers a living wage. The truth about this loan is that it's estimated to be $50 to $60 million in interest alone, meaning that you will actually cut community programs and continue to pay shitty wages to ensure that you don't default on this loan. When hunger and homelessness are the real crisis in your community, then a prioritization of housing, mental health and substance use services, violence prevention programs, and good paying jobs is actually the way to go. As it was pointed out, you gave yourself huge raises and are only offering $1.30 to the workers who take care of your most vulnerable populations. Give your workers a living wage. Give our unhoused community housing and services, and then give our community the care economy that we deserve. We are literally living in crisis because of y'all's choices to give us austerity budgets. Like, that is literally what is happening here. Y'all's choices on austerity budgets. You're prioritizing spending money on things like carceral systems and mental health jails. I mean, have you ever taken out have you ever talked about $1 billion loan for anything else? Have you ever talked about even a $650, if you want to try and sell it short, a $650 million loan to take care of this community? I've been watching y'all for years, and y'all have never. So I hope that changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that clears our in-person, and I'll ask James to transfer the first caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Richard Markison with the Western Electrical Contractors Association. WECA opposes project labor agreements because they discriminate against apprentices, journeyman workers, and local construction contractors. So we were pleased when the county decided to study the impact of a project labor agreement, particularly as it applies to SMF Forward. However, WECA was shocked when the county hired a consultant with a close working relationship with PLA supporters. We encourage the county to rescind the contract because there are 3 problems associated with this choice. Obviously, there's a severe conflict of interest. Number 2, contractors are going to be unwilling to share any information with the consultant, fearing that that information will be shared with PLA supporters. Finally, no one will trust the conclusions. PLAs are definitely not necessary for the county, but if you want to confirm this, perform your own survey with county staff. Even if you have to hire temporary staff, you save the price of the consultant, and perhaps even hire a retired contractor to perform the study, someone that understands how construction actually occurs. This was a poor choice by county staff, and we urge you to exercise your authority and rescind the contract. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller. And this is our final caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Maria Calderon. I've been at the last couple meetings regarding community stay, bad shot shelter, and just the spay and neuter problem in general. I just wanted to thank the county members because me and Annette Bedsworth had a really pleasant conversation. I was able to go to her office and hear some of her ideas and express my concerns and my ideas as well. And it was a very pleasant conversation. So I appreciate you guys for listening to me, and for if any of you guys reach out to her, we have more clarification on things. So I just wanted to say thank you guys so much, and I'm very pleased with the county members that we have representing Sacramento County. And also, I just this is an off-topic thing, but I also want to hopefully you guys can get the wages for those caregivers. Also, it was really nice to see at the last meeting that Patrick Hume spoke about that and address those concerns as well. So I just want to say thank you guys for all you do and for helping us out.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes your public comments for off agenda.
Okay. Then we'll move on to our consent calendar, and I don't see that you have any notes.
I do not.
Then I will turn to my colleagues, see if they have any comments or questions about consent items, starting with Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to pull item 8.
Okay, item 8 is the Sacramento International Airport Economy Lot expansion.
Thank you. So I was just curious relative to the bid protest that was issued, the claims that the contractor for whom the contract is proposed to be awarded had knowledge of other material that was available or something that would affect the value of their bid. I read through the staff report and I read through council's response to the protest, but I know that a gentleman here representing the company issuing the protest would probably like that information as well. So.
Do you want to pull it and hear it now? Or I don't know how we usually work that.
We've done it both ways. We've done it now, and we have also continued till 2 o'clock, so it is up to the board.
We have a very busy schedule this afternoon. I don't know. What's your preference?
I don't see our airport director in chambers. That's
okay.
Airport staff is on the line.
Are they? Okay.
Okay. Well, then I think we're good on the calendar right now. So why don't we pull it now for discussion, as long as Cindy's on the line and her staff.
Sure. And Chairperson, we do have public commenters for this item as well in chambers.
Okay. Okay. Did you have specific staff, a presentation from staff or response to Supervisor Hume's? Okay. Well, then let's hear the public comment.
Okay.
And then we can respond accordingly with additional follow-up questions from supervisors and staff after that.
Okay.
So Keith.
Can you stand in between the mics?
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Keith Jones, and I am with Goodfellow Bros Construction at 2340 East Bidwell Street, Folsom, California. I am speaking on consent item 8. I would like to ask the board to consider pulling this item, which you have, from the consent calendar and be moved to the afternoon consideration and discussion period. I am asking that the board not award contract 4600, the Sacramento International Airport Economy Lot expansion, to the apparent low bidder, O.C. Jones, at the bid time, and take into the account in the previous protest letters, and instead ask the board to maintain the integrity of the public bid process and award the bid to Goodfellow Bros, because we are the lowest responsible and responsive bidder. I would also like to add for your consideration that I have had a third-party licensed land surveyor perform topo on stockpiles 1 and 2, and there's more material than is listed in our protest letter. That provides O.C. Jones additional quantity of material to be used.
This is being discussed right now.
Okay, so just so you know, Jones is not associated with O.C.
Cindy, can you mute your microphone? Cindy, can you mute? Thank you.
And further adds to the insight only O.C. Jones would have had at bid time. These stockpiles were were listed as not usable for the economy lot expansion per Addendum 3 and earmarked for the Elkhorn project, which O.C. Jones is the contractor on. And with this additional quantity of material left over from the Elkhorn project, O.C. Jones would then use the additional material for the economy lot expansion, and this creates an unfair advantage to all other bidders. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Supervisor Turner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I need some clarification from the speaker. You're with Goodfellow Brothers, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that you're out of Folsom?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm looking at the table on our board letter, and it has the city listed as Livermore.
We have 2 offices, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay. That's it for now. Thank you.
Jason?
Okay, we'll go to Jason, and then we'll have some additional discussion. Anybody on the phone on this item?
We do not have any calls.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Jason Martin with O.C. Jones, the apparent low bidder on the project. We just want to go ahead and, we hope that this passes on consent, this item. Goodfellow Brothers' assertions that we're non-responsive somehow, completely without merit. As the county council confirmed, there's nothing wrong with our bid. We had no advantage over Goodfellow Brothers or any of our other fellow bidders on there. They have no idea what went into our dirt work. As the county's council stated, there are several items where there are some major discrepancies between all bidders, and this is just a project-wide thing, very large project. That's the way they usually shake down. There's not a lot of consistency between items. That's really it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So, Chair.
Turn it back to Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. For Ms. Travis and I, this is like a deja vu because back in our time on Sandboard, every time a bid protest came up, I like to just have a public airing so that we can walk through and make sure that both sides feel heard and that we're doing the best interest for the public monies that are being spent. And so I hate to call it an allegation, but the assertion that's being made or the reason for the protest is that there was a stockpile of material on a adjacent job or additional job out at the airport that allowed the low bidder to essentially know that they had that in their hip pocket, so to speak, and that was allowed them to, we're talking about a difference here of, about $140,000 out of a $20 million contract. So I think it's close enough that there's just, as I said, the assertion of an unfair advantage, and I just wanted to make sure that we had somebody on record disputing that or confirming it. So I don't know if that's Ms. Nickel or Ms. Travis or whom.
Yeah.
Cindy, would you like to respond or offer any comments?
Sure. So my understanding is that this is the materials in question are grindings from projects that are located right in that area. This is, as you will know, this is where the Elkhorn Boulevard extension work is proceeding at a great pace. So we do rely on County Council's determination, and the determination by County Council, as you know, was that the protest was without merit.
Okay. Thank you, Cindy. Supervisor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the fact that Supervisor Hume has invited the opportunity for this board and the public to hear from the appellant, I guess, in this case. But again, I kind of look at this situation, despite the fact that it is $140,000 out of $20 million, as going down a very slippery slope here very quickly in terms of second guessing the lowest, most responsible bid. I can almost guarantee you, if we didn't, especially with the fact that County Council has put on the record that they are satisfied with the bid, that if we were not to accept it, I can almost guarantee you we'll be facing litigation from the lowest responsible, responsive bidder. So I'm going to certainly be supportive of the staff recommendation, noting in particular the fact that our county council has scrubbed this to make sure that it is legitimate and does not suffer any defects that would otherwise put the county at legal risk.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Cerna. So since we've called this out and have a separate hearing, let's address it separately. So can I consider that a motion?
That's a motion.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, second by Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay. Thank you for the discussion. Thank you, Cindy, and thank you for both of the bidders for being here today. Okay, I'll go back to my colleagues, see if there's any other comments on consent items from the board. I don't see any, so let's move to public comment for the remainder of the consent calendar.
We do not have, oh, hang on. We do have for item 25 and 28.
Okay.
Let me get them up on the board. So for item 25, Keon.
Good morning.
Greetings, Board of Supervisors. I wish we were talking on multiple days as opposed to just trying to cram all of the biggest, most controversial items onto one agenda item and then closing off agenda comment after just 10 speakers. But here we are. So a couple of comments I just wanted to make around certain items like item 25, which the fitness and for health and fitness services, I mean, this is in response to what making sure the sheriff's office is allocating funds for grants to basically increase mental health bonus. That'd be great. I encourage that for everybody, and I wish we were spending as much for community members, especially those who are living on the street, spending a relative comparison to the amount that we're spending on the Sheriff's Department, which as of this June is budgeted at over $695 million just in the general fund. And that doesn't include the non-general fund discretions like from AB 109 that gives it over $244 million in addition to restricted revenue. So I'm just raised this up to really ask, what are we getting when, what is the role of the sheriffs that is so hard and difficult for them, given from what public information we have around their progress, their outcomes when it comes to making arrests, stops, and whatnot, clearances? I'm just calling that out to really note how even though the Sheriff's Department's budget has increased every single year since 2010, their caseload appears to be going down at a staggering rate. In fact, to the point where out of just in 2022, out of 11,000 crimes that were reported to the Sheriff's Department, they only responded to a total of 688. Get that right, 688 crimes. That's 5.8% that they've actually just cleared by making arrests, which are not lead to convictions or whatnot, but just arrests.
Keon,
so
can
I
you
just
wrap
really
up your
wondered,
comments?
I really just wonder, if we're spending this much to help the mental health of the sheriff's deputies, really what kind of work are they doing, and why aren't we spending a commensurate amount on the folks in the county at large on this?
Thank you, Keon.
I'm also up here for 28, so I might as well speak on that too, Let's see here. Do
we want to have the clerk read it?
Yeah, read item 28, please.
Yeah, item 28 is the authority to amend and increase an expenditure agreement with Rising Social Strategies.
Yeah, again, I bring this up because, the county has rightly been called to, been called to the floor around its forcing of dozens of foster care youth into a former county jail, a juvenile center, when it was told multiple times that it shouldn't be doing that. And, $100,000 for a particular contractor doesn't seem like much out of everything, but you're increasing it for $149,000. I just want to point out how much money we actually allocate to social services relative to the law enforcement and carceral system. I mean, as a whole, when revenue is ultimately adjusted, the total adjusted net cost of law enforcement and carceral system is over $1.7 billion by community calculations. And we spend the amount on social services at about $998 million. That's total. So that includes things like foster care and adoptions, which for general fund revenue only gets about $159 million and $102 million. But things for like probations, for child protective services, which are seen as law enforcement entities, like whether you or anybody else in the law enforcement industry wants to claim it or not, child protective services gets over $230 million, while probation gets over $204 million. And then child support services, which is like the code enforcement, if you include that on there, that's an additional $48 million into that law enforcement and carceral system. I just want to highlight those numbers given, within this, and the fact that you didn't allow for off-agenda comment to continue well into this morning, even though we're actually on record time at the moment, and now we're having to wait until 2 p.m. I'll be back on off-agenda, though.
Thank you.
That concludes your public comments, and we don't have any callers.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for action on the consent items. Entertain a motion.
I'll move the remainder of consent.
Okay. Moved by Supervisor Hume, second by Supervisor Serna. Please vote.
Unanimous vote for items 2 through 38, with the exception of item 8. There was a separate vote, which passed unanimously.
Okay. Brings us 39.
Yes, for item 39, this is the presentation of resolution proclaiming August as Child Support Awareness Month.
Okay, I see we have, I'll welcome Dalen, Janelle, and Amelia, right? Good morning.
Good morning.
I'll let you do your presentation, then I'll come down and present you with a resolution from the board.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. We are very excited to be here and to talk with you a little bit about the child support program. I have with me Janelle Bright, Assistant Director. I am Dallin Frederickson, the Director of the Department of Child Support Services, and Amelia English, Supervising Child Support Officer, who is responsible for our community engagement efforts. So we want to share with you a little bit of information about the child support program. First of all, I'll let you know there's a tremendous need for child support. 50% of all children in the United States will spend time with a single parent before they turn 18. More than a third of those children are currently in a situation where they are not living with one of their biological parents. And we know that for single parent families, they are 5 times more likely to be in poverty. In the child support program, nationwide, 1 in every 5 families is participating or enrolled in the child support program. This is down a little bit. As recently as 2014, 1 in every 4 families was participating in the child support program. It's not because the need has gone down, but participation has gone down. We'll talk about that a little bit more in just a second. In California, we are serving approximately 1 in 8 families. So participation in the program in California is particularly low, and that's one of the things that we're focused on and we'll talk a little bit about. And this is a problem because for families that are not enrolled in the program, they do not receive the services and the benefits of child support. In fact, less than half of the families that are not enrolled in the program even have a child support order. So here's some research that's particularly impressive. The child support makes a huge difference for children, and one of the areas that it makes a huge difference is in educational outcomes. So for every dollar of child support, a dollar of child support makes a bigger difference in educational outcomes than a dollar from any other source. So think about that. That's an interesting concept. There's something unique about child support that means you can't really make up for it with other money. You can't make up for it with grants or housing vouchers or public assistance. The child support, there's something about the nature of that support that makes a greater difference in educational outcomes. And it also is linked with better brain development and cognitive development. There are a number of things that are unique about the child support program. One of the other things too, for every dollar of child support received, it means that that family is more likely to have other stable income. So this is really critical to think about. One of the criticisms of the child support program, some people have said, well, you know, the child support program is you're collecting money, you're just transferring money from one poor family to another poor family. That is not what the research supports. That is not what is actually happening. The child support program lifts 1.1 million families out of poverty every year. And in fact, the federal OMB has called the child support program one of the most effective poverty reduction programs in the entire program. So I'm going to turn it over to Amelia for a little bit.
All right, so let's take a look at the cost of raising a child. We all know it's expensive. If you have kids, it's expensive. But according to a study by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, they said from birth to the age of 17, it'll roughly cost you $292,000. That's a big number over the course of 17 years. But let's kind of break that down into a monthly scale. So for my son, I pay $800 in childcare. And let's be honest, that is on the cheaper side. As a county worker, that's already 20% of my monthly income gone just to childcare. And that doesn't include my mortgage, utilities, or food, which can easily eat up another 60 to 70% of my income in today's economy. And if I was a single parent, that would consume almost my entire monthly income between childcare and the essentials, versus a dual income, which could get double that income. So whether or not I have a single income or dual income, I'm still spending the same to raise my child throughout their minority. So this is why child support is so important. And so these are the services that we do offer. We establish legal parentage. So we can offer free genetic testing and assist with voluntary declaration of parentage. And we can establish a court order, which will include a monetary amount of child support and health insurance. And the benefit of doing that through our office is it's at no cost to you. Genetic testing along with filing fees can cost you anywhere from $800 to a couple $1,000s. And that's assuming you don't attain attorney if you're doing this outside. If you do have a case open, we do have child support accounting, so there's proof of all payments that come through our office. And one of our main services is the court order compliance portion. So we have a toolbox of remedies in order to assist in the collection of child support, including income withholding orders, levying bank accounts and retirement accounts, suspending passports, intercepting federal and state taxes, as well as license suspensions. And that's both a driver's license and occupational license. And if your circumstances do change, we can assist with modifying a court order, and again, at no cost to you.
As for our department initiatives, for the last 20 years, the child support program has been really focused on goals set at the federal level, and they were appropriate at the time, but that's just not the case anymore. Our department has shifted to goals that matter to the customer, so such as the total time to open a case, establish a court order, and receive that first payment, consistency in the child support, receiving it every single month, total collections sent home to the family, and increasing enrollment in our program. Other things such as accessibility, meeting customers where they are. As shown here, we're making services more accessible every single day. DEIB, we introduced diversity, equity, and inclusion training into our department, and we added belonging. We're trying to make sure that our department is a place where employees belong no matter their experience or background, and we're also reviewing our existing policies and procedures to ensure our customers are served equitably. So Sacramento County demographics. So Sacramento County has a total population of nearly 1.6 million people. There are approximately 373,000 children under the age of 18 in our county, which accounts for approximately 24% of our total population. The poverty rate as of 2021 was 13%, and this exceeds both California's poverty rate of 12.3% and the national poverty rate of 11.6%. So more alarming, our Sacramento County children are under the age of 18. The poverty rate was 17.4%. So our department currently manages approximately 67,000 cases, and within our caseload, 81.9% are currently receiving cash assistance or received this benefit in the past. Statewide, this same group only accounts for 76.6% of our caseload. So research shows that approximately 50% of children will spend part of their childhood separated from one of their parents. And we know approximately 1/3 of the children are currently living in a single parent household. So taking the smaller of these figures, with 373,000 children in Sacramento County, we should have about 125,000 cases. And we currently only have half of that. So we know we could be helping a lot more children in our county. So how is a case open? Child support cases are opened in 3 ways: an automatic referral from the Department of Human Assistance, a case transfer from another state or country, and a request from a legal parent or guardian. So the primary door into our program has been referrals related to public assistance. However, for various reasons, the referrals have been decreasing for many years and our caseload has been declining. Our non-assisted caseload only accounts for approximately 18% of our total caseload, and we know that we can help more parents.
All right, I want to take a quick break from this slide and talk about why child support matters so much and why it's important. I first started working directly on cases in child support a little bit over 30 years ago. And I remember one of the first cases that I worked on was a case where the parent had never paid. We were able to do some work and find the parent. The parent had some resources, and we were able to collect a $16,000 lump sum, which caught the parent up and then began some payments from then on. And I remember the parent in that case came into the office. Things were handled a little differently then, but the parent came into the office to pick up the check. And when she came into the office, she said, "I would really like to talk to whoever actually worked on my case." So I had a chance to sit down with her for a minute, and she said, "I want to thank you." She was very gracious. I said, "Yeah, that's pretty cool. You got a $16,000 check. That's pretty great." She said, No. She said, you do not understand. And she broke down and she just started to cry. And she said, "I'm going home this morning and I am going to pull a for sale sign out of my front yard. You saved my house." That's the kind of work that we're doing in the child support program. It mattered to her because that's where her kids were established in school, where they had friends, where they had roots. It can make a huge difference. And now it's interesting because now we find ourselves at a point where our program is better than ever. We are more focused on streamlining processes. We are more focused on customer service, and we have a great toolbox of tools, but unfortunately our caseload has been declining. We've been focused on doing the work. We've been focused on establishing child support orders, modifying child support orders, and ensuring compliance with child support orders. We've never really been worried about marketing. Cases have come to us, and the primary source of those cases has been the public assistance referrals. Public assistance referrals have gone way down, and you can see by the chart, because the public assistance referrals have gone way down, our caseload has gone down. So we're significantly underserving. So we have started for the first time really emphasizing market research and marketing to try to figure out how we can better serve the community. It's kind of a new, it's something we haven't historically been focused on, but it's something that we're working on now. We have entered into a contract with Uptown Studios to help us with market research and marketing, and they have advised us to work together with community partners. So we have started doing that. In Child Support Awareness Month, we have organized a backpack drive where people can take donations to any Starbucks in the county, and we will get those to Shine. And we're developing. This is just a sampling. We're developing a whole bunch of community partner relationships, whereby we hope those community partnership relationships will help us increase enrollment and thus help us serve more of the county residents that need our help and services. And if you have suggestions or ideas about how we can improve, like I say, our program is better than ever, and yet we have less uptake. So we're focused on that. We're working on that. We want to serve. And we want to do the best job we possibly can to serve the residents. And if you have suggestions or ideas, we're open to that, and we're open to any questions that you have for us.
Thank you, Dallin. Before I come down, thank you very much for the presentation about the important work you do, and it's you've highlighted a lot of things that had never occurred to me before. I certainly didn't know about, and the education and the relationships you're trying to establish. But in terms of the agencies that are responsible for doing the public assistance referrals, what other work in trying to maybe, is there a change necessary in some of their processes or systems that would result in more of those referrals happening? I mean, have you delved into that?
So the referrals are tied to TANF, the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families. Those create an automatic referral. There's no automatic referral for any of the other programs. So for CalFresh or any of the other programs, there's no automatic referral. That's been suggested as, and in some states, they do automatic referrals for child care assistance or for SNAP or for other things. That's not something our legislature has done yet. So for now, the only mandatory referrals are the TANF referrals, and that's been the main pipeline into our program.
Okay. Well, maybe at the local level here in the county, it's something we could explore, either referral or at least more educational information to recipients of those benefits. So, well, let me come down briefly and present you with the resolution.
Thank you. Don't worry, you don't.
Good to meet you. Well, I again appreciate you, the three of you being here today and calling out the important work you do, certainly with the community partnerships you create, but most importantly, to support families and to support children. And so on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, I want to present you with a resolution acknowledging your work and your continued service to the parents and children in our community and recognizing August as Child Support Awareness Month. So I'll hold this out like this.
Thank you so much.
We do not have any public comments for this item.
Okay, we'll move on to item 40.
Okay, item 40 is the presentation of resolution proclaiming September 2023 as Substance Use Recovery Month in Sacramento County.
I had a few people on the list here. I don't see them all, but welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Lori Miller. I'm a division manager for the Department of Health Services Substance Use Prevention and Treatment Unit. I'd like to begin my presentation this morning with some acknowledgments, review some data on fentanyl and meth, share a few upcoming events, then introduce three courageous speakers who will share their personal recovery stories. I want to first thank county leadership and the Board of Supervisors for your support of our work in substance use prevention and treatment. I want to acknowledge the hard work of the substance use prevention and treatment staff, providers, and our many partnerships and collaborations throughout the county. We could not provide the services and supports for people or address these important substance-related community concerns without them. And I would like to acknowledge the families who have lost loved ones due to opioid, fentanyl, meth, and other drug overdose or poisoning here in Sacramento County. Our hearts go out to these families impacted. It is truly heartbreaking. Drug overdose was the leading cause of death in 2021 for people ages 18 to 45. 70% was due to fentanyl poisoning. Sadly, those numbers continue to rise here in Sacramento. I want to thank the Sacramento County Coroner for the data provided and her partnership. In 2021, we lost 215 people to fentanyl. That number jumped to 226 in 2022. In 2023, in the first 7 months, we lost 126 people, and that number continues to rise daily. 725 deaths in the past 5 years. Meth-related deaths were actually higher in Sacramento County. 250 people lost their lives to methamphetamine in 20 and 21, 280 in 2022, unfortunately overshadowed by opioids and fentanyl. Thank you, Supervisor Cerna, for keeping this on everybody's radar. Meth and fentanyl-related overdoses and deaths are also rising in our communities of color. We are working to be more intentional with outreach, services, and supports in these areas as needed, and increasing our efforts to reduce these alarming numbers. I will now begin my PowerPoint presentation to share some events occurring in the month of August and September, and hopefully this is a little bit more uplifting. I want to begin with talking about one of our newest prevention initiatives called Safer Sacramento. I'm really, really proud of this project. It began as a fentanyl awareness campaign and website, safersacramento.com, and took off on social media. The community is very interested in these substance-related topics and very engaging and wanting help for their substance use needs. We expanded this project to include all trending substances, lots of information, social media, a website, linkage to behavioral health treatment, current events. There's a lot of great information, safersacramento.com. We have learning videos in addition to all of these other parts of this project. We have support from the district attorney, child welfare, physicians, school officials, treatment providers, and families who have lost loved ones. There is also a remembrance page of those lost. This is an example of some of the billboards and transit shelter ads across Sacramento County that you may have seen out in our community. Next, I want to highlight we have a Fentanyl Awareness and Action Summit coming up on August 17th. It's an all-day event at Sac State University focusing on our local prevention, treatment, harm reduction, and enforcement efforts to address fentanyl. 350 people are currently registered, and the registration is still open. The theme of this event is coming together, embracing solutions, and strengthening our response. Thank you, Supervisor Desmond, for your support and for providing the welcome remarks at this event. Next, I'd like to highlight Fentanyl Prevention and Awareness Day, August 21st. This day is about educating the public on fentanyl poisoning versus an overdose and the dangers about fake pills and other illicit substances. Next is International Overdose Awareness Day, which is August 31st. This event aims to raise awareness of overdose and reduce the stigma of a drug-related death, remembering those people who have died and acknowledge the grief of the family and friends left behind. The Department of Health Services will be giving out free Narcan and fentanyl test strips at designated locations across the county on this day. Information can be found on the safersacramento.com webpage. And then lastly, I'd like to recognize September as Recovery Month, and every year we have an event called Recovery Happens. It's an annual event we have in Sacramento, recognizing September as Alcohol and Drug Recovery Month, where thousands of people will gather at the state capitol on September 6th. We will do this to increase awareness and educate people about substance use, mental health, and recovery programs, and celebrate those people who are in recovery. This event is organized by the California Consortium of Addiction Programs and Professionals and will include a pancake breakfast, a recovery walk, entertainment, presentations by local officials and legislators, community resource tables, and again, we will be giving out free Narcan and fentanyl test strips. The Department of Health Services also continues our partnership with the District Attorney's Office and Arrive Alive California on our One Pill Can Kill campaign and the fentanyl education and awareness program we currently have in junior high and high schools across Sacramento. Last year, we had 60 school presentations with over 42,000 students, school officials, parents that were impacted by this program. We also continue our work to address methamphetamine, which is the most widely misused substance impacting many departments across the county. And lastly, we continue our countywide naloxone or Narcan distribution project, making Narcan available and accessible to anyone who requests it. We have distributed over 8,000 boxes of Narcan this past year. So this last part of the presentation, I wanted to also acknowledge and highlight recovery, those in recovery and family members who support their loved ones in recovery. This is why we are also here this morning. I want to now welcome a few courageous guest speakers sharing their personal testimony involving methamphetamine and fentanyl. So we will begin with Tex Parks, followed by Laura Williams, followed by Cregan Sovari.
Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Hello, my name is Tex Parks, and I thank you for this opportunity to share my story with you. I grew up in Pleasant Hill, California in the 1980s. I lacked supervision and healthy direction from the adults in my life due to their drug and alcohol addictions, which meant I was already drinking alcohol and smoking marijuana by the age 10. Unfortunately, I realized at a young age that I was the only one I could depend on. At the age of 11 years old in 1985, I gave my neighbor $10 to buy me some marijuana. Instead, he returned with meth. Without fear of any consequences from my parents, I used it. And from that day on, I was off and running in my new addiction. I adopted this attitude that it was me against the world, and I was determined to win or die trying. Looking back, I honestly don't know what I was trying to win. What I can tell you is I was extremely angry and hurt. Meth in the 1980s was a completely different drug than you find today. It was made through an extremely dangerous method in makeshift labs in someone's home or trailer. Meth manufacturing was ruled by an iron fist with one particular biker club at the time. Then the war on drugs and Nancy Reagan's Just Say No campaign was born. These efforts by our federal government put so much pressure on this organization, they completely stopped all sales to not draw unwanted attention to them and their other illegal endeavors. At the same time, the DEA made it almost impossible to acquire the main chemicals needed to make this poison. Just like in life, and especially in government, well-intended actions led to unintended consequences. In this case, a vacuum was created, and it was not long before addicts such as myself learned that if you can remove the oxygen molecule in Sudafed, you can make your own meth. With this knowledge, I went from a low-level user to the manufacturer. I can assure you my feet did not touch the ground during this point in my life. It became my world, and everything revolved around it. Of course, that led to a few prison terms and arrests here in Sacramento. However, one fateful night, I was so tired of living that way, and I had no more fight left. I cried out to an unknown God and said, if you get me out of this deadly situation that I'm in, I will serve you. This is what happened next. The next morning, I woke up to Sacramento Police Department arresting me. No new charges, just a violation for contact and paraphernalia. Next, I'm at the branch jail in Elk Grove waiting to be sent back to prison, and I'm standing on the yard alone, and a man walks by. He gets almost out of earshot and turns around and yells, "Are you on drugs?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Do you want to stop?" I said, "Sir, you have no idea how bad I want to stop." He asked me my name and walked away. Then I was being sentenced, and they informed me that I was going to New Folsom Prison to a drug program called FTTF. This was a 3-month program. I was all in. I learned so much about my disease and how to fight it. Upon completion of this program, I was released into clean and sober living facility here in Sacramento with 3 months paid by the state. Again, I was all in. I did 90 meetings in 90 days. I was clean and sober for the first time in my adult life. I stayed in this living sober facility for over a year. I got a job and kept that same job for 16 years. I was reunited with my wife, and together we raised our children and are still in love today. We have 3 grandchildren and love and enjoy life. I serve as a chaplain at YDF Sacramento Juvenile Hall with a message of forgiveness, love, and hope, letting them know that there is a different way. I also oversee True Freedom Ministry at Elk Grove, at Thrive Church in Elk Grove, where we come together to fight all forms of addictions. The night that I cried out to an unknown God was 4/21/2006, and that was the last time I put methamphetamines into my body. Not only did God get me out of the hell I was in, he also loved me every step of the way. So I give all glory to my Savior and King, the Lord Jesus Christ. Thank you.
Thank you, Tex.
Hi, my name is Lara. Thank you for letting me share today.
Welcome, Laura.
Thank you. I was the youngest of 6 children raised by a single mother. My father was severely addicted to drugs and died in his addiction when I was just born. Growing up, my mother worked 3 jobs to support us and provide the basic needs. We always lived in the roughest of neighborhoods, and all I could say from a very young age, dysfunction was normal. All of my older siblings used drugs. Every single one of us became addicted to methamphetamine. I followed in their footsteps, and by the age 15, meth became my world. Also at 15, I got in my first relationship and followed in their footsteps. Also at 15, I got in my first relationship, and quickly became physically and emotionally abusive. Because I loved him, I believe that when a man loves you, he will hit you, and that became normal. It was no time at all that I dropped out of school, and the drug world became my life. Eventually, I became pregnant, and that was the first time I realized how serious my addiction was, because I wanted to stop using and take care of my baby, but I couldn't stop. I was able to stay clean throughout parts of my pregnancy, but I had nowhere safe to go where people weren't using. Eventually, I gave birth to my son, and Child Protective Services got involved at the hospital. I was honestly so happy because I desperately wanted to change my life, to give my son a better future. I knew my life was going to change because I had a little boy to get back. I went into treatment, and I left my son's abusive father, and I completed everything CPS asked me to do. I felt like a shining star, and I dedicated my life to my son. I got a job, an apartment, and I lived a normal life. However, shortly after, I stopped working a program. I stopped reaching out, and I started going back to those old people, places, and things, and the inevitable happened. I relapsed on meth. But you see, it wasn't the same. I was clean before, and now I knew that real freedom was possible. I hated myself, and I was so burdened with guilt and shame that, as crazy as it sounds, meth was the only thing that took it away temporarily. I hated that I ruined my recovery, and now my son was being raised by my mother. It's something that people could never understand unless they have lived through it. I love my son more than life. The guilt and the shame of what I was doing pushed me further and further from him. Eventually, I met another man during my relapse and got pregnant. We were going to get clean together and raise both of our children, but this didn't happen. Addiction is so powerful, I continued to use with him. Thankfully, Child Protective Services intervened again, but since this wasn't my first time, it was a lot more serious. Thankfully, I immediately got into residential treatment, and I gave it my all. I held nothing back. I dug so deep into my issues. I wanted so desperately to change my life, and this time it was for myself. I stayed clean for a long time. I ended up working in the drug treatment industry and became an intake coordinator for a substance abuse program for many years. I was going through a lot of therapy for my oldest son, who was having behavior problems at the time. I started communicating with his father, who was in prison. I believed all the lies he told me about how he wanted to have a family and raise our son together. I started alienating myself from my support network because he made me believe I only needed him. We relived our abusive, controlling relationship, and he was doing it all from prison. Needless to say, all the lies came crashing down, and since he had become my only world, I was lost. I quit my job. I left my home, and I was back in the same situation, running and trying to escape from emotional pain. And the only way I knew how, except this time, I didn't just relapse on meth. This time, I was introduced to heroin. Boy, did this instantly have a hold on me. I began using every single day, all day long, and before I knew it, I was using fentanyl. I hated myself. I couldn't stand to look myself in the mirror. I was a failure as a mother and as a human being. All I wanted more. Nothing else mattered, and it caused me to do things I never thought I would do. I had several near-death experiences overdosing on fentanyl. And I knew that if I didn't do something, I was really going to die in my addiction, just like my father did. That's when I learned about medication-assisted treatment services. I was able to get clean on my own, and the withdrawal from this drug is something that I never dealt with before. At first, I was using Suboxone strips. And I would get a few days clean and then relapse, and then a few more days and then relapse again. And then I found out about Sublocade, a once-a-month MAT injection. And let me tell you, that absolutely changed my life. I actually felt normal, motivated again. I had hope and a desire to live. I now have well over a year clean from all drugs and alcohol. Thank you. Thank you to my mom for stepping in when I lost control. But now I have my children back in my life. I take them to school every day, help them with homework. I'm even a team mom for my youngest son's football team. I show up for them in every way, and I work daily to repair the damage my addiction has caused. I have a career working at Kaiser as a patient navigator through WellSpace Health. I have also recently married a man who would never hurt me and really shows me how men are supposed to treat the women they love. He is also teaching my children how to be good men, and we have that beautiful family I've always wanted. But what I want to leave you with today is that it took me multiple times in treatment programs and CPS involvement to finally get it. Drug addiction is so incredibly powerful that it takes consequences and a lot of involvement to finally get it. And I mean a lot of support to break free from it. Don't give up on us just because we don't make it the first time. If there's a desire to stop, it can really happen, and life can be beautiful on the other side of recovery. There have been times I have tried to stop taking my medication because I want to be free from everything, and each time the desire comes back so quickly and so strongly that it scares me to death. MAT is a life-saving medication, and I know that just like diabetics need insulin, I need MAT to stay clean, and that's okay. I am living a beautiful life today, and I am so grateful that God never gave up on me and that there are services here in Sacramento County that truly help. Thank you for letting me share.
Lara, thank you. Lara, is your mom in the audience by any chance? No. She's not here with us. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Craig Savari. This is going to be a tough act to follow. So I started using fentanyl about 5-6 years ago. I'm 26 years old. I grew up in a not horrible family. It was just me and my mom. She raised me on her own, no drugs. She drank every once in a while, but it was nothing, no big deal. Father was in the family. I had a wonderful, wonderful family on my mom's side, 7 aunts and uncles and all of their kids. So I had plenty of support. And I was very deep in my studies growing up as well. I was diagnosed with high-functioning autism when I was 10 years old. And I was very good at my schoolwork. I loved math, history, all those kinds of things. When graduation came around in high school, I opted to live with a friend of mine out in Livermore area. I hadn't moved out of Sacramento until 2017. And so I was living with him, working at an oil change shop, and I lived with him for about a year. I was homeless for a year and a half, and when I was 18, I was introduced to marijuana. And that was the first time I tried any drugs or alcohol, anything like that. And that was, for the first time, I felt calm. I felt content with everything. I've been dealing with or struggling with depression, anxiety, things of that sort since as long as I could remember. Maybe even since I was 8, 9 years old. I even had suicidal tendencies when I was around that age. So it had been a struggle for me for a very long time. And so I was homeless for about a year and a half, living in Bay Area. Luckily, I had met my dad's side of the family, my uncle, after my father had passed away in 2013. And that was the first time I met any of that side of the family. He had me move out and live with him, work at a moving and storage company. By that time, I was still smoking marijuana. It was super heavy or anything, but then I got my own apartment. And I don't know if it was myself wanting to have this fun side or really crazy side that I never got to have in my life. I was very into my studies. I worked. I have a very good work ethic. I learned that from my mother. But I never snuck out of the house when I was in high school. I didn't have friends that I hung out until 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Didn't go to college. I wasn't wild. So I met someone that kind of was wild, and he ended up living with me for a while in my own apartment. We smoked weed, but then he introduced me to fentanyl. And that's when things started to kind of get out of hand. There were things that I allowed him to bring into my apartment just because I could use as much as I wanted, and that's how he was paying me rent, per se. And these were people that were using fentanyl at a very, very young age. I was about 20, 22, and a lot of them were 18, 16, 14, 16, and I was just involved. I was just loving how much fun I was having, just getting high all the time. I didn't have any responsibilities when I got home, and I just put up with it. And it was some horrible things that were done. Nowadays, all those people that I knew are either dead or in jail from fentanyl use and dealing as well. I met with my wife when I moved out here, and I had gotten her into fentanyl. We were using for a while. She ended up getting pregnant, and she quit. She quit for the first 2 months of her pregnancy, and then she had lost her job, and she went into a deep depression. And me, being an addict, I encouraged her to use again, to relapse, so that I could use as much as I wanted. And so the whole rest of her pregnancy, she used fentanyl, and we used together, and that's when CPS got involved. And at the time, it was very scary, and I hated it. I didn't want anything to do with it. I did end up getting into methadone services, MAT services, and that's helped keep me sober for about 120 days. And when I went down on it, I ended up having a relapse. And at this time, I didn't do any kind of other services. Luckily, though, my recovery specialist at STARS and with EIFTC was supportive and helpful the entire time. Even when I had my relapse, he was there and he was helping me out. Even though there were times when I almost OD'd with how much fentanyl I was using. I think at the time I was using 20 pills a day at one point. But he was supportive all along the way, and he eventually convinced me into going into an inpatient program, Sacramento Recovery House, and that was the greatest thing that's happened in my life. I started getting into the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. It may be just AA, but the lessons that it teaches has helped me a lot, not just with my recovery, but with my own depression and anxiety that I've dealt with. Every time that I used, I wasn't wanting to kill myself. I didn't want to shoot myself in the head. I didn't want to take so many pills. I did it that I wasn't, or drink alcohol with it to a point where I just seize out. I just didn't want to wake up anymore. I was tired of the way I was living. And ever since I've started that program and I've worked with this book, and since they've helped me out, this is the first time since I was 9 years old where I didn't want to die. and I enjoy every day that life gives me. I have my son back. I'm still doing the EIFTC program, but it doesn't even bother me because I'm just loving every day. I love being sober. I love where I am now. Today I have 170 days sober. It's the longest I went. My son is a year and a month old, and it baffles me how much progress he's done and things he's gone through. He went through 3 weeks of withdrawals from being born, but today I look at him, you don't even notice, and he's just as happy as he could be, and he just loves smiling and meeting new people and walking and running. He's climbing already, and it's one of the lights of my life. But if it wasn't for STARS and EIFTC and my recovery specialists, none of this would have happened. And that program that the county helped bring into our lives, if it wasn't for that, I don't think I would be here today. I would either be using or I'd be dead, just like everybody else that I was using with in the past. But thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Craig. Well, I know we'll hear some comments from my colleagues, but I just want to thank all three of you for the courage that you had to be here and share your stories with us. You know, it occurs to me, we hear so much from advocates or from politicians and people with maybe different ideologies about things. But I think the most powerful, most important things that we can hear, or any governing body that makes policy decisions can hear, is from people just telling their stories and relating to us your situation, what worked, what didn't work, and that is extremely important and influential, your lived experience for us. So thank you all. You're heroes in certainly in my estimation. So Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think this marks the 12th or 13th time that I've had the good fortune of being in chambers and hearing the testimonials from former addicts, or I guess people that are consider themselves lifelong addicts that are in recovery, and the stories always leave me thinking how precarious life can be, especially these days with fentanyl and the fact that it is increasingly risky to have that circulating in the community, especially with regards to our young people. But, we hear a lot of different things in these chambers. There's sometimes healthy debate, and sometimes there's a lot of passion on different sides of issues, but I'm convinced that what we just heard and what we'll hear next year and what we've heard in the past is some of the most inspirational language that we could be exposed to. And if some of those testimonials don't give others hope, I don't know what will. And I'm really, really pleased to know that I think all three of you mentioned that MAT was a real important part of is an important part of your recovery. And Lori knows this, that I'm a very, very vocal, aggressive advocate for buprenorphine and Suboxone treatment for those that are addicted to opioids. Unfortunately, we don't have that kind of MAT developed yet. The science hasn't been developed yet for methamphetamine. And that makes meth addiction, from the standpoint of how we provide resources and assistance, much more challenging. And I'm very glad to hear some of the testimony about meth in particular, because I am convinced that is such a incredible part of so many of the social issues that we face, challenges that we face, whether it be homelessness or domestic abuse, violent crimes, property crimes. And we cannot lose the momentum that Lori and her folks have been committed to for years now on the front of addressing meth addiction in our community. And I hope my colleagues will continue to march in lockstep towards ensuring that whether it's during our budget season or just after hearing what we heard, that we keep at the forefront of our agendas the fact that if we don't really address methamphetamine and the epidemic that it is in this community, we are going to fail on so many different fronts. And so again, thank you for your words this morning. I hope others are watching and listening intently to the fact that recovery is possible. And I really wish you the best and sincerely thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Serna. Couldn't agree more. Supervisor Frost.
Well, I want to thank all of you for your candor and your courage to share your stories. It's obvious that even when you're talking about your story, it's not easy. It's not an easy journey that you've been on. And for those of us that in our position, trying to provide services that will help more people find their way out of the grip. It's a grip on people. And also for those of us who maybe have friends or family members, I don't think I know very many people who don't know someone who's touched by this dilemma. So unfortunately, we're not alone in this. It's endemic. And so your advocacy and your courage to tell your story to all of us is so important. And I want to thank you for your willingness to do it. And I also want to thank you for you talked about God. And I believe that God can help us heal our world. And so I really appreciate that. And I want to close by saying you give me hope because I have people close to me who are touched by this, and you give me hope that it's okay. You can fall and stand back up many times. So I want to thank you for that. And thank you for being here.
Thank you, Supervisor Frost. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I just want to congratulate each of you for making it through what I hope is the worst part of your life. And more importantly, I want to congratulate you for having the courage to share so vulnerably and so honestly what that looked like and how you felt and how you made it through. And to the gentleman that was talking about methamphetamine, back when it was primarily controlled by the motorcycle gangs, it was called crank because they transported it in the crank cases of their motorcycles, and it was plant-based. The ephedrine was plant-based. It was expensive and it was rare. And now it is being made via chemical methods, which is more psychosis-inducing. It's manufactured by the metric ton, and it is flooding our communities, as is fentanyl. And if we don't get a handle on how truly dangerous these drugs and really normalizing illicit drug use is for our societies, it's just going to continue to compound a lot of these issues. And so I wish you'd had a better childhood, because that would have set you on a different path and maybe you wouldn't have had to go through what you went through, but I congratulate you for coming out the other side. And I think to a person, it was very elucidating for me to hear that, as you sought the escape or whatever drove you to using those drugs, you were filled with loathing and anger and depression. And now I hear all of you filled with love and hope and excitement and optimism. and it's an uplifting feeling, and I really wish you continue to share your stories. I hope you can help as many people as possible to see that other side of what the world can offer you if we look to the good and not to the disappointment. So thank you for being here.
Thank you, Supervisor Hume. Now, Lori, I don't know, did you have any closing comments, or Tim? No? Yeah, so that's what I was going to say. And the board, of course, we have resolutions here on the podium certainly honoring our Department of Health Services, Lori and Tim and your staff for all your work on prevention, treatment, and recovery. But the most important aspect of this is to celebrate the three of you and others in recovery. And so I'd ask my colleagues to join me. If you can come down here in the well, Tex, Lara, and is it Creighton? Cragen, for a photograph. Public comment, we'll do it after the photograph.
Let's just take a deep breath and a big smile. 1, 2, and 3. What a joyous occasion. Okay. Let's let these ladies get in here so they can get their picture. Thank you. This was so precious. Such a blessing.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Someone's cell phone. Someone's cell phone. Oh, okay.
Okay, so we do have 2 public comments in chambers.
All right, Mackenzie? Okay, well, Keon?
Move on, Keon.
Substance use treatment really hits home for me, and I really want to appreciate the people that came up to speak upon their personal stories with struggling with addiction. I've lost a dear friend of mine from childhood who was like a brother to me, who overdosed on heroin. And these recovery stories are very powerful, and I'm incredibly proud of the people that anytime they are able to share these stories, because it does provide inspiration for folks who are also struggling with it. But I'm also always thinking about, I'm always brought back to the fact that as much as the county invests in law enforcement and punishment is not commensurate with the rate of actually investing in prevention and treatment for substance abuse. And particularly, it seems as though the county staff, regardless of the board's sentiments, continue to view the only primary source of prevention and treatment for substance abusers is by incarceration and punishment, which is why we continue to invest the majority of our funds, our discretionary revenue, into the sheriff's department and the district attorney, the courts, whereas we only invest $107 million as of fiscal year 23-24 in substance use prevention and treatment, and that accounts for roughly 1.8% of our general fund revenue, compared with over 38% that goes to the law enforcement and carceral systems. That should absolutely change. If you actually care about substance abuse treatment, you could be investing that money. You can be investing plenty of money, at least 2%, if not more, into substance abuse and use treatments. We continue to prioritize punishment as a means of doing that. In fact, the sheriff recently came out with an op-ed claiming that the best way to address homelessness and mental health crisis here in the county is
can you
by
wrap up your comments, please?
Yes, I will wrap up here in just a moment, is to spend on enforcing drug laws and putting more people in jail, and forcing them into that. So it really is, if you want to actually prevent and treat substance abuse, I would actually encourage you all to put your money where your mouth is.
Thank you. And Mackenzie? Well, Mackenzie came back in.
Okay, I didn't see her. Sorry.
Interview with ABC 10. Thank you so much. Good morning, Board. My name is Mackenzie Wilson, and again, I'm an organizer with Decarcerate Sacramento. I want to celebrate Lori Miller and her team on some of the initiatives that the SEPT unit is taking for our community. In recent months, we've noticed that their efforts to include community on how their budget and the opioid settlement funds are spent was, like I said, they asked us. I really just love that. I appreciate the messages that were shared by survivors today and wonder what it would have looked like to have had services accessible outside of the jail. I wonder what it would have looked like if they and their families had been supported in their poverty and cycles of violence. I wonder what it would have looked like to teach people about drugs and how to use them safely. I wonder how many lives we could save knowing that these things are the leading killer in our county if we offered things like safe consumption sites, safe needle exchange, unlimited access to Narcan and testing strips, and substance use programs that were funded to the magnitude in which they are needed. As you just heard, just say no and a crackdown during the drug war, I hope that what I hope to do is make the connection that abstinence only doesn't work, and that criminalization only causes the underground market to find more creative ways to make sure that people can continue to get high. Criminalization is how folks got to cutting things with fentanyl because criminalization cuts off access to keeping drugs safe. Telling folks that drugs are bad doesn't work, especially because some cultures have used them for medicines for hundreds and if not thousands of years. Telling folks how to use them safely, decriminalizing them, giving services, safe consumption spaces, and things like that are the only way to save lives and to get upstream from the problem. We spend millions criminalizing these efforts instead of truly saving lives. We're about to spend billions of dollars on a jail expansion on item 49 instead of billions of dollars on services, good paying jobs, education, after school programs, housing, and I'm almost done, etc., that would not only make a healthier Sacramento, but that would literally save lives and support families going through substance use, poverty, and cycles of violence. You have the opportunity on a daily basis to make decisions that could save lives, and I hope that you begin to take advantage of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes your public comments.
Okay, so we'll move on to item 41.
Yes, item 41. Approve authority to apply for grant funding from the United States Department of Transportation Multimodal Project Discretionary Grant Opportunity and authority to accept funding and perform all other related actions.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Mickey McDaniel. I'm a principal planner at Sacramento County Department of Transportation. I'm joined by Matt Darrow, Chief of Planning and Programs at SACDOT, as well as Greg Wong, Project and Asset Management Deputy Director at Caltrans District 3, as well as Jess Avila, Project Manager for the I-5 Managed Lanes Project at Caltrans District 3.
Mickey, can you pull the other mic down so they're even? There you go. Thank you.
Okay. We're here today to request authority from the board in order to apply for a grant opportunity called the Multimodal Project Discretionary Grant Program, or Grant Opportunity, or MPDG. The MPDG opportunity includes two programs: the National Infrastructure Project Assistance Program, known as MEGA, and the Nationally Significant Multimodal Freight and Highway Projects Program, also known as INFRA. The first project included in the board letter is SACDOT's project US 50 Gold Line, which I believe you're familiar with. We recently received a $25 million award from the Local Partnership Program Competitive category. We also submitted an application to the same MPDG opportunity last year, but were not approved for funding. So we're back at the board requesting authority to apply with an enhanced application so that we can seek further funding on this large project. Normally, this project would go on consent, but because we have two projects that we're submitting to this opportunity, we wanted to include them in the same board letter, but please note that there are two separate resolutions for each of the projects. Today, we really want to focus on the second project, which is the I-5 Managed Lanes project from Caltrans District 3. The district approached our department to request our support in applying on Caltrans's behalf for the project. SACDOT will receive no funds from the grant application. Should the project be approved for funding, SACDOT and Caltrans will enter into a memorandum of understanding in order to ensure that Caltrans will bear all costs and labor associated with receiving the grant funding. We have invited Greg Wong and Jess Avila here from Caltrans District 3 to speak on the I-5 corridor improvement project today. They will go over the location of the project, what it all involves, the benefits, as well as why they are seeking SACDOT support. Greg Wong will speak first.
Good morning, Greg.
Good morning. Thank you, Supervisors, Chair Desmond. It's good to see all you in person. I think we've all been behind screens for a while. It's just nice to be with people. I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank you for considering this project, the I-5 Corridor Improvement Project, for the mega grant. Caltrans, statewide, for many of the federal grants, are only allowed to submit for 3 projects. The 3 projects that were selected from Caltrans were a little bit farther along as far as the project development process. So that's why we're here today. I will say this project has many benefits for the county. I'm looking forward to its completion. I think as you all are sitting in traffic and sitting there with the trucks on I-5 on any given day. I'd just like to tell you that we do have and I'm not going to step on Jess's toes here, but we do have a significant non-federal match on this project, and we don't expect the county to be contributing anything in that regard. So again, thank you for the opportunity. And before I turn it over to Jess, do you have any questions for me?
None right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Excellent. Jess, the floor is yours.
Morning, Jess.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here. Want to make sure I get, this is the remote for the slide. So thank you for this opportunity to make this presentation on the I-5 Corridor Improvement Project, also known as SAC-5 Managed Lanes Project, and would appreciate your support to partner with Caltrans on further funding the partial completion of the project. I want to mention that SACOG has awarded this project $11.3 million to complete the environmental document, and STA has programmed $57.3 million of Measure A, funding of the design and construction cost. Recently, STA and Caltrans were also awarded $10 million of SB1 TCEP funding to fully fund the design cost of the project. SAC DOT's help in submitting the mega application will keep this project moving forward to build phase 2 of the overall project. Now, I would like to present the overall project scope, need and purpose, some project benefits, the phase 2 mega project limits, cost and schedule of the project. Interstate 5 is designated as part of the national network for trucks and is the primary north-south route in California, serving international interregional and interstate travel. This segment of I-5 corridor serves daily commuters from Sacramento and surrounding cities. It is the primary access route to the Sacramento International Airport, and it plays a critical role in California's economy by supporting a high volume of commuters and interregional traffic and supporting trucks moving goods to destinations in and out of the state. The overall project limits extends on I-5 from the US 50 interchange to the Sacramento River. The project will add toll-managed lanes, improve transition to the freeway, pave the medium from the American River to the Sacramento River. It will add ramp meters to manage traffic, modify bridges, and make drainage improvements. Caltrans intends to combine a $57 million capital maintenance project within the same limits to minimize construction activities and inconvenience to the traveling public, and to use as a funding match to the $182 million mega request. The project area is subject to recurring congestion and impaired mobility, which results in inefficient traffic operation and movement of goods. There is limited multimodal options and lacks adequate travel information and monitoring. The goal for this project is to relieve congestion, improve person throughput, provide reliable travel times for goods movement, improve traffic operations to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and provide expedited travel time information. Some of the project benefits include reliable connectivity to jobs, a more reliable highway system for goods movement. It'll promote ride sharing and mode shift to transit, improve safety, improve traffic operations and travel time reliability, and it'll provide a reliable transit and connectivity to disadvantaged communities. Now, I'd like to outline the proposed phase 2 of the overall project and highlight some of the ongoing and completed work. Caltrans and Sacramento County collaborated on the Metro Air Parkway interchange, as well as the auxiliary lane from southbound State Route 99 to northbound I-5, which has provided some congestion relief to the northbound freight and travelers headed to the airport. The proposed phase 2 will build toll-managed lanes in the northbound direction on I-5 from US 50 interchange to just west of the airport. In the southbound direction, the managed lane will begin from Interstate 80 interchange and end at the US 50 interchange. The proposed phase 2 project estimate is $254 million, and when combined with the capital maintenance project, it has a total of $311 million. Caltrans has phase 1 of the overall project presently under construction, which will provide further congestion relief to freight and travelers coming from the airport, as well as regional traffic coming from and going to the city of Sacramento. The remaining segment southbound from Sacramento River to I-80 interchange will be built as funding becomes available. The total project cost, including the capital maintenance project, is $457 million.
Jess, can I interrupt you for a second? Supervisor Stern has a question.
Thank you. Can you go back to the previous slide, please? I just wanted to ask, I note that there's a dashed circle which looks like it's around the relatively new Metro Air Park interchange. Can you explain what that is intended to denote? Is that further improvements to that interchange that is the responsibility of Sacramento County?
Right. So it's there to indicate the location of the Metro Air Parkway interchange project, which we collaborated with Sacramento County on. As well, there's another dash line leading from 99 to to the Metro Parkway interchange, the auxiliary lane that we collaborated with Sacramento County on.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So we have available funding made possible by SACOG, STA, SB1, and Caltrans in the amount of $128 million, which will be used as a match to the mega request amount of $182 million. No additional funding is required from Sacramento County. The remaining project segment, southbound from Sacramento River to the I-5 US 50 interchange, is estimated to cost $147 million. Let me correct that. From southbound from Sacramento River to I-80 is estimated to cost $147 million. It will be built as a future phase. We are getting very close in completing the environmental document and intend to circulate to the public in the next few weeks, and with a target to have it approved by the end of this year. STA has made possible the ability to segue into design activities through Measure A and TCP funding. With Sacramento County's help in securing mega funding, phase 2 of the overall project could start by spring of 2026, and with an estimated completion date of at the end of 2028. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for this opportunity, and would very much appreciate your support in moving this important, regionally significant project forward.
Thank you, Jess. Appreciate it. Appreciate our partnership with our state partners, certainly. I look to my colleagues for any comments or questions. I don't see any. Did you have any additional comments? Okay. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not have any public comments for this one.
Okay. Supervisor Cerna?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we do not have any members of the public signed up to speak, I will move the item.
And Supervisor Kennedy seconds. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Item number 42 is the response to findings and recommendations in the May 26, 2023 and June 9th, 2023 grand jury reports regarding responses to homeless issues, including planning, coordination, funding, and measurable outcomes.
Okay. Good morning, Siobhan.
Good morning. Good morning, Siobhan Katari, Deputy County Executive over Social Services. And just for the public's awareness, I just wanted to sort of introduce my role a little bit, as it did come up in the grand jury report. So even though I'm the Deputy County Executive over Social Services, that does encompass our broad array of health and human service departments. That includes the Department of Homeless and Housing Services, the Department of Health Services, the Department of Human Assistance, the Department of Child, Family, and Adult Services, the Department of Child Support Services, and Environmental Management Department. So I'd like to go ahead and make some overarching comments about the two grand jury reports, both mental health care for the homeless, Who Cares, and homeless should not mean hopeless, homeless solutions elude local leaders. We appreciate the grand jury taking an interest in the issue of homelessness. Our county teams and our partners have been working with urgency to expand services, identify new solutions and strategies, access and leverage additional resources, work collaboratively with our partners to make a more demonstrable impact on those we serve and for our community as a whole. As we reviewed these reports thoroughly, a few things became apparent. I won't address each of the findings and recommendations as they were provided to the board and the public, but I did want to make some overarching comments just to give you some context for the responses. First, the landscape on both our homeless services and our behavioral health programs have been rapidly evolving over the past several years. So some of the grand jury findings, although true at the time, must continue to be reassessed as changes occur on our service array on a daily basis. Second, there have been many programs and strategies that are under development and that will help to move the needle on some of the findings and recommendations. Some have not yet been fully stood up, or we are in the very, very early days of implementation and have not yet seen the benefits or measured outcomes. For example, the grand jury indicates that the outreach teams are poorly supported and understaffed. At the time of their research for this report, that was correct. However, since that time, there has been significant progress made in not only staffing up those teams, but in allocating additional financial resources both to the outreach teams as well as to our behavioral health core centers in order to do expanded outreach and engagement. We have committed to semi-annual reports on our outreach efforts, which can be found on our county's homeless website. Third, there are some findings and recommendations that we don't agree with either partially or fully. We may agree with the intent, but sometimes we have another strategy under development that will address the same need, or we believe the strategy being recommended by the grand jury requires further analysis. One example of this is the formation of a JPA to address homelessness countywide. A JPA is one legal model that may work. However, with the governor's new budget requirement for HAP funding for the county and all of our regional partners and our continuum of care will be required to develop a regional plan starting this fall to coordinate homeless services and funding. Therefore, a JPA may or may not be the best structure for achieving the intent of this regional plan. As the state issues guidance this fall and the requirements on this plan, the county and our partners will do a more in-depth analysis to see if the JPA will be the best structure to meet this need. So this is not off the table, but would definitely not be completed within the time frame that the grand jury requires it to per the penal code. Additionally, we know of several pieces of legislation in the works that may also have an impact on how it's going to be structured in the future, and we're watching those closely. Fourth, there are some findings and recommendations that remind us that we must continue to grow our capacity to get information out to our stakeholders. For instance, the grand jury indicated that there is not a strategic plan that includes mental health and substance abuse issues facing the unhoused. The sixth pillar of the local homelessness action plan is mental health and substance abuse services for the unhoused. This finding tells us we and our partners may not be doing all we can to get the word out. Additionally, the grand jury indicated that there are not quantifiable metrics. However, the plan includes both timelines and measurable goals and activities. Although not all the goals and activities and metrics were finalized when the board and city council approved the pillars of the plan last fall, they have been built out over time and were presented to the Homeless Policy Council last week. The updated plan can be found on our county's homeless services website as well. Our homeless system of care is still in a relatively low level of maturity as compared to some of our other health and human service systems. At all levels of government, the homeless system of care is fragmented, requiring changes at all levels, federal, state, and local. I recognize that many of our stakeholders feel the power lies with the county, and for some items that is true, and we are working diligently to move the needle on those things we can control. But there are also many things that require all levels of government to work in unison together. The board has demonstrated over the past several years your willingness to invest in those strategies that help move us to a more unified system. Finally, data, both the quantity and the quality of it, has been frustrating to both us in local government as well as our providers and stakeholders. Data collection and utilizing data to make effective decisions in this space is fairly new, and the county has made recent investments in not only staff positions to focus on data, as well as a social health information exchange, which will result in more integrative data sets and evaluation into the future, but also investments into Sacramento Steps Forward and the HMIS system and coordinated access system. Although the point-in-time count is utilized as a standardized survey for both allocating resources and assessing homelessness, it has its limitations, but we don't have a better measure as of yet. Finally, data sets always require that the folks we are collecting information from will be willing and able to provide meaningful data to work from. But I can assure you it is something we are striving to improve upon, and you will see better metrics come from the county and SSF in the upcoming months. I also wanted to just point out there was a revision to Attachment 5, data-related revision to Attachment 5 that was submitted and updated in the board system, and so that was made accessible yesterday to the board and the public. Once again, I appreciate the work of the grand jury and our various stakeholder groups and advisory boards in continuing to lift up new ideas and recommendations. We are listening and adjusting as we go, striving to be creative and adaptive and ensuring that we are being good stewards of public funds and investing in those measures that will be not only effective but sustainable. I do have some of my directors on site here, so if there's more detailed questions, I can certainly ask them to come up, but happy to take any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you, Siobhan. Don't have any supervisors in the queue for questions at this point. So we can move to public comment. Do we have public comment on this item?
What is this for? We do have public comments for this item. We don't have any on the phone as of right now, but we have several in chambers.
Okay.
No book. Get to look at y'all. That's cool. Hey, y'all. Mackenzie Wilson, again, organizer with Decarcerate Sacramento. The truth is this grand jury report only came telling you what this community has been telling you. I've been a community organizer in your community for almost a decade now. And we have sat in these chambers specifically around the issue of homelessness for, 5-7 years, every single year, the crisis getting worse, and that we've been telling you from the very beginning that the only way to solve this crisis is through access to housing. A housing first model is the only way forward. I really appreciate that the county's moving away from congregate shelter, but the truth is until we actually create the investment into publicly and socially owned housing, we will never, ever get upstream. I appreciate all the work that's being done on this, but what we actually do know is that for every one person that we move out of homelessness in Sacramento County, we have 3 people entering it. And that's due to everything, right? That's due to housing market rates rising. That's due to cost of living rising. That's due to the fact that we don't have good paying jobs in Sacramento. That's due to the fact that we don't have access to mental health or substance use services in Sacramento. These are all of the things that cause people to end up outside. And then we put them outside, and then all we do is spend millions of dollars in Sacramento County. I'm about to come to you in a couple weeks with a full-fledged number of how much money you spend on just the criminalization policies of Sacramento County, or of Sacramento residents. And the truth is you waste it. It's all being wasted. And then we sit here and we talk about building a $1 billion mental health jail where 1/3 of the jail population is homeless. You guys don't even, Sue, 1/3. Ask Emily. Y'all just came in or not Emily, Adult Correctional Health. They just came into a PHAB meeting and let us know that. When you have 1/3 of the jail homeless, 1/3 of the jail severe mental health crisis, 40% of the jail is substance use and alcoholism. What is going on is that y'all are criminalizing our poverty and our trauma, and I will get off. And that's why you have damning reports like this over and over again. I wish that you would listen to your community experts and really begin to make the vital investments in the real solutions, because unless we have housing and unless we have services, you will never end this crisis.
Courtney?
Oh, thank you. Hey, good morning, everyone. Courtney Hansen, longtime resident, born and raised in this area. Later today, you all will discuss whether the county should take on an almost $1 billion loan to expand the jail, and I'm wondering why jail cells are the only form of public housing that we've been willing to consider for our people here in Sacramento. Poverty and lack of affordable housing is the primary cause of homelessness and the most difficult one to solve due to the high cost of new development. It is true that among the people that sleep on the streets every night, many suffer from mental illness and or substance abuse. We all know these issues overlap, but the very deepest root of the problem that we need to address is that our government does not prioritize the needs of poor and working class people. And I wish in its formal response to this report, the county directly addressed this with transparency, how developers buy their way out of including affordable housing units in their expensive new developments popping up around town. And we need more than affordable housing because the term affordable is becoming increasingly meaningless. We need housing that is accessible to very low income families and individuals, the elderly, the disabled, and we need housing for people coming home from incarceration. Nearly 10,000 unhoused people on the streets every night, including a shameful number of children. The jury found, I know this is hard to hear, that the county's overall strategy to tackle this issue is largely ineffective, scattered, and needing better leadership. Despite millions of dollars, multiple programs, and an almost endless array of boards and commissions, this problem persists. They observed political infighting among county and city of Sacramento officials, minimal coordination, and very few measurable goals and outcomes. Most glaring of all, the grand jury noted the absence of a comprehensive, collaborative, strategic plan among the county and even its 7 incorporated cities to reduce homelessness. Thank you.
Keon?
Yeah, I keep wondering why we still ask this board for responses for the grand jury reports when all of it, majority of the responses you tend to give are just, yeah, you're right about a lot of things, but you can't make us do anything. So we're going to keep doing whatever we want to do. And the deflection around the findings and the recommendations not being in a timely manner, that seems a lot of just like legal defense, CYA, which is short for cover your ass, excuses to essentially prevent us from actually meeting the requirements, and are just deflecting blame and distracting us from the fact that Sacramento County's homeless problem has only been increasing, and there is no observable data or strategy in place for the public to be able to decide, to be able to determine what is being done. Yes, you do need to get better about telling your story, but based upon what I'm seeing from the county's own webpage, it's not really out there. The data is not observable. I'm looking at the Department of Homeless Services page, and I see the guiding principles. Great, great in theory. The local homeless action plan system has lists a couple of strategies, but no benchmarks. No actual observable data within that. The downloaded resources has a bunch of links, and when I click on the key homelessness link, for the local homeless action plan, all I get is this one pager right here that has no observable data, no metrics or any benchmarks whatsoever to list as county is claiming to claim. Same thing too with the homelessness fact sheet. There really isn't any data other than just providing what services are available. Great, it should be there. But when I click on the continuum of care for data, which there is a direct link on the website for data, this is what I get from Sacramento Steps Forward. A blank page, literally. So it isn't just it is about telling the story and actually showing the data, but it's also just put up or shut up. Because we've been hearing these excuses for years and years on end, and then when you give us a response to a grand jury report of our peers telling us that the county is not doing enough, I will finish.
Please, thank you.
Telling us that, your response is essentially blah. If we disagree, we wholly disagree, we partially disagree without providing any measurable metrics or data to prove that we're wrong and you're right.
Thank you.
Prove it, please.
Okay, Don.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Don Tucker. I had the privilege of serving on last year's grand jury and helped to develop one of the reports that you're considering your responses to today. I'm also joined by several other members of last year's grand jury, and we're here as concerned citizens, not as representatives of the grand jury. I want to make that clear. We are concerned because the proposed responses specifically to the board's recommendations or to the grand jury's recommendations on a joint powers authority, I think misses on 2 points. The first point it misses on is that it calls out the fact that the city and county agreement, the operating agreement, addresses 95% of the unsheltered population in the county, and that's true. What it ignores is the fact that the other 6 municipalities in the county want to join a JPA. They've made that clear to us, and that includes Galt and Ileton, by the way. So there is a very strong consensus among our cities in the county that they would like to be a part of this type of organization. The second point that I'd like to make is that the county's proposed response seems to indicate that there's a limiting factor at the state level, that there's something at the state level that prevents the county from undertaking a joint powers authority. That is not true. Our indication from Assembly Member Kevin McCarty's office is that there is no such limitation, that the state is fully open to this, and that's demonstrated by the fact that many counties in the state have formed JPAs specifically for this purpose, and they've been very successful. So I would ask that before you adopt this response to the grand jury's report, that you consider those facts and maybe take a second look at it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thomas?
Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us. I'm Tom Atkins. I'm a resident of Elk Grove, and I, too, was on the grand jury in its preceding term, and I stand before you again as a concerned citizen regarding this. The initial response of the Board of Supervisors of the county was disappointing. You basically wholly disagreed that there were any problems with the execution of any plan to improve homelessness, when in fact homelessness has mushroomed in the county over the last 3 years. I was pleased with your presentation and the tone of it. It's much better than how the tone of the response to the grand jury comes across. And I do agree that the county has done quite a bit lately to try and improve this issue based on a number of factors. I also want to commend many of the people who work in the county for their dedication and commitment to trying to resolve this issue. What they need is leadership from you, each of you. What's required is a real plan. You heard already the description of the Sacramento Steps Forward Homeless Action Plan, which is absent any of the particulars that a strategic plan requires, including tactics, metrics, and accountability. It's just impossible to execute on a problem without a plan that has people accountable. And it's up to you as supervisors to create that plan, make sure it's created, and not abdicate that responsibility. Another thing that, based on the presentations we heard just recently, having environments where there are no drugs available to the people who participate is extremely important to the success of moving someone from being homeless to being a productive citizen. The county has failed to provide any funding to transitional housing programs that demonstrate clear success for these kinds of programs.
Mr. Atkins, can you please wrap up your comments?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please embrace this problem instead of excusing it.
Supervisor Hume, you have a comment, or do you want to wait after?
Okay, Robert. Robert?
Just this morning, I was at a press conference at City Hall where City Council members Mai Vang, Katie Maple, and my City Councilman Katie Valenzuela are coming up with a housing package. Why doesn't the County Board of Supervisors do that? And that housing package is going to be up for a Law Ledge Committee next Tuesday. You are fumbling the football, and you have no plan to prevent people from becoming homeless, no plan to help how to get people out of homelessness. I don't see you succeeding. Your plan is a total failure. You should have came up with a plan years ago. When Mayor Steinberg was here, had a few of the city council was a joint city council county board of supervisors meeting years ago. What happened to that plan? You're failing us. Have you talked to the homeless advocates or the housing advocates instead of your so-called experts that don't talk to the homeless population? Do a better job, or we will vote you out. Also, did you know every $100 rent increase increased the homeless population by 9%? What are you going to do to help people not become homeless in the first place? Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes your public comments.
Nothing on the phone?
We do not have any callers.
Okay,
at this
I'll bring
time.
it back to the board. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. So I actually wasn't going to touch on this, but since the last speaker just brought it up, on today's agenda, item 34 under consent was increasing our funding for the Landlord Engagement and Assistance Program to support unsheltered persons with rehousing services, increase of almost $7 million. So to say we're not doing anything is a fallacy. And excuse me, you had your opportunity to speak, Mr. Bliss. Thank you. And to you gentlemen, this report, in the homeless services, we talk about a point-in-time count. And I think this report was reflective of a point in time. Now, Emily will tell you that she was here at this podium, and I fired a salvo across her bow. But we have a plan that will be enacted over the next several years. Representative from Sacramento Steps Forward is in the audience that is going to be a part of enacting that plan and gathering the data. And so I want to say that relative to the response that came from the supervisors, while it is representative of the tenor of the full response from this board, we are implementing 9 of the 11 recommendations currently. And while there is a specific language used to respond to grand jury reports relative to wholly disagreeing, partially disagreeing, I will say that for the majority of the findings that the grand jury made, I at least partially agree, if not wholly agree. And so I'm going to point out some of those. Number 1, we should have a transparent service delivery system and approach that uses measurable, quantifiable outcomes with proven success to make meaningful change. I have used those same words in this room from this dais, that we need measurable, quantifiable, and actionable metrics that can be charted year over year to make sure that we are making good progress. And to the extent we are not making that good progress, we ought to be able to know what those barriers and hurdles are that allow us to pivot and start to re-examine our policies. The finding relative to lack of affordable housing is the primary cause of homelessness and the most difficult to solve due to the high cost of new development. The staff response relative to the lack of affordable housing, but it's difficult to know which is the cause and the system. And I think that's an important thing that has been brought up here today, is the disproportionate rates of behavioral health issues, chronic health conditions, involvement in the child welfare system, domestic violence, and involvement in the criminal justice system. All of these things make it intractable from the homelessness crisis of whether or not that is the symptom or the cure. And so I agree that that needs to be a focus of our plan and how we look to get our arms around this. The other thing, and I don't see the page here exactly where I have it, but was saying that the whether or not to accept services is a voluntary endeavor. And that, to me, is one of the biggest hurdles that we have right now, is that there is no way, once somebody proves themselves to be service resistant, to move the conversation forward. That's an issue, and if we don't figure out how to address that, I don't see us making meaningful progress. But I do want to ask, relative to recommendation number 6, The county should track funding and spending specific to support homelessness, including treatment for mental health and substance abuse, and post this information at least quarterly on the county website in a manner that is easily accessible to the public by the end of 2023. Our response says it's not going to be implemented due to the timeline requested. Are we opposed to the actual recommendation or only to the timeline requested?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Hume. We're not opposed to the actual recommendation, just the timeline. We do have a lot of reports that we produce, but to everyone's point, I think we can be more streamlined how we do that. In terms of a dashboard, I think our social health information exchange will help us get there, but we don't want to wait a few years either until that's implemented. So the teams are working. You invested in a data person on Emily's team, and they are working to find ways to streamline and provide you more timely information. And we will commit to that.
Okay. I appreciate that clarification, and I also appreciate the clarifications, Ms. Siobhan, that you made from the podium relative to we need more data and better data. I mean, that's just a glaring omission. And then we also need to be more transparent, and I've asked for this relative to a clear line of funding sources and uses of all of our programs so that we know how this money is being administered, what programs it's going to fund, and how effective or not those programs are to actually addressing the issues they're trying to solve. And then the last thing I'll say is that I have talked with colleagues of mine in at least 3 of the 7 cities within the county of Sacramento, and they do not want to be a part of a JPA. So I disagree with that as presented as fact. And furthermore, I don't think that an additional level of governmental administration is moving the needle on this. I think that's siphoning off money that can go towards programs that are actually getting out and trying to serve the population that we're hoping to affect change. So those are my comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Hume. Some very good points that I agree with. I mean, first thing I want to say, I do want to thank the grand jury for the report, and I know there are obviously a lot of elements that we disagree with, but I think you highlighting a lot of these issues only helps us get the word out. It only, I think, compels us to do a better job of the thing, better job in general, but certainly a better job of getting the word out. And I certainly agree with a lot of the sentiments expressed here today about the educational aspects of this, because I think, you know, we had our Homeless Policy Council meeting last week, I believe it was on Friday. And I wish we had had more, you know, public participation or attendance to hear what is going on. I mean, that homeless policy, okay, public comment is over. You're right. And that certainly is a problem. And I'm looking up there at Lisa Bates, and I mentioned, I mean, for the next one, I hope we have it in person. And we have to publicize it a heck of a lot better. And we have to publicize what we're talking about in those Homeless Policy Council meetings a lot better. Something I brought up during the meeting is we had a really good presentation from our Behavioral Health Director, Ryan Quist, which did, I think, a very detailed job outlining the behavioral health continuum, some of the investments this board has made. And I'm not saying in any aspect of this crisis that we have done enough or anybody is doing enough. But there is some good investments, good progress being made. We need to highlight it. And I also agree with the data in terms of a dashboard connected to the LHAP that really shows our progress in, couldn't be real time, but maybe updated on a regular basis to show where we're meeting some of these benchmarks that we put in place. But also, you know, something I think this board is really working towards, and you'll see it with that behavioral health continuum, is to get more behavioral health resources in place, whether that's outpatient, inpatient, subacute, acute, at all levels, so we get to the point where if someone is ready, willing, and able to accept a service for a substance use problem, a mental health issue, that we can get them the service and the help they need. It is a huge challenge to get people to accept these services. That is a reality. I think there are some good steps in the right direction. Certainly Laura's Law and Care Court, which will be coming to this county, I believe, next year, the Governor's Care Court. But those are not going to impact a lot of people. So that's a challenge we have to keep confronting and trying to be creative about how we resolve that. In terms of the JPA, I think, you know, our response really called out how I think the number of unsheltered homeless is 90% between unincorporated Sacramento County and the city. And the county and city are working very closely together, I think in a better way than we have in an awful long time. There have been a lot of recriminations, a lot of failures, a lot of lapses over the years, but I certainly think that's improving. And I have not really seen anything compelling for me yet that a JPA in and of itself is really going to be a silver bullet. I'm certainly open to continue having that discussion, but I also have the privilege of serving on as our board's representative at CSAC, the State Association of Counties, and there's an awful lot of representatives throughout the state that agree with that. And something else I want to highlight is this board also adopted or supports CSAC's At Home initiative, which is a statewide initiative. And if you had not heard of that, maybe that should also be linked somewhere to our page to show the effort at the county level statewide to accomplish a lot of the things that were highlighted in the grand jury report. So those are my comments as well. And I'm sorry, Supervisor Cerny, you were probably queued up before I spoke.
That's all right. Thank you. So I, too, will start by thanking the grand jury for their service. I guess what I would like to say to the general subject of homelessness this morning is that, first, we put so much, when I say we, I mean the community, municipal governance, county governance, our nonprofit community put so much stock in the point-in-time count, and it has got to be one of the weakest survey instruments out there. And I know that it's all we have, but it is an instrument that's been developed and implemented by the federal government, by HUD, for decades now, and it is really, really short-sighted in terms of just acknowledging the true extent of homelessness, but also the limited amount of information we can glean from that very limited survey that happens every other year. So I guess where I'm going with this part of what I want to stress is if we are going to make a serious dent in trying to get more people housed and provide the wraparound services that people need, we have to do a better job somehow with our own survey instrument. We, to continue to count on the 20 questions or whatever it is that we ask every other year. And remember, too, the shortcomings of the point-in-time count are weather dependent. If it's lousy weather, you're going to get a different number. It's also volunteer dependent. So if you don't get the volunteers that turn out, that's going to have an impact on the numbers. I don't have the silver bullet here, but for us to continue just to, continue to rely on point in time, either we get honest with ourselves about how weak a survey instrument it is and acknowledge its faults with every mention, with every, policy or decision this board makes in terms of resource allocation, or we dive much deeper and truly understand not just the order of magnitude of our homeless population in Sacramento County, but its true characteristics. One of the big problems I've been critical of since day one on this board as it relates to how we address homelessness in general is that it is so complex and is not monolithic in terms of the population. I think we tend to gravitate towards, one size fits all, and that can have some serious unintended consequences. Not every homeless person is a person. They could be a family. Not every homeless situation is steeped in illicit drug use. There are some that are absolutely steeped in illicit drug use and mental health problems, but a lot of our homeless population are the single mom that was that one paycheck away and that day came and now they're in a car. You have people that are literally sleeping in the elements. You have people that are couch surfing. I say all this because those are all going to have tailored approaches. You can't just say, okay, well, we have a program or maybe even a half a dozen programs that we think are going to be effective when the population is so diverse. That's the first thing I want to stress. The second thing is a reminder. It's a reminder to staff, and I believe I had the support of, I think, definitely the chair, and if not just the chair, but I think the entire board, in recent past discussions that we need to know much, much more about the why. Why do folks that are unsheltered, that are in obvious need of services, why do they say no? Why? It could be, but it's as complicated as the population is. It could be, I have a pet and I don't have a place for that pet, and the pet means everything to me. It could be, I have a partner, but your model separates partners, or is a unisex type of campus. So we have to be able to understand the psychology of it, right? We have to understand why people are service resistant in the first place, because some of the most acute examples in our community of chronic homelessness, people that have been on the streets, in our parkways, on our doorsteps for decades, we need to know what it is that is going to trip the switch to affirmation, to acceptance, to a willingness to say, yeah, you know what? If you had that tiny home or that stay safe shelter, and you had intense substance use disorder program for me to go right into, and you got me stabilized on the mental health, behavioral health medications perhaps that I need to be on, then that gives us the recipe for how best to, again, tailor our approach in terms of services for that individual or family. So I am looking forward to what staff is going to bring to this board, hopefully before the end of this calendar year, in terms of how are we going to assess that why question. How are we going to assess why and to what extent people that are unsheltered continue to refuse services. And again, it's not everyone, but in many instances, the most acute, chronically homeless are the ones that are most often saying no. So without being armed with that, I don't think we're going to see much change. I'll get off my soapbox at this point, but I did want to make mention of those 2 points, given the nature of the grand jury's work and the decision before us to accept the staff's response to their findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerner. Appreciate the comments, certainly. And the other thing I wanted to bring up in the context of the affordable housing aspect of this crisis that we're facing, when is SHRA coming back with the affordable housing plan?
The intent is for SHRA to come back in September to get some additional feedback. They're doing some additional engagement with community stakeholders as well. And so it would come before your board probably in October for final approval.
Okay. And that's another thing that obviously in terms of our public-facing efforts, that also there has to be a link to that plan and a description of where the homelessness response efforts intersect with that plan. Obviously, not everybody who is going to be assisted by an affordable housing plan was homeless or formerly homeless. But we have to show where that link is and make sure people see that as well. I'm looking at Lisa too. I mean, there's so much that needs to be done, certainly on the educational side of things. But okay, well, thank you. I don't see any other supervisors queued up to speak. Now we do have to take action on this. So look at our county council to approve the response. Is that right?
Yes, it's the adopt the report and the findings therein.
Okay. So I'd look to my colleagues, entertain a motion to approve the response to the grand jury report. Motion, and the chair will second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
I'm going to assume that it also includes the recommended action to direct the clerk of the board to forward a copy to the presiding judge.
Yes, it does. Thank you, Lisa. Okay, thank you. And I know you'll be here for the next item as well. So let's move on to item 43.
That is the response to the June 2nd, 2023 grand jury report regarding mandated jail improvement delays.
Eric, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chair, Board of Supervisors, I'm Eric Jones, Deputy County Executive of Public Safety and Justice. And I'll be discussing the proposed county response to the June 2nd grand jury report regarding mandated jail improvements and delays. As Siobhan Katari said earlier, I too appreciate the grand jury taking an interest in this very important issue. We continue to look at ways to improve jail conditions and in fact have a related item later today about the main jail. For this particular grand jury response, we worked with numerous agencies involved in the issues pointed out. These were Adult Correctional Health Services, Department of General Services, and the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office. This board item lists those specifically for the county departments of Adult Correctional Health Services and Department of General Services. The Sheriff's Office, per law, are separate from the Board of Supervisors' response. We did work parallel on responses, so you will see some reference to their responses, which was also provided as an attachment. And we found there are no conflicts between the responses. In summary, there were 8 findings and 8 recommendations. We agree with some of the recommendations and absolutely agree more work needs to be done. We have a plan moving forward in improving the current correctional facilities based on research, consultants, various committees and boards, and subject matter experts involved in the consent decree. Time to make improvements and construction is, of course, always more lengthy than we would like. And the Department of General Services continues to look at this process. The primary issues raised by the grand jury asserts the county has been slow to implement changes at both main jail and RCCC, Rio Cosumnes Correctional Center, that were agreed to by the county as part of the federal consent decree. The grand jury recommends more aggressive planning and implementation. You will hear about one of these projects, again, with the new proposed main jail intake and health services facility, also referenced as an annex, later today. Of the 8 findings, the county recommends agreeing with 3 and partially disagreeing with 4. The 3 we agree to is that new facilities are required to gain consent decree compliance, that ADA and HIPAA violations continue in the jails, and that there is limited health care in the facilities. Partial disagreement surrounds types of proposed interim solutions, such as trailers inside the parking garage of the jail, which operationally and physically would not be feasible after discussions with the various agencies. Some specific sanitation procedures, and that the county has overall not acted upon consultant recommendations. Because as you know, we've worked hard on the jail population reduction plan, which was Framework 1, to become in compliance with the consent decree, and then Framework 2, which were the capital improvement projects. Of the 8 recommendations, the county recommends responding, we will implement 3. 1 of them requires further analysis, and 3 would not be implemented. The 3 we would implement are the design and construction of the new jail annex, but not by the recommended date of July 1st, 2024. DGS estimates it would be more like the end of 2024 calendar year. Likely approving the interim projects and developing a revised sanitation program for both correctional facilities. The one requiring further analysis is increasing more intake stations and booking. And the 3 we state would not be implemented at this time are installing temporary trailers within the main jail's current footprint, constructing additional mental health treatment rooms in the main jail by the end of this year, and specifics around send-outs to outside medical treatment, which is already being examined by both correctional health and sheriff's office personnel. These are the proposed responses to all findings and recommendations, and with your approval, they will be sent to the presiding judge of Superior Court by August 31st, and I'm available for any questions, as are the department heads for the various agencies I mentioned.
Okay. Thank you, Eric. Don't see any supervisors queued up right now, so let's go to public comment.
Okay, so we do have Several comments. Mackenzie?
Hello again, board. Mackenzie Wilson, organizer for Decarcerate Sacramento. Love to say that every time just because, people are watching and they should know our org is doing radical work to stop any and all jail expansions. That includes your mental health jail. The truth is just after the last item, y'all spoke on that care court and the coercive services that you're hoping to put upon residents who live outside. And I think Phil, when you asked that question of the psychology behind it, the truth is it's the carceral system. It's the carceral model of delivery of care. It's the forced coercion that is keeping people. It's the lack of genuine services and then the lack of investment in services that have consistently failed people over and over again. And so as we sit here and say that we want to put more people who suffer from mental health and substance use crisis behind jail walls, then it's important to talk about the results of a grand jury report, but not to mention to listen to the stories of people who have been inside that jail, who have said over and over again that they cannot get well in there. Yeah, we hear the need for a new building. Again, I wish that the grand jury had been given the expert monitoring reports as well as access to community organizations who have been doing this work, because we would have been able to show over and over again that it has nothing to do with the walls, y'all. 400 recommendations coming out of the monitoring report has nothing to do with the walls. It has everything to do with organizational culture, staff, policies, procedures. And again, this is $1 billion. We're going to be coming hard about it for the next, into next year. $1 billion jail that is actually going to be $2.5 billion after you guys get to paying it back and operation and interest costs and all of that. And the truth is when readmission to the jail is driving your population inside of the jail, then what can we do to again get upstream?
Mackenzie,
how do we support them upon their release to keep them from ever ending up back in the jail in the first place? And that would reduce your jail populations, and therefore you would not need to build a new mental health annex. You could retrofit our CCC and the main jail.
Thank you.
Courtney?
Lifting that for me, Flo. Thank you. So there's so much to talk about with this issue. We've been talking about it for years. As we continue to have this debate about whether massive and expensive jail construction is in fact necessary for Sacramento County, I just want to underscore over and over again that the last time we had this conversation in December, the project was slated to cost around $450 million. Today, you all will consider taking on a debt of $925 million, almost $1 billion. I can't even wrap my head around that much money. But this is more than twice as high as the previous estimates, and it deserves more discussion. Based on basic democratic principles, almost double the cost of public dollars, a debt that we will be repaying for decades to come, deserves more discussion and to not be voted on and pushed through today. The Mays v. Sacramento lawsuit is about ADA. It's also about mental health, medical care, suicide prevention, and use of force policies, things like bugs in the food and people's food trays being served to them on the ground. And the sheriff is actually contesting whether that's an urgent issue to address or not. It's in the reports. And hundreds of these legal requirements of Mays are actually not related to the building structure whatsoever. So we're just gambling with $1 billion without understanding how into compliance we can really come just through building construction alone. And the building is estimated to take 5 to 8 years to complete. And I'm just wondering what else we could do for our county between now and 2030. What are the best investments if we're thinking generations ahead? And we need to think outside of the box. I know it's tempting to just pour money into the facility, but that box down the street, the jail, people cycle in and out of it constantly. That is the reality of people's lives. It's not a static population. It's a population that would benefit from things like the Alternatives to 911 program, which I know has taken a few years to get up and running and still isn't where we want it yet, but we need to prioritize things like that.
Can you wrap up your comments, please?
Yes, thank you.
Keon.
Are any of you actually listening or paying attention to the data that community members have been providing you for years, more so than what county staff have been providing you around this jail expansion plan? I mean, you're talking, like, again, this response wholly is about just doing the exact bare minimum, which is just you're meeting parts of the consent decree requirements, which the paltry few that are about structural deficiencies within the jail. Newsflash: last year, the county actually appropriated up to $10 million, was it, for ADA improvements, and yet in the sheriff's response, they're still, after a year, assessing where those improvements are going to be made. And you could be doing that before you even begin this construction, which isn't slated to begin until 2025 at the earliest, or 2024. I don't remember which. Either way, it's years off. There's time in between now that could be done, where you could be doing things, but you're not. And essentially, the response that I read from this report was that the county will do that after the annex is built, after we take out $1 billion bond and put taxpayers in debt for the next 20 to 30 years, long after you all either move on to higher office or retire. That's what we're being essentially saddled with, and that was the response that I got from this grand jury report. And you could be using these funds for so many different things, like addressing the fact that you have addressing the 37.5% vacancy rate in the mental health treatment center's intake stabilization unit. You could be implementing your own mental health board's recommendations that called for prioritizing focus on the mental health treatment facility. And other, in other certain areas. You could be addressing the community crisis, the community wellness response teams, which currently have an 85% vacancy rate for mental health counselors and 100% vacancy rate for senior mental health counselors. That program was supposed to be implemented and started last summer, 2022.
Keon.
Where are we at right now? These are all the things that you could be doing. This grand jury report is telling you to do, but again, we're not seeing it. You're essentially saying you'll do what you want to do and try and make us do something different.
Thank you.
Robert?
Well, $450 million that was supposed to be for last December for the mental health jail expansion. Now it's going to be almost $1 billion. Is that true? And why is so much higher now than it was just a few months ago? You've got to justify the cost. Also, that money could be spent for housing mental health professionals on an outpatient basis, job training, and other services city and the county really need. I don't get it. Why is it going to cost $1 billion, almost $1 billion, if this is true? Thank you.
Okay. Liz?
All right, 1 second. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Just felt the need to, I thank the grand jury for looking into this and for, I think, refocusing our attention on the fact that there are hundreds of requirements in the Mays consent decree that are totally unrelated to building structure. Just last year, or in the last budget cycle, the county allocated millions and millions of dollars for ADA renovations of the current jail. And my understanding is that hasn't been moved forward on at all yet. And I don't understand why that would be if the goal is to meet the consent decree and to meet basic human rights as quickly as possible, right? So that's just really concerning to me. You know, we talk to folks inside on a regular basis, and it's just heartbreaking, the conditions that persist in there that are, again, unrelated to the structure of the building. So I wanted to share a few items with my remaining time from the maze monitoring reports, just to highlight how many of the physical plant deficiencies are really about, or what it's really about is like the way that staff are performing day-to-day activities. You know, the reports just mention over and over again that current practices remain the same. Staff behavior, these are quotes, quote, staff behavior remains unchanged. And they say that they can be quickly addressed with small investments related or like unrelated to a new facility. For example, the dangerous lack of confidential space to speak with mental health professionals because of could be addressed through building interview booths and interim solutions like confidential interview booths, closing the door when talking to patients, or reasonable sound privacy in booking areas. The sheriff has known about for years and has not implemented. The expert report details how the sheriff said they're not going to
Could you wrap
focus
it up, please,
on.
Liz?
Yeah, I'll wrap up. The sheriff has said they're not going to focus on immediate fixes because they're focused on a new building.
Thank you.
Okay, and we have a caller on the phone. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
My name is JL from Decarcerate Sacramento. I'd just like to say I'm surprised at this proposal, but I'm not. It sickens me to think that you all are about to find almost $1 billion in the budget, but can't find funds to reinvest in mental health treatment, low-income housing, job training for people. Where's the money for the women who are actually in these jails currently sharing underwear? Where's the money for the people in the jail who are finding bugs in their food or not even getting fed enough? Where's the money for the toilet paper that they don't have? Where's that? So before you start finding $1 billion to build a new jail, why don't you reinvest in the community now? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes your public comments.
Okay, then I will bring it back to the board. Don't see any questions from board members. Looked at any closing comments, Mr. Jones or county staff?
Thank you, Chair. I would just add that there are ongoing processes going on for current, right now, ADA projects separate from the annex, and there are other interim projects that are being examined, not waiting for this annex to be complete while other measures are being taken.
Great, thank you. Yeah, that came up, several comments that this board approved those improvements, separate and distinct from the discussion that we'll be having later today, certainly. But okay, Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. As I did on the last item, I'll start with the most recent comment and go from there. So one of the findings is there are interim measures that could be implemented at the main jail and RCCC to address May's consent decree noncompliance issues while the annex and interim projects are being designed and constructed. I've received a briefing from staff saying that we are exploring and undertaking that work, both at RCCC as well as in the 3P or 3 West or whatever at the main jail. And so I'm just curious why our response is that we partially disagree with that finding.
Yes, Supervisor. I think it comes to it's neither a completely agree or disagree. It's, we agree with components of it, but we're still not certain those specific interim projects are the best bet as we continue to examine timelines. And so it's still under examination with ongoing research going on. And we are working with the Sheriff's Office and Correctional Health for things outside of just those interim projects. What other things can happen right now that might not require moving walls or doing construction?
Okay. There were a lot of words there, but I think at the base of it, it was that we agree that there are things that can be done, and we're exploring doing those things.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I want to apologize for my defensive tone in my comments on the last item. This is a tough situation for me on both of these items because I feel like I'm having to atone and defend for something that I did not create. And I think that a lot of these issues, and when I made the comment about point in time on the last item, it wasn't the literal point in time count. It was that these findings from the grand jury are point in times for a time and space under a different county administration and under a different sheriff's department administration and under a different district attorney administration and truly under a different board of supervisors administration. And so mostly within this report, my response would be yes and so within improvisational comedy, there is an exercise that people do wherein somebody throws out an idea and rather than responding to that idea, doing this or doing that, the response is yes and so it's taking that idea and then it's adding to it. And so I think what this report says to me is that there are many different ways that this that we can respond to the demands of the consent decree. But it also, at the root of it, says we need to start doing them. And so I think there's a little confusion amongst the speakers at the podium that what this report is saying is get to doing what the afternoon item will be heard about. And so, I just think it's important to look at that, where there was so much praise for the grand jury's findings on the previous item, it's the same grand jury issuing findings to the board on what we ought to do about this item. So with that, if there's no other comments, I'll go ahead and move the item. Move staff's recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Hume. We have a first and a second. Please vote. This would be the motion to approve the response and forward to the grand jury.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that'll take us to item 44.
Yes. That's the Community Review Commission annual update.
Thank you, and I'll go ahead and introduce you, if that's okay, Vice Chair Commissioner. So Eric Jones, again, Deputy County of Public Safety and Justice, and this is the Community Review Commission, which is oversight, if you will, over the Sheriff's Office. Was formed in 2022. I am the county executive's representative as an ex officio commissioner for that commission. And today will be the first annual update to the Board of Supervisors. And I'd like to now introduce Vice Chair Paul Curtis. Thank you.
Welcome, Paul.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Jones. And thank you, Chair Desmond and the supervisors. Great to see all of you again. I haven't met Supervisor Hume before, but great to meet you. And it's an honor to be here. I'm Vice Chair. Chair Kai Morton was called away with an urgent meeting at the last minute, so I'll be presenting the entire report. Happy to answer questions as we're moving along. There's parts of it I didn't rehearse as well, so just kind of go easy on me. So I was rehearsed on my part. So it's been a year since we've been here. Last year, we had only been really in full motion for a few months, so we didn't really have any ad hoc committees and have any formal recommendations at that time. Since then, we've met a lot, both as the commission for our regular meetings and ad hoc committee meetings numerous times. We've met with different groups across the community, across the county. We've toured facilities. I'll cover all of that in our presentation, but we've done a lot of work. I'm really proud of the commission and the work that we've done. We've had a lot of cooperation from the Sheriff's Department and from the Sheriff. I want to commend that work. I think you'll find as we go through the findings that while we have recommendations on things that we think could be done different or better, there's also some great work being done by the county and by the Sheriff's Department, and we wanted to recognize that as well. So we'll move along. And as noted quickly, it's just the fact that our annual review report is due by June 30th, so it's our pleasure to present that today. Thank you. So the mission and purpose of the commission is to improve transparency and accountability with respect to the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office and provide greater community interaction and communication with the Office of Inspector General. We look at it as our duty to be the conduit between the public and all the people that all of you represent across the entire county with the Inspector General, to provide that conduit and make sure that voices are being heard. That's incredibly important to all of us on the commission. As a reminder, the commission was informed to improve that transparency. And again, we take it very, very seriously. Next slide. So quickly, a bit on the background. Established in January 2021, AB 1185 took effect, authorizing counties to establish a Sheriff Oversight Board with subpoena power. May of 2021, in an effort led by Supervisor Kennedy, the Board of Supervisors approved Resolution 2020-0255, establishing a Community Review Commission, the CRC. March of 2022, the CRC holds its first meetings. CRC is comprised of 2 members from each district and an ex officio appointee from the County Executive Office, Commissioner Jones. So we, again, it took a while to get all the seats filled, but we've been filled and working hard on this. The first few months, for a while there, we spent it just basically establishing the commission, developing our bylaws, all the rest of that. Then we got into the real work of the commission. Next one, so the commission officers real quickly. For District 1, myself as the vice chair and John Stoller. District 2 is Bishop Chris Baker and Michael Whiteside. District 3 is Darrell Lewis and Chair Kai Morton. District 4 is Michael Martell and Thomas Scott. District 5 is Odette Crawford and Teresa Riviera, who was the Section 13 designee, and the county executive, Commissioner Jones. Since that time, Commissioner Chair Morton and I were honored to be the chair and vice chair for the first year. We were just reaffirmed as the chair and vice chair for the new year going forward, so we're very honored with that designation. Also wanted to recognize that Commissioner Riviera had stepped down in her role as the Section 13 designee, which helps us in terms of reviewing communications, press releases, and things like that. We wanted to have a third voice in that effort, and Commissioner Michael Whiteside has stepped in as the new designee in that area. So commission activities, one of the first things we did was participated in the selection process for the Inspector General. Before I go further, I also want to recognize one other thing. Laura Foster behind me here is our staff representative who's done amazing work the bit last year. We couldn't do any of this without her and wanted to commend her for her work on that part. And then going back to what we did first was the selection process for the Inspector General. Francine Turnauer, who's over there. It was myself and Commissioners Crawford and Riviera participated on a panel interview in which we recommended the selection of Ms. Turnauer as the new Inspector General. I was very proud to be a part of that process. We also realized that we needed to get word out about the commission and create awareness. We are brand new. Not a lot of people knew about us. We partnered with the county's Public Information Office to develop flyers, a fact sheet, social media graphics. Since last July, we have extended the CRC's subscriber count, through which members of the public can be notified when new meeting materials are posted, from less than 200 to over 2,000. So that's a great growth, and I think we're real proud of that effort to make sure that the public is aware of the work that we're doing. On to the next one. So commission activities, as I mentioned briefly, we've done a lot of meetings, a lot of tours. We toured both the sheriff's facilities and equipment, both the main jail, the Rio Consumnes Correctional Center, the Communications Center, which was a real highlight for me. I hadn't toured that one before, and also the military equipment. We facilitated a community engagement meeting for the Sheriff's Office annual military equipment report, and we approved that report. And we received numerous presentations, updates, and public comments. That includes presentations from the Sheriff's Office, including the Sheriff personally, District Attorney's Office, the Sacramento Community Police Review Committee from the city, community groups. We also heard from the county staff about the mobile crisis support teams, the sequential intercept model, the Mays consent decree, which you've all heard a lot about, and more. And finally, most importantly, we received public comments from many passionate community members and appreciate their willingness to voice their opinions and concerns. So moving on to the work that we've done for this year that we're reporting on for this past year, for the 22-23 year focus areas and established ad hoc committees. The first one was responses to calls for service involving a behavioral health component. I served on that ad hoc committee. I'll be reporting on that. And then the second ad hoc committee was about jail releases. Both of those are complete reports that'll be in your packet, and I'll be touching on the recommendations in those areas. The mental health treatment and custody ad hoc committee is in progress, and we'll have a report in this current year coming up. And we approved 13 recommendations to submit to the Office of the Inspector General. So that's it on that. Next one. So on to the recommendations from the 22-23 year. First thing we did was a procedural one around working with the Inspector General on this. We've asked the Inspector General to provide the Commission with regular updates in December and June of each year about the status of any and all recommendations submitted to the OIG from the Commission. For the recommendations we submitted with this annual review report, we expect to receive our first status update from the Inspector General this coming December, and then at the following June, we'll get another update. With those updates in June, we'll include that in our annual report, which will come to you next year at this time. So getting the recommendations for the OIG is just an important for us. It's really critical for us to see what happens with their recommendations. Are they implemented? Are they not? We want to understand why we want to work closely with the Sheriff's Department and with the OIG going forward. On to recommendation 2, a critical part of the efforts in terms of behavioral health calls out of the field. Recommendation 2 encouraged the Sheriff's Office to expand its mobile crisis support teams. It's a co-responder model with both law enforcement officers paired with trained clinicians to a 24/7 model. Currently, right now, it operates approximately around 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. And part of the problem is that they're having a hard time getting enough clinicians to fill all the slots. Commissioner Jones, I'm not sure if you remember, but I think it was about at least a third of the positions are open for the clinicians, if you remember.
Yes, 6 out of 11 are filled.
So that's a big vacancy rate right there. They can't expand if they don't have the clinicians to pair up for the teams. The mobile crisis response teams are a critical part. We heard a lot of great compliments, both from community groups, we work with others, on the importance of the work that they're doing.
Paul, can I stop you there? So how many teams are authorized in the county?
We have 11 authorized through behavioral health, and 6 are currently filled. That waxes and wanes, but once again, our behavioral health workforce shortage, we've seen vacancies, but this is one of the positions that we've had a very difficult time keeping filled.
And this team, what's the classification of the county staff assigned to these
Behavioral
teams?
health clinician, and they co-respond with law enforcement. So there are some things that we've been talking about in terms of peer models, where we could maybe expand in that way. So we can definitely take a look at the recommendation.
I mean, and this is obviously separate and distinct from the wellness crisis response team, which is an alternative altogether. But I think I appreciate this recommendation. I think this is when these models, these crisis response team models are done correctly, it's really, I think, a gold standard in a lot of ways, because there are calls where I think you need both out there. So I appreciate this and would certainly like to have a longer discussion with staff about it. I also think that we should try to maybe incorporate, I don't know, have a discussion about how we incorporate our homeless navigator model, outreach worker model into this as well, because I think there's obviously a lot of overlap with what these crisis support teams do right now. So thank you, Paul. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. So the importance of this is what's really happened with these crisis response teams is that very few calls are resulting in incarceration and hospitalization. That's critical. And many calls are creating critical service leakages. That's just critical. We're keeping them out of the jails, keeping them out of hospitals, but getting them to the help that they absolutely need. So that was kind of the final point there. And again, recognizing, as Supervisor Cerna knows, my last job was at a statewide national level working on behavioral health. And the shortage of clinicians is the most critical item in behavioral health, period, nationally across the board. And in this state, it's absolutely critical. So it's a hard one. And you're facing a challenge of not all clinicians are comfortable working with law enforcement. That's a special, unique niche as well. So moving on to recommendation number 3, to ask the Sheriff's Office to consider implementing a leadership position for its mobile crisis support teams, which currently report to patrol units. In discussions with the behavioral health staff supporting these programs, they noted the challenges of coordinating with multiple contacts from the Sheriff's Office made more difficult with turnover and promotions. It would also be helpful to have a law enforcement leader who can regularly share information with all patrol units about changing resources and resource availability for behavioral health resources, such as crisis receiving for behavioral health and the Mental Health Treatment Center. So moving on to the next one, on number 4, so this is one I had some strong interest in too, is just recommending to spread the word about the mobile crisis support teams. It's difficult to find information about the sheriff's mobile crisis support teams on their website, and it would be beneficial to share more about this great program with the public through a stronger web presence. On a side note, I'll just share, last night, watching the 10 p.m. news on Channel 13, they did a story on new mobile crisis support teams in Long Beach, and didn't even recognize the fact that we've had them here for a while. So I really, again, this is a critical resource we should be really proud of, and the sheriffs in the county, we think, could be doing a better job of really sharing this information as well. So recommendation
Thank you, Paul. I'm going to give Chief Tonelli a chance to respond to some of these things. I agree with you 100%. It is a program that should be highlighted.
Yep, great. Wasn't sure. Recommendation 5 draws on the mental health training priorities in the May's consent decree, and we seek to extend that same level of training to patrol deputies and dispatchers. Basically, right now, all the jail personnel get extensive training in mental health and all the parameters around that due to the May's consent decree. We'd like to see that same level of training go to all sheriff's deputies out in the field. So many of them are dealing with mental health calls these days. This isn't about making them a mental health clinician. That's not the point of this at all, but giving them the knowledge and expertise so they can better handle the mental health calls that they get out in the field. It would including how to handle different types of mental illness, interacting with individuals with mental illness. Training should be received every 2 years at minimum. Initial training offerings should include at least 24 hours of crisis intervention training. It is further recommended for training to include information and simulation exercises on how to recognize and respond to a person experiencing a psychotic episode, how and when to implement 5150 holds, and testimonies from individuals and their family members with lived experience navigating a behavioral health crisis. Alrighty. And recommendation number 6 reflects the Commission's challenge in obtaining data from the Sheriff's Office due to the way it is tracked and collected. The Commission identified a series of indicators related to calls involving a behavioral health component and asked the Sheriff's Office to develop reporting mechanisms to share this information with the Commission on a regular basis so that it can be monitored from year to year for progress. This is not a criticism of the Sheriff's Office data collection efforts, as our committee did not explore this issue deeply. But since it was unable to be easily shared with us in return, we would like the Sheriff's Office to develop mechanisms for sharing this information with the community. We desire to see this type of data used in decision making. This data is just going to be critical in telling us where have mental health calls been, where are they now, where are they heading, and helps the Sheriff's Department and the county develop the resources to address these issues going forward. I think it's just critical to be able to track this data. Great. On to the next one. Number 7 is collaborate, something you'd mentioned, Commissioner or Supervisor Desmond, is collaborate with the Community Wellness Response Team and 988. It's recognizing the county's response to individuals in crisis and proposes that collaboration between these programs led by the Sheriff's Office and the crisis response programs developed as alternatives to 911 and law enforcement can help each other. They both serve important roles in the county's crisis care continuum, and unless they are talking with each other periodically, there may be opportunities that are not realized and gaps that are not addressed. Great. Moving on, these next set of recommendations deals with the ad hoc committee looking into the jail releases. The first one is on recommendation 8, ask the Inspector General to monitor late-night jail releases and the Sheriff's Office adherence to its own policies about limiting late-night releases. What happened, and we're looking back at the data, the releases is, well, it wasn't a huge number. There was a number of inmates being released in the middle of the night. Since that time, and even before, while we were just starting our work, the Sheriff's Office has already addressed some of these, and they put out memos in January and May, if I remember right, addressing this, and they are very clear now that they're not releasing any inmates unless the court has directed them to release them in the middle of the night. Otherwise, that is not happening now. It had been in the past, but it's not happening now, so just wanted to be clear on that. Great. Recommendation 9 requests the Sheriff's Office to provide adult correctional health with the earliest possible notification of an impending release date so that medications can be coordinated before discharge. One of the great things the Sheriff's Office is doing with the jail is that they're sending inmates out with a 30-day supply of medications. One of the things we learned is that we're one of the few counties doing that. So kudos to the Sheriff's Department and the jail for doing that. What happens is the adult correctional health, which I want to be clear, we don't oversee as the CRC. That's not in our area of responsibility. But what we're recommending is that if all of us have worked for pharmacies and they don't exactly happen instantaneously, is the fact that the earlier they can give notice to adult correctional health about the medications that are needed, the sooner they can prepare them and get them ready for the inmate's release. So that's what that's about. Recommendation 10 seeks to establish a clothing closet at jail facilities so that individuals are released with weather-appropriate, safe clothing. On to number 11. Recommendation 11 asks for more transportation options for those being released. We heard a lot about the impact on the downtown core due to jail releases. We met with the Downtown Partnership and others about that, and the impact is huge. The inmates come from all over the county, but the impact is on the downtown core right here. And ensuring that people can safely make their way home, which is important, particularly for those released when public transit is unavailable. Recommendation 12 requests the CRC and OIG be notified of systemic changes and their potential impact so that we can proactively advise the public and prepare to respond to the inevitable challenges that occur when implementing major programs. A recent example of this was the rollout of the ATIMS, ATIMS, Inmate Management System, which required major collaboration from system partners to respond to and troubleshoot issues. We heard a lot about that in our meetings as well and at the time that was happening. So making sure that there's continued communication about these issues and keeping us updated as well. Recommendation 13 desires to provide a way for the community to provide input into the resource guides that the Sheriff's Office and Behavioral Health Services are developing for released persons. The CRC would appreciate the opportunity to provide feedback on the drafts of the guides in progress before they are published. So that's it on our recommendations in the report. The full report is in detail is available to all of you as well. Next steps for us, review and update our community engagement plan, and we're working to select 23-24 focus areas and establish ad hoc committees. We meet again next Tuesday, August 15th. We'll review and seek to improve our community engagement plan and select our focus areas that will drive the bulk of our work for the next year. We have invited members of the public to submit their concerns and potential topics for the Commission to consider. We're still accepting topic submissions through midnight tonight. So bit of a tight deadline, but we're still looking for recommendations in that area. If any member of the public has a topic that falls within the CRC's purview, policies, and procedures of the Sheriff's Office that they would like the Commission to consider, please send it to our staff at crc@saccounty.gov with that. And finally, it's just an update where the annual report and all of that is stored, how to sign up to get meeting notifications and or attend a meeting. Again, our work is critical in being the conduit from the public to the OIG, and we take that very seriously and appreciate the opportunity, and I'm here to answer any other questions you might have.
Well, thank you, Paul. I wouldn't have known that you weren't prepared for the entire presentation. I want you to know that. So, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to take a moment and thank you, Paul, for your leadership on the commission. As you noted in one of your slides, District 1 has the good fortune of having you serve in the capacity that you are, and really appreciate the fact that you've taken this charge so seriously and have really come at it from the standpoint, not just you, but I get the sense from you about the entirety of the commission that it's really coming from a standpoint of not trying to be antagonistic towards the Sheriff's Department, but is willing to challenge some of the status quo of the department. But that's part of the intent, is right to have a better working relationship with law enforcement, between the community and law enforcement. And again, just really appreciate you kind of going over and above, and I assume that your trajectory will take you next to the chairmanship of the commission, and that you may in fact find yourself here giving the report next year in that capacity. So again, thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Paul, I too want to thank you for what you're doing in your service. I've gotten reports back that, this thing could have gone a lot of different ways, because it's something that's important to people and they feel passionate about it. And I've heard nothing but positive reports back at how professional that the commission has been and how serious that you've taken your role. So I appreciate that. Over to our staff. So we have these well thought out recommendations. So what now?
Yes, Supervisor. So these recommendations go through the Inspector General to the Sheriff's Office, and then the Sheriff will respond on how they will accept these recommendations.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. And let me just echo my thanks to you, Paul. I agree with you 100%. This commission, I think when we established this, you're right, there could have gone a lot of different directions, but I think the relationship that's been established is one that challenges both sides in terms of kind of doing things differently in the Sheriff's Department. I mean, it's just important, I think, the education that members of the commission have been receiving from the Sheriff's Department about things, and I do think by your leadership and your professionalism, I think the commission is really having a good influence on the Sheriff's Department as well, and I think this. I'm very pleased with how things are going. A question I had for you, you had a lot of, I'm looking at my phone here, when you talked about the late night jail releases, and I know one of the reasons, I keep looking over at Chief Dinelli over there, one of the reasons was the night court. That was a factor, is that correct?
I'm not sure. Commissioner Jones?
Yes. Yes, it was, Chair. That was one, and that's why some of the night court was pushing court-mandated releases later into the evenings. Okay. That is correct.
In terms of some of the recommendations relating to releases, what about coordination with probation's JDTRC, the Treatment Resource Center for people who release misdemeanors who are released that are in need of resources for behavioral health issues? I mean, any comment or discussions about that?
Not really, because we don't have a direct connection with probation.
Right.
That's not an area of oversight for us. we do work to make sure to reach out to all involved parties and encourage the collaboration and cooperation among everybody. But we're trying to be careful to focus on, and it's easy for us as commissioners to want to expand our roles, but we get reminded and remind ourselves where our role lies and what we can do and not do. Again, like we can't, and we don't oversee adult correctional health. That's not an area of responsibility for us, but the intersections there, and even with the DA's office, there's intersections while not oversight. So I think that's one of the areas we try to work on.
Completely understood. I just was thinking about it in terms of having discussions with the sheriff to make sure and when these releases occur, that they're maximizing this probation resource that is available in the downtown Sacramento area. So, okay, I don't see any other comments from board members at this point. We'll go to public comment.
I'll step down and thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
Courtney?
Another long day for all of us with lots of interconnected issues. I'll say it again, I guess, Courtney Hansen, and I organize with Decarcerate Sacramento, and I do want to thank Paul and the whole commission for their work. I feel like it's really a labor of love to be on any of these bodies, boards, and commissions, and I've had great interactions with him and the commission as a whole. So did want to just take a minute to uplift some of their progress and the recommendations, especially around release times. That's something that many of us have underscored for a very long time as an easy way to start to break some of the cyclical nature of how people come out of the jail worse than how they went in and end up in over and over and over again. And I think it's great and probably quite impactful that people in the commission were able to do tours and walkthroughs at the jail. And also, unfortunately, when the sheriff is your host and it's a planned visit, it's clear that you will not see the most honest picture of day-to-day conditions. I think you'd literally have to go undercover and experience an arrest to see that. And one of the most common asks we get from people in the jail who we talk to, not just through mail, but through a phone hotline that we run, is can you get these local officials, the Board of Supervisors, people with decision-making power, some sort of independent body to make unannounced appearances at the jails to witness some of the treatment and conditions. I really liked the idea of a resource guide. You'd be surprised on our little humble hotline how much work we do to coordinate between different bodies that are helping people as they get released, making sure they have clothes. Maybe they have to get a hotel room for a couple nights, a ride share to get there before they get into their actual housing program. And we need not just a resource guide, but those resources need to actually exist and be robustly funded. And I am still trying to figure out how we're going to realistically do that if we sink $1 billion into a new jail building. One where we're talking about at least $50 million public dollars every single year going into the interest alone. It's a high interest loan that we're talking about. Well, and lastly, I know I'm at the end of my time, but I just like to bring in the people that can't be here today. And on Friday, another person died in our jail. He was 37 years old. His name was Cody. He was picked up by park rangers the day before. And I don't know his story, but I imagine it overlaps with the many others we've lost in that building due to a culture of neglect on the inside and on the outside, repeated abandonment by institutions that are supposed to prioritize people and their most basic needs. Thank you.
Keon.
I also want to just thank the work of the Community Review Commission and folks like Paul, too, who are really putting in the tireless and often thankless work of just holding our public institutions, including the sheriff, accountable. There's a lot that can be said with the report, and I have a lot of empathy, being that I'm speaking as an individual right now, but having served on the Sacramento Community Police Review Commission, having to start fresh, and build the bicycle as you're going along. I've been in that with many grassroots organizations, but I know the commission at the city level has experienced that in particular, and really want to appreciate the fact that they seem to have county staff support, actual staffing, and somewhat of a connection with the at least some funding to provide such a well done report. There were a couple of things I wanted to comment in on around some of the recommendations, which a lot of them seem really straightforward and are really just building up to some deeper analysis to it. Really want to just emphasize or ask about the last recommendation, which I believe was providing community participation within the resource guides, emphasizing this previous speaker who just spoke. There needs to be more than just resource guides to that. There also needs to be community participation and input in the policies and departmental procedures, which is why I was going to ask whether it's part of the commission's purview to also review departmental policies like the general orders and reference manuals that are updated on a periodic basis, and if those are being brought to you from the Sheriff's Department for input before they are ultimately implemented or not. I'm just curious about those sort of things. There's a lot that could be said, but I look forward to, I want to work with you all offline to really talk through some additional points and things that you can look into.
Thank you.
Okay. Mackenzie.
Good afternoon, Board. Mackenzie Wilson, Decarcerate Sacramento. We, Decarcerate Sacramento, appreciate the work of the Community Review Commission, and we do try to be a part of their meetings and work as often as we can. I want to quickly point out that the crisis prevention training that is given to jail staff has obviously it's just ineffective, according to every single monitoring report, every single one, as we talk about building a mental health jail. And that an expansion of non-law enforcement mental health response is the only way to avoid unnecessary deaths in this community. Rest in power, Jaime Naranjo. I can't believe that it's 2023 and that we're hearing that the jail is having to hear recommendations to not throw people outside naked without rides or a linkage to services. That treating with people with respect isn't already the norm. But again, that speaks to the policy, procedure, and culture of officers inside of Sacramento County Sheriff's Department. I guess I'll end with what mechanisms are in place to ensure that the recommendations are put in place. You said their response. It's an if, Eric, if they decide to implement them. And whose budget, if they do decide to, is all of that going to come out of? Is that going to be like the sheriff's current budget? Or are we going to keep cutting community services and give them millions of more dollars on top of the billions we're talking about spending on a new building that would require another $1 billion just to operate and staff for generations to come? Just kind of try to make it make sense for me. Thank you again to the CRC, but when it comes to true oversight, the only mechanisms we have are the budgets we give them and the buildings we build for them that, again, will put generations to come in debt for years. See you on the next few items.
Okay, thank you.
We do not have any callers.
Okay. No board members queued up to speak, and this is a receive and file, I believe. And I'll just, one more time, thank you to the CRC. Thank you to our Inspector General who's out here. Thank you to the Sheriff's Department as well for your participation in this. And we will look forward to getting updates on these recommendations and implementation plans for them. So, okay, then we'll move on. We're about an hour and a half behind here. We'll take the last item and then did you have a comment? Okay. So we'll move on to our final morning item.
Okay, item 45 is the resolution appointing a director to the Board of Directors of the Florin County Water District.
Okay, turn it over to our county council.
Okay, thank you. So this is a little unique. We have a request by the Florin County Water District to appoint a member to their board. As you can see from the materials, they had a vacancy. 60 days has passed, and it is now up to the board to decide if they want to appoint a member or call a special election. The materials show that several people have applied for this position. It appears that the board of the Water District have agreed on one candidate, but unfortunately they lost a quorum and weren't able to appoint that individual. So you have an attached resolution. The resolution is blank, which is also somewhat unique, and I will turn it over to the board to decide how to handle this item.
Okay, I'll start with Supervisor Cerna.
Thanks. So I have a question. I want to make sure I understand. So the board, when you say the board made a recommendation on an individual, it was less than a quorum of that board that did so.
Right. From my understanding, we received a letter from 2 Water District board members stating what happened at the meeting that they were trying to appoint a member. They each, I think, put 2 candidates down. Right. And I don't have the names right off the top of my head. And there was one candidate that all 4 members listed as a possible board member, but then 2 of the members of the board left before they could vote on that individual. That is exhibit, I think, 2 to your material.
So they left the meeting presumably knowing the import of having to at least stick around long enough to formally provide a quorum vote, not just this is who we like. Here's what 2 of us out of 4 of us like.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, the letter is Exhibit 2, and it says that 2 directors seemed upset at the nomination. They made a motion to nominate Jim Parvis for the vacancy. Director Johnson did. Director Heimrich seconded the motion, and then Director Belial seemed upset at the nomination, gavelled the meeting closed, and said to Director Schopp, "Let's go, Gary." They then exited the meeting, and there was no longer a quorum.
Okay. So I know that District 2 has also had plenty of contact with different community folks down in the Old Florentown part of the county, and that, again, is where Supervisor Kennedy and I share responsibility for representing the community. Given the fact that the board really was entertaining, look, it sounds to me, again, by way of the exhibits and some of the explanation that Ms. Travis just provided, that we're really considering these 2 individuals. I'm of the strong opinion that we run the risk today if we show favoritism to one or the other individual, that it's really a product of, I'll be candid, dysfunctional non-presence or intentional politicking at a very heightened level at the water board. So what I'd like to suggest is, and I know this is very atypical, but I would like to suggest that of the 2 individuals, those 2 individuals being Jim Parvish and Cindy Russell, that we randomly choose. And I don't know if you wanted to put 2 names in a hat and blindly pick or flip a coin, but I think that is probably the fairest way I can conjure up at this point for us to select one or the other without a formal quorum of that board really formally acknowledging who they want. Because I can tell you right now, the flip side of that is I've had plenty of contact with Ms. Russell in person, via Zoom, by phone. I've had plenty of correspondence suggesting that she is a preferred candidate by community members, and there may be other communiques that I'm unaware of that may be the same spirit for Mr. Parvis. But for me, I just feel strongly that to be as fair and impartial as possible, I just assume we pick from 2 names in a hat.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm fine with that. As Supervisor Cerna said, is the other board member who represents the area. If that's the way that Supervisor Cerna wants to go forward, I'm fine with that. I mean, the argument can be made that only one candidate received 4 votes in a straw poll, but here nor there. I guess what I want to say publicly on the record is how disappointing it is that we have elected or appointed officials who have a obligation and a duty to their community, and quite frankly, from what I read and hear, have acted in a childish way. We don't have the luxury up here of if we don't, agree with each other, we just leave. And so I hope that, for those, whoever it is that ends up serving on this board, can at least bring some rationality and maturity to the job that it deserves and that the community frankly deserves.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Well, I don't see any other board members queued, and Supervisor Cerna has proposed a process, and Supervisor Kennedy has not objected to it. Do we take public comment first? Any public comment on this?
There is public comment.
Okay, a few public commenters.
The numbers are correct. So, Larry? Hi.
I better bring this down a little bit. It's an absolute honor to be here. Supervisor Hume, congratulations, and to the board. We are truly blessed and very lucky to have your help on this. My name is Larry Tract, and I had the pleasure, the distinct honor of being elected and serving for 10 years on the Floor and Water County District. It has been so important to our area, and quite frankly, in many ways, our board has been very dysfunctional, to say the least. There have been some issues, some public record issues that are very disturbing, and some ancillary issues I think might be brought in at some other later date. I was not present at that meeting. Actually, I had resigned September of 2018, but I've been involved, and we all love the district. And there are 2 candidates here, or 2 nominees, one who couldn't be here, but both here in spirit, that I'm sure the district would be great. I do have one comment, I guess. Given the issues that have arisen, perhaps these 2 candidates, even though they are both wonderful and have the merit, maybe this should be opened up into something that the district populace doesn't know about this They don't know about the issues that we've had. I think you might find that each of these wonderful people are supported by past directors and or past general managers. I think there might be a conflict of interest there, and I think in your infinite wisdom, you know that I respect whatever you do. So whatever you do, I'm here. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Loretta?
My name is Loretta Schaff. My husband has been a lifelong resident of Florin, and we would respectfully request that you appoint Cindy Russell. She also has been a lifelong resident of Florin. She's a community, she's active in the community, she's honest, she's trustworthy, and she loves Florin County, Florin. So, and to set the record straight, I was at that meeting, and it was that, no, we're not going to vote tonight because I want a little bit more information on Jim. That's how it went. They didn't just huff off like you were led to believe. I was there. So I respectfully request that you appoint Cindy Russell. She would be an asset to the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim?
Hello. This is my first time doing this, so I apologize to all of you if I start to ramble. I am here today to hopefully change your mind and have Cindy Russell appointed to the Florin Board. She is very passionate about Florin. She has run the Florin Historical Society. She has been on other boards. As far as I'm concerned, out of the 5 people that came that day, she is the only one that is qualified. I do believe that she is fair-minded. She can listen to both sides. But I can also tell you that she cannot be manipulated, she cannot be intimidated, and she will hold the other board members and also the temporary general manager to a code of ethics that they should be running this board at. I also believe that she will hold them for their actions or their lack of actions at these board meetings. I've been going to them now for about 6 months, and I can tell you, it's scary. I don't like what I see. I fear for the Florin district, and in my opinion, if we don't get somebody who is strong on this board, the county of Sacramento will end up running this board. She is a strong woman, and I believe that she is the best asset, and I hope it doesn't come down to 2 names in a hat juggled around. I hope you go for the person who has the best qualifications. And out of the 5 people that were there, she is best qualified. She has been on boards. She's been to the meetings. She knows the issues. And I think she would be the strongest person to put on there. And this is what that board needs. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Leonard?
Thank you for accepting the request to appoint a director to our water board. My name is Leonard Heinrichs. I was elected to the board, had the honor of being elected to the board last November 22nd. When one of our members of the board resigned in May, a letter was sent to each water payer. Anyone who had a water from the board received a letter that there was a vacancy and asked for them to apply for the position. We received 6 letters back. One of them was disqualified because they didn't live in the district. The other 5 came to an interview on June the 26th. We interviewed those people. They were all qualified. One of them, when we took the straw poll after the interview, one name appeared on all 4 of our recommendations, and that was Jim Parvis. And my thoughts of why Jim was on all 4 is that he was on the grand jury that looked at the El Paso Water District. And so I think we thought, or at least my thought was that he has the knowledge of how water boards are supposed to operate and what a water district is supposed to do. Unfortunately, we couldn't vote that night because we didn't have a quorum. We established the position as an agenda item on our next board meeting, which was July the 10th. Neither Mr. Bailey or Mr. Schaaf could make that meeting either. So based on that, Director Johnson and I ask you all to take a look at this because it's $109,000 to hold an election, and our ratepayers don't need to pay that. Our recommendation to you was that you appoint Mr. Parvis because we felt he was the best qualified. He was on all 4 recommendations, and I will tell you that Cindy Russell is a great member of the community. She's a great asset to Florin, but she doesn't have the background that Jim has to be on the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leonard. Edward.
Good afternoon. I am one of the people that filed for this position. And despite what you keep hearing, I am more qualified than all these people. I was a manager for the state of California. I implemented the queuing system for the Department of Motor Vehicles. I designed the OES system. This room, this is what I used to do, is to design these kinds of rooms. Now, to deal with the matter of the vote, I agree that Jim's name appeared on all 4 votes, okay, in the straw poll. So that would make him the logical pick. Cindy Russell has lobbied some of you members, and she has a strong presence in the community. I've known her for many years. I've been in the community about 17 years. But the main thing is, I want you to each look into your own hearts and tell me who is here to represent Florin Water Board. Who's here? Any of those names? Any of those people? Are they here to stand before you and say, hey, I'm ready to answer the call? The letter went out. I answered the call. I came into a mess of personal vindictiveness, petty, immature actions, and each meeting that I attended from June on, there was complaint, and talks of lawsuits. All I'm saying is, look into your hearts now. See who's representing Florin Water District at this moment. Who wants to do the job? Because I'm here, and it's up to you to serve the people, because that's what I'm here to do.
Yes, Supervisor.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Taylor, real quick? Were you part of the
homeless?
No. Part of the spectrum of candidates that was interviewed?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I was there.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Chernow. Any phone comment?
We do not have any callers at this point.
Okay. So would we need a motion, Lisa, on how to proceed with this?
I mean, you can just do, well, yes, let's just do it that way, yeah.
Okay.
Just to make sure everybody's in agreement.
So I would make the motion that the board randomly select between Cindy Russell and Jim Parvis by way of their names blindly picked from this receptacle here.
Do you have a second?
Okay, we have a second. Before we vote, Supervisor Hume, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I was just going to comment that since Mr. Tract put us in this mess via his resignation, maybe he ought to pick who should be the successor, because whoever is chosen for the role is obviously walking into a divided board, which I don't envy their position.
Okay, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, we've established the process. Who is going to...
I think it's appropriate that Mr. Kennedy select from... And I would ask our fearless leader.
Esteemed?
Fearless.
Sure, okay, all right. This is a first, huh? Okay. And the selection is Cindy, so Cindy Russell.
We will submit the revised resolution and make sure that appointment happens.
Okay, and you don't need any more action from the board.
Just to make sure you see that I didn't put
yes, that's
two
true.
Cindy's in there.
The other one, I attest that the other card
Actually,
said
I think if you could just adopt the resolution, and we will finalize it after the resolution passes.
So does it require another motion to adopt the resolution?
Just, yes.
Appointing Cindy Russell.
Yes.
Yes. So move the adoption of the resolution appointing Cindy Russell to the vacant position on the Florin Water Board.
Okay, first and second, please vote.
Oh,
okay.
Sorry, can you do that again? It was a unanimous vote. Can you please vote? Thank you. The wrong button. Unanimous vote.
Okay, that concludes our morning. We have closed session. Could we reconvene at 2:30? Would that give us enough time, you think, in closed session, at least to get a half-hour lunch? Okay, we'll reconvene at 2:30. Okay, It's 2:34, and I'll call the afternoon session of the Board of Supervisors to order and ask our clerk to please call the roll to establish a quorum.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Cerna.
Here.
Kennedy.
Here.
Frost.
Here.
Hume. Desmond.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll start with our afternoon calendar, item 46.
Item 46 is a general plan amendment, community plan amendment, rezone, tentative subdivision map, special development permit, Title 22 exception and design review for a property located at 6331 Filbert Avenue in the Orangeville community. The environmental document is a mitigated negative declaration.
Okay, good afternoon, Kimber.
Good afternoon. Get the, oh, perfect. Okay, good afternoon, Chair Desmond and members of the board. My name is Kimber Gutierrez. I'm a senior planner with Planning and Environmental Review, and I'll be presenting the Blossom Ridge project to you all today. The project site is located at 6331 Filbert Avenue. It's approximately 700 feet north of Greenback Lane in the Orangeville community. Pursuant to our records, the subject site is 9.4 net acres in size and contains an orchard with a single-story, single-family residence on the northeastern portion of the site. Access to that structure is provided via an existing driveway extending east from Filbert. And in addition to the residence, the site does contain a concrete pad from a former barn and a farm stand located on the southeastern corner of the site. Existing chain link fencing is located around the site's boundaries. And the majority of the vegetation on site consists of rows of fruit and nut trees, as the site has been operating as a commercial orchard since the 1930s, with a variety of native and non-native trees around the residence and along the perimeters of the parcel. The subject site is zoned agricultural residential 2 acres. Surrounding land uses of the proposed project area include single-family residential to the northwest and across Filbert Avenue to the east. The residences to the north and west are zoned RD2, and residences to the west zoned RD3. South adjacent to the subject site is a church within the Greenback Lane special planning area. As stated, the site has been operating as a commercial orchard since the 1930s. There have been no prior entitlement applications or code enforcement cases on the subject site. The project was originally submitted in May of 2020 and involved rezoning the subject parcel from AR2 to RD3 and RD5 zones, and involved subdividing the parcel into 43 single-family residential lots. The project was presented to the Orangeville CPAC as an informative item, kind of more like a workshop style. They received a lot of comments about concerns about the project being too dense, and the preference being for the entire site to be rezoned to RD2. Other concerns raised included increase in traffic, additional parking on Filbert, and losing the rural character of Orangeville. The CPAC agreed with those comments and did encourage the applicant to revise the project. Following that meeting, the applicant did revise to include RD2, RD3, and RD4 zoning districts, and the subdivision included 32 single-family residential lots, which reduced the amount of lots by 11 and created a lower density housing project. We did, throughout the process, see further refinement to those zoning boundaries and related lot lines to conform to density allowances, and they were made a little bit later in the review process, and I will go over the details of the request before you today on the next slide. So the applicant is requesting a general plan amendment, community plan amendment, and rezone, tentative subdivision map, special development permit, exception from Title 22, and a design review. The general plan amendment is requested to change the general plan land use designation from agricultural residential to low density residential. The community plan amendment and rezone is requested to change the land use designations from AR2 to RD3 and RD4. The tentative subdivision map would divide the subject parcel into 32 single-family residential lots. A special development permit is requested to deviate from the minimum 12.5-foot side street yard setback, and as the existing home on proposed parcel 1 would be set back 12 feet from the new public street proposed. An exception from Title 22 would allow the proposed lots to be served by a mutual water company. And then lastly, a design review to determine substantial compliance with the design guidelines. Here is the rezone exhibit to show that the 9.57 gross acre property would be rezoned from AR2 to 5.77 acres of RD3 and 3.8 acres of RD4. Here's the tentative subdivision map. So the RD3 zoned property would be composed of 17 lots along the northeast and west perimeters of the subject site, as well as the existing single-family residential structure on Lot 1 and 4 lots along the southern portion of Filbert. The RD4 zoned property would compose of 15 lots in the central area of the project site and along the southern perimeter adjacent to the church. No physical modifications are proposed to the single-family home, and all of the other existing structures on sites would be removed. Here is a conceptual site plan that was provided by the applicant team. As you can see, the subdivision is proposed to be served by public street, and the project is conditioned to improve Filbert Avenue, including curb and gutter, landscape buffer, detached sidewalk, and utility easement. The site plan also illustrates the buildable portion of each lot, including potential locations for future driveways and on-street parking stalls, as we did hear a lot of concerns about overflow parking onto Filbert. So this conceptual plan shows the potential for 64 on-site parking via driveways, 73 on-street parking for a total of 137 parking stalls. In addition to the existing residence on Lot 1, I wanted to point out that it would contain a stormwater detention basin to minimize impacts associated with runoff. The proposed drainage improvements would divide the parcel into 6 different watersheds, and each watershed would drain into existing off-site drainage inlets, storm drain systems, or the proposed drainage basin. A preliminary drainage study was reviewed and approved by the Department of Water Resources, and the drainage study did indicate that the project would not result in adverse impacts to neighboring properties. I did touch that it is an existing orchard, so the orchard trees would be removed as part of this project. There are also 20 native trees on the subject site, 3 of which do not meet the 6-inch minimum for protection, and 6 native trees are proposed for removal with the project. An initial study and mitigated negative declaration was prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act for this project. It was released for public review on November 2nd of 2022. During the public review period, we did receive 2 letters from public agencies, and 4 comments were received from members of the general public. A response to comments was prepared and is included in your report package. A revised ISM&D was also prepared and released for review due to minor revisions to the project description and to reference and discuss the most current drainage study that was prepared for the project. That document was re-released on February 24th of this year. The environmental analysis did discuss impacts that are listed on the slide and concluded that the project would result in less than significant impacts to most environmental topics. However, in regard to biological resources and greenhouse gas emissions, the ISM&D did conclude that with implementation of the mitigation measures, the project would result in less than significant impact with the implementation of those. So we do have a mitigation monitoring and reporting program that has been prepared for the project to ensure compliance with those mitigation measures. The Orangevale CPAC met on April 19th, 2022 to hear and provide a formal recommendation on the project. Following staff and applicants' presentation, the CPAC members asked a number of clarifying questions, and a number of public members made verbal comments at that meeting. The concerns raised included mainly the increase in density as well as traffic, parking, and crime. Following the deliberations, the CPAC did vote to recommend the board deny the requested entitlements, citing the community concerns of traffic, increased density, drainage, and lack of privacy. The proposed project was also reviewed by the Design Review Advisory Committee on June 23rd of 2022. DRAC members expressed some concerns over future grading of the lot, particularly how future homes would be designed and whether they would be compatible with the natural terrain and topography. So we did talk through that as part of one of the requirements of the zoning code is that design review is required prior to building permit submittal for this size of residential subdivision. So they were satisfied with that and found the project in substantial compliance with the design guidelines. The Planning Commission did meet on March 27th of this year to consider the project. 2023. 18 written comments were received and 3 members of the public spoke at the hearing. All were opposed. And the commissioners did acknowledge both the community concerns and the traffic issues. And they did request that the applicant look into completing the sidewalk on the west side of Filbert Avenue north of the project site, and that they take a sensitive approach to siting and designing the homes. The commission did vote to approve the resolution and recommend approval of the balance of the entitlements at the board. However, following the meeting, we were notified that there was a public noticing error, so we did have to renotice and rehear the item by the Planning Commission. Before that rescheduled Planning Commission hearing, a meeting was held at the church that is south adjacent to the project site. Included members of the church, some adjacent property owners, Supervisor Frost's office, as well as county staff, including planning and Department of Water Resources. The main discussion at the meeting involved drainage between the project site and adjacent properties. And following that discussion, the applicant team did prepare conditions of approval that were added to attachment 2, so the new attachment 2 that you all received today. And apologies, I don't have the changes highlighted, but I can go over what specific conditions they are. Those were added to the document and brought back to the Planning Commission with the entire project on June 26th. At that meeting, the commission just reiterated their concerns about the lack of sidewalk kind of north of the project on Filbert Avenue, and asked that they look into that further. 5 members of the public spoke during that meeting. A representative from the church confirmed that the additional set of conditions were satisfied their concerns on the project. And then 2 homeowners abutting the project site spoke in opposition to the project, citing traffic and privacy concerns. And then 2 other members just spoke in general opposition, citing the Orangevale Community Plan and the desire to have larger properties than what is currently proposed. So after that deliberation, the commission did vote to recommend approval.
Yeah, if I can just ask a question on this slide part, I realize you're about to end.
No
is that a typo? Should that say March 27, 2023? Okay.
Yes. So the Planning Commission at that meeting did vote to recommend approval of the project with the additional conditions to the board. So in that new attachment 2 that you all should have, that's conditions 74 through 77. And then there was a revision to condition 35. So there was some added language there. All of those conditions have been reviewed by Planning and Environmental Review, as well as Department of Water Resources, and were deemed satisfactory. Although the CPAC recommended denial of the project, the proposed project can be found consistent with applicable county plans, including the General Plan, Community Plan, and Zoning Code. With the implementation of mitigation measures identified in the initial study and mitigated negative declaration, potential impacts would be reduced to less than significant level. The project was found compatible with surrounding zoning and land uses and found consistent with the design guidelines by the DRAC. And lastly, the proposed project would be creating new housing opportunities to meet the county's diverse needs. So for these reasons, planning staff does recommend approval of this entitlement package with the attached findings and conditions that you all received today. And I can read through all of them if you would like. Otherwise, I will leave it at that and conclude.
Okay, I think you probably leave it at that, and I'll leave it to the board members to ask about specific ones if they have them, if that's okay. Supervisor Frost?
Well, Kimber, I want to thank you you were one of many that came out and met in the community with the owner, along with Jim Wiley and others from the water environmental department and water department and planning, and everyone came out to get to the table to meet with the community, and we really appreciated it. I see a lot of the conditions here that were discussed in our meetings, and so this leaves me with the understanding that I had when we left those discussions, that this isn't like a final. There are decisions that will be made as this property gets to the point of breaking ground, or planning for breaking ground. Basically, there's a whole lot more that needs decisions to be made, and the community will be involved in those decisions, and it's part of the conditions.
Correct.
So
yes.
Okay, and the light at Filbert and Greenback.
The timing of the intersection light?
I think the concern with the community, if I'm understanding it correctly, was that it could be a real problem during school, when school's let out. And so I just wanted to also highlight that that's something that's moving, that we can address as there's changes, in traffic patterns or whatever. Those things can be dealt with. It's not like that's set in stone the way it is. We can, right. If there's problems later on, the community can reach out and we can help them with that.
Yeah, that's my understanding too. We do have Cameron with Department of Water Resource or Department of Transportation here, who can also answer questions on traffic and the traffic light.
Oh, maybe, yeah, Cameron, if you could just make a quick comment about that, because that was the one thing that seemed to be the one last thing that everyone's, and I looked for public comment and everything, but at the end it seemed like everyone was okay. They felt like their needs had been met pending further consultation prior to build out and the light.
Yeah, so Cameron Hsu, Principal Civil Engineer with the Department of Transportation. We did ask our traffic engineering section to look into that traffic light. They confirmed the timing does meet our current parameters, but as traffic patterns change over time, we do periodically review timing. If there are specific concerns, we're always happy to go back and look at re-optimizing the signal.
Okay, thank you. Well, I guess there are possibly others that'll speak in public comment, so I don't have any other comment or questions at this time. But thank you, Kimber, for all your help. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Frost. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Kimber, I have just one question. In your presentation, you mentioned something about a sidewalk to the north of the project area. Does condition 28 that talks about securing improvement plan approval to construct Class A public street improvements on the west side of Filbert Avenue, does that cover those concerns that were raised?
It does not. So condition 28 only covers the project's frontage with Filbert. So the missing and gap and sidewalk directly to the north are on other properties that are not included with here. So we do not typically require them to do those off-site improvements. They're only responsible for doing their frontage improvements along Filbert.
I can add a little bit to that, though, as well. We do have projects. We have a list of sidewalk gaps that are on a list of closures that we're going to go after. So those are things we go after grant funding for, or whenever we have revenues and opportunity to. We look at opportunities to close sidewalk gaps. So it is on our list for future. And
about how far up is the gap? How long would it?
It's adjacent to the north. So it's there's two AR2 properties. Let me see if I can go back. So these two here.
So it's just those two parcels?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's sidewalk to the north of that?
I believe so, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Hume. Okay, thank you, Kimber. I don't see any other comments at this time, so we'll go to public comment.
Steve?
Oh, what? Yeah, the applicant here. We'll start with the applicant's representative. And Todd, you didn't have anything to add, did you? To this? Okay.
Good afternoon, Jim Wiley with Taylor & Wiley on behalf of the applicant, the Tomich Family Trust. Tom Tomich is here, as well as Steve Norman, our engineer, if there's any specific questions for them. Kimber has done a very detailed presentation on this, so I'm not going to belabor the presentation. I would like to thank her for all her hard work and the work of staff on this, as well as the work of the community and in particular the Church of the Divine Savior who set up a meeting and location for us, and Supervisor Frost for facilitating that. The only thing I would say is this is a poster child project for infill. You have county policies that prioritize infill development. And this is within an urban area, has the infrastructure capacity, and we believe it is a good compromise by what has been worked out through the community process of reducing the number of units down to 32, as well as working through some of the issues with drainage and transportation. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, we'll be here if we need to rebut any comments.
Great. Thank you, Jim. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, we have one public comment in person.
Any on the phone on this item?
Yeah, we do have a few.
Okay.
Steve Castle.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Castle, and I represent Divine Savior Catholic Church, the property that borders the south border of this project. This is going to be a short meeting or a short presentation because I originally was going to talk to the conditions that I did not see in the supporting documentation, but thanks to Kimber, she scrambled before the meeting and was able to get that in front of each and every supervisor today. So I thank her for that, and especially thank her for all her work and all the work and presentations and support to the meetings we had, not only representing Divine Savior, but also representing the community surrounding this project. Special thanks to Sue Frost and her staff. Special thanks to Tom Tomich and his team, Steve and Jim, Department of Water Resources, Department of Transportation, gosh, who am I leaving out here? Everybody that has been supporting our concerns. And I just want to say that Divine Savior Catholic Church is very satisfied in the outcome of the condition and hope that the condition does go forward. It would be the condition talking to surface drainage runoff to the south of this project into the western, it would be the northwestern corner of our property. And with silt concerns of silt also washing onto our property, which has been a problem in the past. Again, I just want to thank everybody, and everybody has really shown due diligence on this project, and I've never seen a community work so well together in bringing all this together. And I know I've only been a part of this for a little over a year now, but I know Tom Tomich and team have been working on this project for going on 3 years. So again, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and have the calls get transferred now. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Right now?
Yes, if you want to mute the meeting in the background while you talk.
Yep, I did.
Okay. Yes, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. This is Dana Anderson. I'm an Orangevale resident since 1961. I was privileged to be recruited in the mid-1970s to work with the group of Orangevale citizens who organized in the 1960s to preserve Orangevale's country life. They formed our Orangevale plan so that our ag-res areas would meld into the residential and then to commercial. Even though the major part of our AR2 zoning is north of Oak, we made a special effort to accommodate and protect the farms that were south of Oak, like the Tomiches and Sells. We feel betrayed that the Tomich heirs would want to rezone to the extent of wanting RD3 and 4 for Blossom Ridge for a total of 32 lots on the 9.57 acres. Just as our Orangevale plan was formulated to accommodate the farm they grew up on, their proposal needs to be changed to fit in with the existing houses. The zoning abutting the proposal is RD2 to the north and east, and the church is on the south. There are 1 and 2 acre lots directly across Filbert from this proposal. We, Preserve Orangevale's Country Life, are in favor of rezoning the parcel to RD2, which would allow for 19 lots and would blend right in with the existing neighborhoods. Agricultural use, including some livestock and horses, is allowed on RD2 zone property of 20,000 square feet. So contrary to what was stated at the previous Planning Commission hearing, the proposed rezone would remove the Blossom Ridge property from much agricultural use. Now that the 10-acre AR2 zone property at 6702 Filbert has been sold, it is very possible that a similar rezone would be requested, which could remove another 10 acres of agricultural land. Our agricultural and open space areas are what makes Orangevale a unique community, which should be preserved for future generations. Please respect and support our Orangevale community and Orangevale plan, and deny the proposed Blossom Ridge rezone, which would destroy more of our country life. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next caller, and this will be your final caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Doug Elliott, and I live directly behind this proposed project, behind lots number 4, 5, and 6. And I still think, even though they came down from 42 lots to 32 lots, I still think this is too much for this area. I think half-acre lots would be better suited for this area. We're going to have a lot of increased traffic with this thing. My concern is not only the traffic, but also the tranquility we've had over the last 40-plus years with this orchard there being. Having 2-story homes towering over our house. This development, I actually have 3 homes directly behind me. I would like to see about reconsidering and keep this as half-acre minimum. I think 3 acres and 4 acre. 3 homes per acre and 4 homes per acre is too much in this area. We're going to have a little. We've got 7 schools basically on that street, and it's going to cause quite a lot of problems with all the kids walking to and from school. I know we need homes, but I'm just thinking that, 18 homes, 20 homes would be a lot better than 32. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, and
Is that it?
Yep, let me just double check. Yeah, no more public comments.
Okay, Supervisor Frost.
Well, first I want to say that I am very sensitive to the history of Orangevale and the community there, and that over time, the special plan that the residents have, they love the rural feel of Orangevale, and back in the 70s, they made a community plan, and they've held onto it, over the years, over decades. And I appreciate that, because that's what makes Orangevale special. In fact, I was having that conversation with Tom Tomich just a few weeks ago. And the challenge, and I don't think this is the only property, actually, there's others who are just struggling as small farms in a rural area to make ends meet, just based on the increased cost of water and the cost of everything. And it gets to the point, and I guess without going into too many details, it does get to the point where you have to determine, is this viable? Is this something your family can continue doing? And I am also sensitive to, other visions that we have in Orangevale. The business community in Orangevale has been very proactive in in trying to enhance that corridor and attract businesses and investment into the community. And in order to get that kind of investment, you need rooftops. You need families that will go and buy those dinners or shop at those retail stores. And then on top of that, our goals, handed down from the state are to increase density and to figure out how to create housing opportunities. And this property is uniquely situated close to a commercial corridor. It's just off of Greenback behind the church. And so it's not deep in the center of the rural area of Orangevale. However, this is difficult, and I'm sensitive to that. But this makes good sense, and I do want to especially thank Tom and your family for your willingness to work with the community and be sensitive to their needs on all corners, all sides, including the church. And we had some real smart people from the church who are engineers, and they know what they're doing, and they know what they're talking about. And we were able to come to the table and have those conversations and work through some conditions that would work for everyone. So in light of that, the goal was to get to the point where everyone wanted this so that we could just quickly approve it, and it would be we're good to go. And I think we came as close enough. I'm going to support this project. I am delighted that there's still some things to work out, but everyone's open to figuring out how that will come together, how that will finally come together when, I guess, whoever the developer or contractor is that comes in. And so I'm not sure if there's like 9 items. Can I just say I'd like to move staff's 9 recommendations, or do we need? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve the project.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, I'll move on to item 47.
Okay, for item 47, this is a community plan amendment and a rezone use permit and design review for a property located at 2128 Marconi Avenue in the Arden Arcade community, and the environmental determination is exempt.
Hey, good afternoon, Jessica.
Good afternoon. Okay. So good afternoon, Jessica Brandt, Principal Planner with Planning and Environmental Review. I'm here to present on the Marconi Auto Sales project. I also have the project manager, David Olrayuros, here, and the applicant representatives and property owner are also in attendance. This project is located at 2128 Marconi Avenue. It's approximately 325 feet west of the intersection of Howe Avenue and Marconi Avenue in the Arden Arcade community. It's about a half-acre parcel, and it is currently developed with a 2,029 square foot structure that was originally constructed in 1934. Some community context. The current zoning is light commercial. The surrounding zoning is a mix of general commercial to the east, light commercial to the southeast, residential density 30, or multifamily residential to the south, and then business professional to the west. The uses are a little bit mixed in the area. To the north, there are single and two-family residential units, or at least under zoning, although there are some converted commercial along that strip. To the east is auto sales and repair. South is the multifamily residential. And then the west is office and single-family residential. I do want to note that some of the single-family residential to the west may also be converted to office space. Again, somewhat not clear. So the site history, I'll go through briefly. This was constructed as a single-family home in 1934. In the 50s and 60s, there were lot divisions that resulted in the current half-acre property. In the late 1970s to early 80s, the residence at some point was converted to commercial use, and a commercial parking lot was constructed. On December 1st, 1983, the board adopted a resolution, initiated public hearings to consider an amendment to the subject site's community plan and zoning designations from business professional to limited commercial. And then on April 25th, 1984, the board adopted an ordinance changing the subject site's community plan and zoning designations. BP to LC. So the 1984 was BP to LC. I think it was, what was it before BP? Okay, excuse me. So on 1983, it was residential to BP, and then went BP to LC, which is limited commercial. There was a reason behind that second switch. They did go with limited commercial to allow a retail clothing store to continue operating on the site, but they wanted to keep it as LC to be a buffer between general commercial and the office use to the west. So the actual entitlement request is a change, again, to the community plan and the zoning. It would go from, again, the limited commercial to general commercial. This would allow, with a use permit, auto sales on the site, which they are also requesting. And then along with this is a design review to determine substantial compliance with the countywide design guidelines. I do want to note that the community plan for this area, the Arden Arcade Community Plan, it does date from 1980. And then there is the Arden Arcade Community Action Plan, which was adopted as an appendix to this plan in 2006. And I just want to highlight these because they're important to the recommendations later. So here is the proposed site plan. As I had mentioned, there is an existing building on site set pretty far back. They propose to have a parking area for the commercial use on the west side of the site, and then their area for auto display along the eastern edge, and then there is a small area in the rear that they're looking to store their automobiles as well. The highlighted green portions would be new planter areas. And that's also shown with this landscape plan here.
I'm sorry, Jessica, can you go back one slide? I'm sorry, what's that area to the west, kind of in the gold or dark green?
That's the ADA access
ADA access,
route.
okay.
Yeah.
Right. Thanks.
And that's another thing that they would need to add in. Thank you. So the landscape plan, you can see that they will be adding trees. Part of the landscaping that will be added is on the southern portion of the property. There will be an 8-foot planter with trees that will grow up to be a screen. This is the part of the property that is adjacent to multifamily residential. And so this was actually something that was not part of the project originally, and as they moved through, we had a special development permit request. The Design Review Advisory Committee saw this. They requested that they put this back in to be more, to lessen the impact visually, potentially, and noise to the folks to the south, and the applicant did agree to do that. And so this was put in after that, and they no longer needed that special development permit. These are elevations of the existing building. Just a note, it has been used residentially in the past few years, but the applicants have converted it to commercial occupancy already. And there might be some tenant improvements on the inside, but otherwise the expectation is that it will remain as shown with these elevations. So advisory recommendations. The Arden Arcade CPAC met on February 22nd, 2022, and recommended that the board approve the requested entitlements. Some of their reasoning was that this was filling a vacant space and that it would help with blight. And they did comment that the community plan was old. The Design Review Advisory Committee met on February 24th, 2022, and recommended the board find the project in substantial compliance with the design guidelines, again, after discussing that planter at the southern end of the site. The Planning Commission met on April 24th, 2023, and staff actually brought the project to the Planning Commission with a recommendation for denial. The Planning Commission did ultimately recommend that the board approve the requested entitlements, and I'll get into some of the findings that were made in a couple of slides. But some of the reasoning behind that is that the commission believed that the area has changed since the adoption of the community plan, that the community plan amendment in rezone wouldn't have detrimental effects on the community in contrast to what maybe the community plan had envisioned back in 1980, and it wouldn't necessarily have detrimental impacts to the uses to the south and the west. So as I have alluded to, staff had brought the application to the Planning Commission with a recommendation for denial. Staff continues to recommend denial, and I'll explain why going through this slide. So just so it's out there, the project is consistent with the general plan. It has been found substantially compliant with the design guidelines. It is supported by the Art and Arcade CPAC and the Planning Commission, and there are no significant environmental concerns. So Jessica, why are you recommending denial? So the project is inconsistent with one of the objectives in the Art and Arcade Community Plan. And it specifically conflicts with Goal 3, Objective 8, which states that the board should limit the expansion and encourage the reduction of space committed to auto commercial uses, limiting the introduction of new operations to the area already committed to auto sales uses. As the project requires the rezone of an existing property in a zone that precludes auto sales to a zone that would allow them, and includes a request for a use permit for auto sales, staff believes the project may be considered inconsistent with this policy. The second reason why staff continue to recommend denial is that the property was rezoned to LC in 1984 with the intent of the subject parcel serving as a transition from the more intense GC uses to the east, from that to the BP zone property to the west. And so moving it to GC could reduce the benefit of the buffering. So having said that, the Planning Commission also has its own analysis. They were sympathetic and appreciative that staff brought this to them, maintaining the intent, I think, of the community plan. But they did not agree with staff's assessment, and they found that there were other goals that were listed in the community plan that could be considered findings for approving this project. Specifically, there's broader language in goals 1 and 3 of the community plan that the Planning Commission determined they could use to find a recommendation for approval appropriate for this project. And I have them highlighted generally up here. The goals do ask for additional investment on vacant or underutilized property. This project would be providing additional investment, improvements, and use. Filling the space would work towards the property's rehabilitation, and it would enhance the community, again, as an active user, and one that could potentially bring in tax revenue. And then the existing GC-zoned auto sales and repair building to the east, they did want to note also abuts the same multifamily property and some office space as the subject parcel. So additional auto sales would not in reality be considered a new condition. And so the Planning Commission did move forward with a recommendation for approval. And so I stand before you with 2 recommendations. And I won't read them, but I believe that you could likely make findings for either recommendation. And with that, I will complete my presentation. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And did the applicant, did you want to make a presentation, the applicant? Okay, so Mr. Holloway. And Jessica, I'll have a few questions for you.
Good afternoon, Chair Desmond, members of the board, Brian Holloway, Holloway Land Company, representing Mr. Sharif, who is here, and also our civil engineer, Javed Siddiqui. I know you have a very busy schedule today, so I'm going to be especially brief. I want to mention is that you may already be aware of this, but Mr. Siddiqui and the owner went out to the Arden Arcade CPAC back in 2021, basically having a workshop asking the CPAC, what do you think is the best use for this site, this vacant site, other than the building? And the CPAC felt that that the proposed use before you today was the best use, and so they unanimously recommended that the project go forward. They also recommended that the Planning Commission approve the project, which the Planning Commission did unanimously. So you've seen the picture of the property. It's about a half an acre with a 2,000 square foot building. It's almost fully paved, so there's very little landscaping. And one of the problems has been there's been several businesses here, and none of them have been successful. So one of the things that we propose to do is to add, as staff mentioned, significant landscaping. And part of the problem with the business having been unsuccessful here is that there has been considerable damage in terms of vandalism, all kinds of people living there. And most recently, the owner stopped by yesterday and found somebody had broken in again. And they found that the building had been set afire. So they were able to, it was out by the time they got there. And so we really have a problem. We need to reactivate this particular property. So the use before you today is the one that the Planning Commission and the CPAC recommended, and we think that it will be a successful family-run business. It is to be supported by all but one of the community plan. There's 52 community plan policies and objectives in the 43-year-old Arden Arcade plan, and we comply with 51 of the 52 policies. We think this will improve security, obviously the physical appearance of the property, and the cleanliness and the security of the neighborhood, and bring a viable business to this vacant property. And we have read the conditions of approval, and we agree with those, and we are here to take your questions.
Thank you, Brian. I have a question for you. How many vehicles are proposed to be on the property at any one time?
There's parking spaces for 13 spaces. There's storage behind, depending on how you stack them. You could probably get another 7 or 8 in there. So part of that front parking area, which we're screening, part of it is for customer parking, and the other side of the parking lot is for vehicle presentation.
So the front would only 13 vehicles in the front?
Yeah, about 13 maximum.
And because, there obviously we have other auto uses where the cars are stacked up, they're so concentrated. You have a space this size and you have 60 cars.
Yeah, they'll be in our parking spots.
And that's a condition that they would not be able to exceed those number of spots, Jessica?
It's actually not a condition, but they are, as Mr. Holloway mentioned, they are striped for parking spaces. So as he indicated, it's the intent that they are in those parking spaces.
And what if they exceeded that then on the property?
And we're fine with that.
Would you find, what if we were to make that a condition? We could have that discussion. Okay, another couple other questions I have for you, Brian. So so you did a CPAC. There was a workshop before the actual CPAC hearing.
Did a workshop, and then came back and they endorsed the project.
Okay, I didn't catch that in the board letter, but and then it mentions that they were going to go out. The applicant was going to go out and engage with some neighbors, members of the public. Did that ever happen? Do you know? Did you
not since I came on board. I don't know if the applicant met with any of the neighbors.
With
I met with the guy for the auto sale.
To the east?
Yeah, you can
come on up. And I know this is right on the border between District 3 and District 1, so I know Supervisor Cerna is going to have some
Hatim Sharif. And, I'm the owner of the property, the 2128 Marconi. And I just, maybe 6 months ago, I would say, I met with the guy next door, the auto sale. And he was asking me what happened to the project.
Got it.
Because it just really, they are, keep it empty, and all of these here, people breaking in and homeless coming in the front, it just making it really for the area. They're waiting for me to do something.
Right.
But we're hoping things is going to be okay. But thank you so much.
Okay. So, and then another question I had for you, in terms of access for any kind of auto sales operation, I imagine there'd be, once in a while, there'd be trucks to pull in and drop off vehicles. Where would they enter? Would they be interfering with traffic on Marconi, or would they be able to pull off of the street to dump the vehicles, like a vehicle hauler?
I suspect that are we talking about vehicles for sale or customers? If we're talking about customers, they would come in off of Marconi, park in the customer parking area.
And they drive off in a car.
Look at the vehicles
presumably.
on the other side of the
I'm talking about what about other, like a car hauler dropping a vehicle off there, for instance, like a semi-truck transporting a vehicle?
These vehicles you'll already own.
Okay, they have the two yellow lane in front of the shop, front of the property. I see them on Arden, drop them off like this, or the next door, the tire shop, after they close at 6 o'clock. And they have open parking between him, the whole things, and the gas station. So he could put right in front of the guy, drop anything, because they close at 6 and they close Saturday and Sunday.
Okay. So I'm looking at county staff again. There's nothing that addresses that. I mean, I see a lot of car dealerships right now where the vehicle hauler will just pull into the two-way left turn lane and park there.
We do have, actually, Department of Transportation did provide a condition that would prohibit loading and unloading of vehicles within the Marconi Avenue right-of-way. So they would be required to unload on their site.
Okay. And then, thank you. Well, I'll turn over to Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. Brian, thanks for the presentation. I know you and I met yesterday on this item. I should ask you this then, but I'm going to ask you it now. In terms of lighting, overhead lighting, or lighting stanchions,
lighting plan?
What's expected? I'm actually trying to scroll through the conditions. I don't know if there's any specific conditions on lighting, especially of the vehicles that are going to be for sale. But what I've seen in other used car operation applications is, it used to be the old, they're not Cobra heads, but they kind of fan out like this. Right. So what's the expectation in terms of how much lighting is expected to be used on site, and are there going to be any measures to keep the lighting from disturbing nearby property owners?
Yeah, the current standards for parking lot lighting now are shielded lighting that force the light down to the ground, and the glare doesn't spill out onto adjoining properties. So that's pretty much a standard procedure now. For parking lot, it's usually 2 candle per feet, and so it's always shielded lighting.
Okay, so can we expect, though, that it would be similar to any other either new or used car sales operation along, Howe Avenue or, Arden or any of those other main corridors?
I suspect it won't look like that because those are such large lots with lots of lighting. This is such a small parcel. It'll have just a few light standards, so it won't have that big presence.
But those light standards are going to be at some elevation greater than the vehicles, I assume, right? So
yeah, I don't know the height. Typically, we would try and have them as low as possible.
Okay.
Because we're not lighting a big area.
Is it possible to add a condition, not to do it from the dais here right now, in terms of the kind of lights or the candle wattage or whatever, but just that you would work with staff to,
absolutely. We could bring the parking lot lighting and shading plan back to staff for review and make sure it's done properly.
Perfect. Thank you.
Great point. Thank you, Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. This question could be for you or for staff. I noticed that on the exhibits showing the landscaping plan and the layout, on the first plan, it has the green planters. And then on the plan that shows the types of trees and sort of the drawn trees, there's a very large tree in the middle of the non-display parking area that's not represented on the other plan. So that plan, the largest tree that's there, kind of the light yellow coloring, is not represented on the site plan design review exhibit showing the proposed planters.
That was because the landscaping plan came after the site plan. So this actually prevails. It's more current.
So that plan there showing that tree takes the place of one of the parking lots as a planter.
We added landscaping.
Okay. Thank you.
And it's confusing because the photo was taken during the fall, right? So, all right. Okay. Do we have any public comment on this?
Yes, we do. We at least have one caller.
Okay. Thank you, Brian. I may have a couple more questions. I'll wait and wait till after the public comment.
Thanks.
You can sit down. We'll take public comment now.
Okay, you can transfer the caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Michael Seaman. My comment is I support the staff recommendation to deny the plan amendment and the use permit. The county has routinely failed to get our community's land use right in the past because of a laissez-faire, something is business and nothing approach. Something is better than nothing approach. Our community deserves better than business as usual. I'm heartened that the staff has signaled its understanding of the ineffectiveness of that traditional approach by recommending the denials requested for this proposal. The site is unsuited for the proposed use. It's too small. Car sales need large lots like there are in Fulton and Auburn. It's a problem location. It's a congested road. Car sales do require loading and unloading of inventory using large trucks, and that worsens traffic congestion. And the trucks come whenever they come. They don't necessarily come just because the gas station next door has a space. It's very hard to enforce any conditions you impose on this site because we know from experience that enforcement usually fails. The CPAC did not ascertain community input on this project. Rezoning and plan amendment are the wrong ways to go. The rezone is like a spot zone, which courts say are arbitrary and capricious. Zoning changes should actually consider performance aspects like traffic generation and flow, noise, visual aspects, and other impacts on the community. Entries to our community matter. Marconi is an important entry to our community. The proposal co-opts our ability to reinforce our community identity and strengthen our commercial districts. Our community plan needs a full revision, not piecemeal changes. Our 2006 plan update has been a joke. The staff has made the right call recommending denial of this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that concludes your public comments.
Okay, Supervisor.
I just want some clarity here. I thought at the conclusion of Jessica's PowerPoint, she basically gave the board an either-or recommendation. Is that correct?
Yes, this is Jessica. That's correct.
All right. So I just want to point out to the caller, if he's still watching the proceedings, that staff didn't give just a unilateral recommendation for denial. I think they rightly gave us the option or the opportunity to consider what would be necessary if it was the will of the board to approve the application, not just deny it.
Okay, thank you. I'll have a couple questions to staff too, but first, Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to kind of walk back what happened with this project because I'll tell you what, I was probably on the side of the fence of denial until the applicant said that they did a workshop with the CPAC, and this is what the CPAC told them to go and pursue. So it seems like at every step along the way, at every check-in, the bodies that hear the projects have an opinion, and then staff is holding on to this, by all accounts, antiquated community plan. Is there a plan to, pardon the pun, is there a plan to update that community plan, or has that already been undertaken, or do we have, if there's a recognition that it's maybe old and outdated, are we looking to bring it up to standards? Because what I saw in the staff report was that this does meet general plan designations, different layer of planning.
You're correct, Supervisor. I don't believe there are any current plans to update our community plans at this time. I know staff would be very supportive of an effort like that.
Everyone's chuckling.
It is interesting to watch, Mr. DeFonte.
It's the budget chuckle.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Fonte, Deputy County Executive, so I was laughing a little bit because I think I've had conversations with most, if not all of you, about older community plans and whether or not we should be updating them. I will say I don't know how many community plans we have offhand, but we have a lot of them. Most of them are quite outdated. Updating those is a fairly costly venture and generally takes multiple years to pull off, as I think is evidenced by the Arden Arcade Action Plan as well as Carmichael Action Plan in the mid-2000s, which each took, I believe, multiple years and a lot of staff effort and community involvement to do. So that is a much broader conversation and something we've talked about internally, and I may have mentioned to some of you individually. If and when we engage in a general plan update, which we will need to do at some point in the near future, that I think that's a good vehicle for those discussions to sort of test the waters with the board and the community as to whether or not that's an investment you want to make.
Okay, thank you.
If I could just add on, I do, in defense of the community plans, we do have findings that we are required to make that projects are consistent with the community plans, and so I think staff does try to respect the plan as it is, even if it is nearly as old as I am.
Thank you. And I'll ask my colleagues to indulge me here. I have a couple more because I am torn by this one. We did have the one public commenter, Mr. Seaman, who I very much admire and respect because of his advocacy for the unincorporated communities and for the county to be more engaged and have more of a consistent plan that reflects the will of the community. I am torn by this. I mean, I appreciate you calling out. There's a little bit of, the Planning Commission actually called it out, that there's a little bit of inconsistency, or it meets some objectives, doesn't meet others, certainly from that 1983 plan. I do think that, I've watched this, I drive by this at least twice a day, this property, and look over all the time and look on the city side of the street, which is much worse in the county, a lot of those businesses there, and wonder what is going to happen with this property. And I have talked to, actually after this came up, I did talk to Matt Warren, the Sheriff's North Division commander, about it, and Mr. Holloway did show some photographs. It is a problem. I mean, any vacant property is a challenge for us in this day and age. And I certainly appreciate Mr. Seaman bringing up, we shouldn't be making land use decisions based on not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good, and on every occasion, right? But this does strike me as what else would ever happen here on this piece of property, and so I'm very concerned about that. But the question I have for you, Jessica, is in the 83 plan where it talks about the buffer, a buffer between the auto use to the east and the residential or office space on the west. I mean, it doesn't seem like much of a buffer to me. A buffer from what, really?
That's a good point. I think that was it was actually not part of the community plan. It was a one lot rezone that the county did. There were non-conforming businesses that were on site, and we believe it was to allow those businesses to maintain their location at the time. And so that was, I think there was a push to move to GC, and then there was a compromise at some point where, well, it's BP on one side, it's offices, this is really, they're looking to do a retail use, let's just keep it LC, it'll be a buffer. But it is a very minimal buffer.
Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, I understand that there were maybe some aspirations that happening there, but it hasn't happened. Here we are 40 years later. And immediately to the west, there is an office on Marconi, and I think there's a like a cremation services place even west of that, and then that's that street Heron, and there's some residential back in there. Yeah, and I understand as the entrance to Arden Arcade, whether it's El Camino or Marconi, they don't look like great entrances to these communities, and I'm certainly very, very sensitive to that. But I do think that with the site plan that you have here, with the landscaping that you've proposed and what you have agreed to based on the discussions with the DRAC in the backside of the property as a shield from that multifamily housing, I do think that it will make the site will look better than it looks now. What I would, and so I'm torn, but I'm inclined to support the Planning Commission's recommendation, and I agree with Supervisor Stern. I don't want to impose conditions from the dais, but what about just the condition with the 13 property parking spaces? Would we have to make that? If I made a motion, would we have to make that part of the motion to include that as an additional condition, Jessica, or is that something? Okay, Todd's nodding his head.
Yes, but we could certainly add it in.
I think that's probably easier.
Pretty straightforward.
It's more straightforward than maybe the lighting discussion. So, with that, again, appreciating the position of my friend, Mr. Seaman, I do recommend approving the Planning Commission's approach. So would that be what would the substance of the motion be, Dave? Would I make it that simple, or do you want me to read?
It would be to approve the
community plan amendment, approve the use permit for auto sales.
The community plan amendment and rezone.
Correct, and approve the use permit for auto sales in this zoning district, and add an additional condition that parking will be limited to the 13 spaces.
And recognize the exempt status.
And the storage in the back certainly would not be subject in the front anyway.
And recognize the exempt status under CEQA.
And recognize the exempt status under CEQA. So that would be my
approve
motion.
The use permit.
And approve the use permit, right.
And find it.
And find the project
substantially compliant.
Substantial compliance.
So that would be my motion, June. Thank you. I believe we have a second. Okay, please vote.
And who was that seconded? I'm sorry.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, staff, for working on this, and to the applicant, thank you for your
thank you, supervisors.
Work.
Much appreciated.
Okay, move on to item 48.
With the amendment, with the conditions. Okay, so for items 48 and 49, I'm going to read those two into the record. There will be one public comment period for both items. So item 48 is the approval of a second amendment to agreement with Naughton Lewis Architects for professional architectural services on the main jail intake and health services facility criteria architect services project to amend the scope of work and to increase the contract authority from $7,027,135 to $7,032,661. And for item 49, it's the construction management services for Sacramento County main jail intake and health services facility. Approve the agreement with Kitchell CEM Incorporated in the maximum amount of $18,897,168, and adopting a resolution declaring the official intent of the County of Sacramento to reimburse itself for certain capital expenditures from proceeds of indebtedness.
Thank you. And before you get started, Mr. Jones, yes, thank you, Madam Clerk, for calling these together. These are inextricably linked. So we'll take both items together and then just take one public comment period for both items. So you may proceed. No, you'll get 2 minutes on one item. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Board of Supervisors. Once again, I'm Eric Jones, Deputy County Executive of Public Safety and Justice Agency. I'm going to introduce this topic, and then you'll hear from Jeff Gasaway from Department of General Services. And we have a number of individuals here for questions as well, if needed. So as a recap of the Intake and Health Services facility, back in December of 2022, the board directed staff to do a couple things, or a few things. Here are the first two. To move forward with the recommendation to reduce the jail population in a number of ways. This is to reduce recidivism, increase diversion, and increase services to those impacted by the criminal justice and social services systems. This was known back then as Framework 1. and to move forward with the recommendations for facility improvements to improve conditions for the existing jail populations known as Framework 2. You'll have 2 items presented soon, just as mentioned by the chair today, by the Department of General Services to move the Intake and Health Services Facility project forward. The facility will be adjacent to the current main jail. The 2 items are a criteria design contract and a construction management project contract. None are an actual construction nor an actual design and build contract.
That's not fair. I will disrupt this meeting for that.
And this will be explained later.
You're out of order. We are not in public comment. We're getting a presentation right now. Please stop. You'll get 2 minutes. We're combining the items. Thank you.
Okay, these are 2 different items. You conflated. These are conflating the items.
You are out of order.
You're the chair.
You are out of order. You are disrupting the proceedings. We're taking these items together.
Trust me, I'm going to take my 4 minutes. Trust me when I say I'm going to take my 4 minutes. I will absolutely take my 4 minutes, Rich.
You are disrupting the proceedings. If you continue, to disrupt the proceedings, you will be removed from the chambers. Please stop disrupting the proceedings.
Watch me take my 4.
Please proceed, Mr. Jones.
Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
I like your tie.
Context before the presentation by Department of General Services is the December and then April discussions of the 2 frameworks for the Mays consent decree compliance and to address jail overcrowding and other issues. The construction framework is about proper conditions for those incarcerated and getting the proper treatment for those needing it, as well as overall community safety. Also, as you recall, there is not an increase in jail beds, which frankly has been a concern discussed at many meetings in the past. And in fact, it does not even account for include numbers for population growth in the future. Continuing with the December board actions, it was to implement the jail population reduction plan. These were 33 items involving all of the criminal justice and other systems partners, and you will be receiving quarterly updates on those. Those plans include 3 components of time, really. Upstream, so reducing those to be incarcerated in the first place. Those incarcerated, so that'd be reducing lengths of stay, and reducing returns to custody. Also, a review of the board actions were to return with conceptual cost estimates and timelines for planned expansion efforts, to construct an intake and health services facility on the main jail adjacent lot, to construct 2 control rooms at RCCC, considered an interim project, and to transition the acute psychiatric unit from the 2nd to the 3rd floor at the main jail, known as the 3P project, also considered an interim project. Those 2 interim projects are still being analyzed. As mentioned, this is a result of the current jail conditions and underserving inmates, and due to the Mays consent decree. We all inherited the current jail situation, so it comes to what can we do to make it constitutional. We have a decades-old downtown jail that is a concrete building that cannot be easily modified, and another correctional facility in a remote floodplain. So again, the facility plan is to make conditions better. The jails are old, both non-ADA, non-HIPAA compliant. Certain areas, such as the main jail booking loop, can never be made ADA compliant. All expert reports talk of the facility limitations in the current blueprint. As mentioned in prior meetings, if nothing is done in this area in the decree compliance of space needs, this would very likely end with a federal receivership for the county. We had a memorandum of agreement with the Mays Consent Decree Plaintiffs' Council to have direction for a plan. And the plan contains the items you'll next hear about. And as a reminder, this is not a jail expansion project, but a class member care project for public safety.
That's a lot.
I'd now like to...
Stop, Eric.
Yes.
I'm telling you now, putting you on notice, Mr. Bliss, that you have disrupted the proceedings twice by yelling out during the presentation. If you do so again, then we will remove you from the chamber.
That was me, right here, John Kim. Yeah, go ahead.
Next up is Jeff Gassaway, whenever you're ready, Chair.
Okay. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. So we have the intake and health services facility as part of this, potentially. Didn't we also talk about having some kind of a unit in this facility that would actually help transition people out and connect them with services and that type of thing? Is that still part of the plan?
Yes, so part of the intake and health services facility would be to create a new booking loop, which would be ADA and HIPAA compliant, which the current one is not. And then the idea is to then turn the current main jail booking loop into what could be considered an outgoing loop or a release loop, so that they are being connected with services before they go out the door.
Good. I just want to reemphasize the importance of that aspect of this.
Yes. Thank you, Supervisor.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jeff Gasaway, Director of General Services. I wanted to go over some of the history of Naughton Lewis's contract to be the criteria architect for this project. And on April 2021, on April 21st, 2020, the board approved a contract with Naughton Lewis to be the criteria architect for $7,027,000, which includes a $640,000 contingency. On June 23rd, 2021, the agreement was amended to include HIPAA language and insurance for Naughton Lewis. Today we're here to talk about an amendment that will increase the maximum award to $7,032,000, which includes a $1.1 million contingency for unforeseen circumstances and reflects a revision of the scope of services. The original agreement was a maximum award of $7,027,000, which is comprised of $4.7 million in fixed fees, $1.6 million in not to exceed fees, and $640,000 in contingency. Since 2020, $481,413 of the contingency has been released for additional insurance requirements per Amendment 1 and 3 main jail studies. The studies are listed here: the jail population study, food service, main jail consent decree compliance study, and additional insurance costs. I'd also like to mention that this is Naughton Lewis has been charged as the criteria, creating the criteria documents for the project. Once they're done with those documents, their contract with the county is complete. Any questions?
Not right now. Thank you.
Next presentation. Thank you. Next up will be Michael Mallory from Kitchell, to go over the design build process, followed by Mike Wass to go over the schedule for the project, and then I'll come back up and go over some of the board milestones when we'll be back to the board to report.
Hello, my name is Michael Mallory. I'm with Kitchell, a project director. I really appreciate the opportunity to present to you today. We're just going to quickly talk about the design build delivery.
Stop disrupting the proceedings by yelling out during the presentation. You're disrupting the proceedings, and if you continue to do so, you will be removed from the chambers. Thank you.
Thank you. So the agenda will cover a couple slides on design build delivery method, including cost model comparison, pros and cons, keys to success using that model. And then Michael Watts will talk about the master schedule, and Jeff will come back and talk a little bit more about the project. So we just provide a real simple overview here of the design build delivery method. The bar on the bottom part is a design bid build. So this is a traditional delivery model that most people are used to using. And in this bar, you can see we have a planning period that then goes into an RFP to hire an architect, sign a contract with an architect, go through a design process, which then will go to review with the authorities having jurisdiction over that project. Once that's complete, you go to a bid and you hire a contractor based on the lowest acceptable bid that's received. And then you would go into construction. That's what we consider a traditional delivery model. The main difference you see here with the design build delivery, as Jeff mentioned, is upfront what we're doing is hiring a criteria architect. So they're not really designing the whole project. What they're doing is describing what the requirements of the project are going to be. What are the performance requirements of the systems? What are the space requirements of what you need? So this is a process that is faster than typical design. And what it allows us to do is go into a best value procurement process where we will first pre-qualify teams of contractors, architects, and engineers. And that's something we can align with the completion of the criteria documents to save some time. And then once those criteria documents are done and the services of that criteria architect are completed, we will then go out and with the pre-qualified design build teams from the RFQ phase, we will issue a request for proposal. And that request for proposal will include the criteria documents. And it's a competitive process that usually involves some stakeholder involvement and interviews. Price is usually a component of that, but since it's best value, we can also have other determinations to select that team, which might include technical expertise, design, the interview process itself, and other things. All those things would be defined up front in the document, and then you follow that procedure to do the selection process, which is very important so that we're transparent and that the process is defined and carried through in a responsible way. Once you go through the RFP process, we would make a recommendation to the supervisors to award a contract to a design build entity, and they would enter into a design process at that point. You'll notice the design is a shorter period, the way we're showing it on this bar, and that's because there is a lot of work that you can carry over from the criteria development process from the initial architect that we hired, Nocton Lewis in this case. So once they pick that up, the design process usually goes faster. And the other benefit is design build, you often will break up a site package from the whole construction. So this allows us to get some work started quicker while the whole design package is completed and approved by the authorities having jurisdiction. So these are efficiencies in the process that allows it to usually be quite a bit faster. In this instance, I believe we are estimating it could be 5 to 6 months faster than a traditional delivery method. And in any case, in construction, saving time also saves money, which allows us to put more into the project itself. So some of the pros of design build delivery over a traditional model is, first of all, it's a qualifications-based selection. So being able to qualify the contractor and the architect up front to make sure that they have both the right personnel and the right experience to deliver the project is real important, especially in the public works process. We don't want to have to go through this more than one time. We want to do it right and do it once. Also, a best value selection is a really beneficial process where you don't have to take the lowest bidder. We all know that there's different ways that contractors can get to the lowest responsible bid, but then you incur lots of costs later on because there's inconsistencies with the design or incomplete aspects of the design. Finally, the process itself encourages collaboration. Because the contractor and architect are on the same team, they have to work together. And that also creates an environment of collaboration with the owner and other stakeholders in the process as well. This is something that we really see in real life. It's easy to say it's more collaborative, but it truly is, because the way the contract is set up, it encourages that collaboration because the risk is shared differently. And that's the next big thing for the county, is that this really transfers risk over to the single entity in a much different way. Rather than having an architect that is contracted with the county and then having a contractor contracted with the county, you're contracting with a single point of contact, right? So that means that the contractor is also responsible for design. So if there's design omissions or issues with the design, it's the contractor's responsibility, not the county's. And that's a real key aspect of why design build's a favorable model for public agencies. And like I mentioned before, a faster delivery. typically about 5 months because of some of the efficiencies we discussed earlier. Some of the cons is that the way design is done, usually decisions have to be moved forward and be done a little bit faster. And that's something that we work really hard to make sure stakeholders are engaged early so that that can all happen. But when you have a contractor on board, things tend to move faster, right? So that means usually there's a shorter period of design decisions to be made. And also, the other drawback is that it's not a traditional method, so oftentimes you have to do a little bit more effort to make sure that all the participants involved in the process understand their role, understand the right time to engage, and again, that's a place where we really put a lot of our efforts in to make sure that that all goes well. So some of the keys to success in using this delivery model include establishing a correct budget and schedule early. That's something that we'll be working hard with the county to make sure is established so that we have something to manage to from early in the process. We also want to make sure we manage the design and criteria process with Nocton Lewis to make sure that's done efficiently. Just like any project, there is design management and things are changing in the design over time, which can mean cost. So managing that and understanding how to do that is real critical. We also want to make sure that we work with the county to incorporate lessons learned from previous projects so that we can make sure our contract requirements are strong for the delivery model, and that's something that Mike and I personally have done quite a bit for many different counties. Finally, we want to make sure that there's good community outreach with the way this project is going to be designed. We want people to understand what the project is going to be itself and how that design is going to work its way through the process so that there's not surprises and that everyone's as well informed as possible. We want there to be a clear and transparent process. It's critical when you use a best value process that you're very clear with the way the process works and that you carry that process forward exactly the way you say you're going to do it. And that's exactly what we would intend to do. And then finally, we would work really hard to make sure the selection committee is well represented in the county and that those folks, even if they're not design or construction experts, are trained up and prepared to be able to be effective and valuable members in the selection process. And again, that's something that we put a lot of time into ourselves. And then finally, in order to actually have a collaborative process, you need to put effort into that. So that's something we would also work to do, not just through contract requirements, but the way we engage in the project and manage it to make sure that there's good communication, that collaboration can happen within the team, and that we get the quick issue resolution. All of those things mean cost savings and time savings for the county ultimately. So, with that being said, I'm going to hand it over to Mike to talk about the schedule for this project.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. My name is Mike Wass. I'm also a project director with Kitchell. And very quickly, I just want to go over what an overall schedule would look like for you. Mike just went through the process of getting the RFQ and the RFP out. We're in the planning and programming stage right now, still developing those criteria documents. But at the beginning of 2024, we will put an RFQ out, which would get design-build entities, contractors and architects teaming together to respond of their qualifications. And from that, we would then select probably three design-build entities to go forth in the RFP phase. The timing there is that we want to have the RFQ and the selection of the three design-build entities at the time when we finish the criteria documents. So they have those criteria documents to enter into the RFP stage, which you see takes quite a period of time because there is a lot of work for these design-build entities to do during that process. They've got to come up with ideas. They've got to show you how they can give you value to the project. And that we show that would end somewhere around March 2025. And we would then select a design-build entity. The board would select a design-build entity, approve that, and we'd go into contract. Then the architect of record, who's part of the design-build entity, then proceed with the design. And as you see there, the design would start in March 2025 and would go all the way through probably January 2026. But again, with the design-build process, you have that ability to start some site work early, and we're looking at that in July 2025, so that you can start to get a jump on the project, and it cuts down on the overall construction time. We're still looking at about 34 months overall for construction and ending in about April 2028 with building occupancy about 5 years from now in July 2028. And so that is the overall milestones of the schedule as we see them. And with that, Mike and I are happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a question. I'm not sure to whom to address it, maybe Mr. Gasaway, but in the reimbursement resolution, obviously the number that's quoted in there as a not-to-exceed amount is significantly different than the number that was discussed, I think was back in December of last year. I wasn't on the board yet, but I watched the meeting. Is that because the projected project cost is increased, as well as the fact that it includes the work being done to RCCC and the redesign or repurposing of existing space within the current building?
So I'm going to have Colin come up and answer part of the question about the reimbursement resolution, but the cost for this that I'm going to be going over in a couple slides is just for this project alone.
Oh, I'm sorry. So we haven't even got to that. Okay. Apologies. I thought staff was done.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Colin Bettis, the County Debt Officer. The primary reason for the variance in that dollar amount is for a large number of contingencies between now and when the debt is issued. The reimbursement resolution is essentially a tool that maintains the tax-exempt eligibility of any expenditures that we incur between now and the issuance of the bonds. It does not actually authorize the issuance of the debt. We would bring another item before you that would show our true estimate of sources and uses before we would actually get approval for the issuance of any debt. But this provides us the greatest flexibility and guarantees that we would be able to maintain that tax-exempt status on the bonds. So it does take into consideration things like costs of issuance, capitalized interest that may be required during the construction period, and bond insurance. And there's a lot of things like, there's a 10% contingency. There's a contingency for market fluctuation in the interest rates. So that provides the difference between the $654 million and the $925 million in the reimbursement resolution.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Hume, do you mind if I follow up on that? So I guess what I'd like to know, and I don't think it's any secret, my concerns that I expressed at the last meeting on this, over cost and especially the debt associated with it. What is it that we became enlightened about between then and now? I mean, you can say, well, we put in some more contingencies and maybe materials have gone up or labor's gone up, but the delta is so dramatic. What is it that we didn't know then that we know now?
So as far as the project costs, I'd have to rely on Jeff Gasaway in providing that. But the number within the reimbursement resolution is specifically numbers driven based on what it would take to market bonds to provide for a project cost of that amount.
But so, in other words, you're telling us that your estimate back in whenever it was last year, when we last considered this, was just the best estimate that you could ascertain, both the total cost of the project and the debt associated with the total cost of the project?
I'm not sure that we provided a number regarding the bond sizing previously.
No, we had a pretty healthy discussion about the amount of debt that was associated with this, so we must have had a basis with which to have that discussion.
If I could, Amanda Thomas, County Chief Fiscal Officer, and since I was the one primarily having that conversation back in December, I'll relieve Colin. So I think Colin's correct. We didn't talk about a total bond size back in December, so we were working with the project costs at the time and coming up with estimates of what debt service might look like based on those project costs, as well as the types of assumptions that Colin just mentioned. But I don't think it ever came up in conversation what that would mean in terms of the size of the bonds. So the things that Colin's talking about are things that may or may not be required depending on how these bonds are ultimately structured. One of the things that accounts for the largest difference in what we're calling sort of project costs versus these non-project costs that get financed with the bonds is what we call capitalized interest. So that would be paying debt service during construction. To the extent that we're able to minimize that bond size comes down. Really, the number that's in the resolution today, we want to be an amount that we know we are not going to exceed. That's the purpose of that number. It is not an amount that we expect it to be. We hope and expect that it will be less than that, right? Because that's what we're going to be working to do, is to finance this as cost effectively as possible.
No, I get the posture part of it in terms of making sure that you don't underestimate and then have to come back and tell the public again, oh, it's going to be X, tens of millions of dollars more. But it also feels like maybe we underestimated back in December what that cost was too. And it may just be a function of the fact that, it's the nature of these types of projects. The more you drill down on the specifics, the contingencies, they begin to compound and you get a much larger number spit out at the end.
I think Jeff is probably prepared to speak to the difference in the construction cost estimate, but I don't know in terms of the underlying assumptions of the bond financing that things have really changed very much since December. I think it's really within the construction cost.
Okay.
And I think that's actually a good statement, and I'll get to the slide, but this is what we know today, and we're adding contingencies for things that we see coming out, 5 years from now. You're anticipating what it's going to cost in construction 5 years from now, so you try and add everything you can. So I wanted to talk a little bit about when we'll be back to the board and the milestones, or when we'll be coming back to the board to report. So today we're here, so we'll be back to the board in November of 2023 for approval of the RFQ, RFP. And then we're going to be having a community meeting in January or February of 2024. We'll be back to the board after that meeting to discuss the input and the conceptual design of the facility with some conceptual drawings as well. In September, October of 2024, we'll be back to the board to update you on the facility cost. And the reason I say that is right now on the next slide is our best estimate today. So what's going to happen between now and then, once the criteria document is complete, Naughton Lewis will do a cost estimate based on that criteria document, the completed criteria document. Kitchell will do their estimate of that, and they will compare the two and reconcile any differences up or down. And then we'll come back to the board with that cost. The next approval will be in March of 2025 for the DBE contract. And then we'll come back in February of 2026 with an update on where we are in construction. And then again at the midpoint during construction. And then again at the completion and occupancy update in March of 2028. So the conceptual cost summary as it sits today, the construction costs are up roughly $50 million from what we reported in December. One of the things that weren't in the number in December were the soft costs, because we did not know those at the time, and we've been working to come up with those between then and now. So roughly it's $151 million. Total project cost or conceptual cost is $654 million. Now, those numbers could go up, that number could go up, or it could go down based on, we're adding all the contingencies we think that need to be added to get us through construction. So it could go up or it could go down at this point. And that concludes the presentation.
Yeah, Supervisor Trent.
Thanks. And I don't ask you this question to be snide, but have you ever experienced costs going down?
That's a good question, and that was actually asked during briefings. No, I haven't, but I'm hoping that we've built in enough contingencies that we can come back to you with a lesser cost.
Gotcha. Thank you. Okay, no supervisors in the queue. Thank you, Jeff. This is what I'm going to do. Madam Clerk, how many public commenters do we have in chambers?
Right now we have 17.
So what I'm going to do is, in consultation with County Council, and I do know that some of you have been here all day, so what I will do in chambers, I will allow you 4 minutes to comment on both items. So if you're signed up, you come down, you'll just come down once, and then we'll go to the phones after that. The phones, I am going to limit it down to 2 minutes for the phone conversations, but out of deference to those of you who've been here all day, I'll let you take the 4 minutes and talk on both items. So Madam Clerk, please call for public comment.
Mackenzie?
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Mackenzie Wilson, and I'm an organizer with Decarcerate Sacramento. I appreciate, and this is all kind of messy because it was supposed to be 2 items, but I appreciate that the item is a precursor for the next because it gives us the opportunity to illustrate how bad these decisions are. I fear, though, that you won't hear it. We know that you've already received over 700 emails in less than 24 hours about it, but I fear that you won't hear them either. I'll be brave and begin anyways because I always believe in your ability to. That's why I show up. The upcoming item is based off of a report done by Nocton Lewis, something we named as a conflict of interest last year. And last year, Rick Heyer was on record promising that Nocton Lewis would no longer have any involvement with the design, build, or construction process because of it. Well, hire a liar, and here we are. Giving more money to their contract so that they can continue to consult on a project they wrote a report about Sac County having to build a jail. Do you hear the corruption and the bias in this decision today? They wrote a report that says a jail needs to get built, and now they are getting more money from the county to help build it. If that doesn't scream conflict of interest, I don't know what does. Furthermore, the report, in that effort, the biased report, that's the word. Furthermore, the biased report. In that effort to make that money off this project, Nocton Lewis did not explore how the jail could be retrofitted if the jail population was reduced, which blows me away because the Mays consent decree straight up says the only way to meet it is to reduce the jail population. I'm aware of the continued efforts to reduce the jail population. We are the reason you're doing them. Had we not gotten involved 3 years ago, you would have built those jails, and we would be well on our way to another lawsuit already. What I want to remind you is that O'Connell's study was the floor, it's not the ceiling. And if you dreamed harder and worked with your community experts and our data-driven solutions, you would have half that jail empty in a matter of time because we will have invested money into getting ahead and upstream. Housing, food access, mental health, substance use services, neighborhood response centers, good-paying jobs are all the things that keep people out of jail and from re-entering the jail. These things literally make crime rates go down, and they're cheaper, and they show us more love and care, a thing I always believe that you can choose to give us. Cancel this contract is the first start. And I went to come back, right? So then my painting left off, trying to show you how we can reduce the jail population and how corrupt talking about a building based off of a biased report is. Now I'm going to move to a world where we spend $1 billion on the mental health jail looks like. 100 mental health beds does not address the thousands inside of Sacramento County Jail suffering from mental health issues. It does not solve the homelessness or the drug use. It doesn't even help folks from stop doing crime. $1 billion only means that we will keep filling the building, that we will keep torturing folks inside of the building. The stories we hear inside the jail will only continue. We won't have money for housing, meaning homelessness gets worse. We won't have money for services, so families will suffer. We won't have after-school programs or violence prevention programs that keeps the kids and community safe. We won't have workforce development and good-paying jobs that will keep people from doing crimes of survival or drugs or alcohol to cope, unless you get involved in the cops, courts, and cages economy that 72% of our general fund already funds. We don't have to do this. Sue, you were a nurse, so you know what good care and health should look like. Patrick, you have a heart that strings can be pulled by homelessness and mental health, and you can't possibly think that this building and this billion-dollar jail will help either one of them. Rich, we had your vote once, but the way that I see you be doing this economy, this democracy, I'm not too sure about you. Phil, your name is all over this town, and so what are you going to do with your legacy? Pat, I don't know you, right? But I believe in your divinity just as much as I believe in mine and all of ours. And so if you decided to build housing, and I am almost done, if you decided to build housing, services, access to choice and opportunity for Sacramento with $1 billion bond, you wouldn't even have to do a lease revenue bond with high interest rates, because what you could do is a cheaper one that would overwhelmingly pass with voters no matter what side of the issue you're on, because we all want a solution to the crisis. We all want housing. We all want services for folks outside. And so with over 700 people hitting you up, y'all should at least put this vote off for at least 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Courtney?
Hi again, Courtney Hansen, an organizer with Decarcerate Sacramento, and I wanted to give just a brief bit of history too. So the Board of Supervisors, and this is for everyone to hear, right? All the people listening, I know you all know, but you all canceled this jail construction project in March 2021 with a 4-to-1 vote after years of advocacy insisting that this project was misguided and would just perpetuate cycles of harm. The board voted to halt the project, but the Naughton Lewis contract was never fully canceled. The decision to restart this project in December of last year was based largely on the opinions of Naughton Lewis, who were asked by county staff without board approval to determine the feasibility of meeting the consent decree without a building expansion, a project they were and are under contract to be involved in. Why would we ask a company that makes money off of construction projects to determine whether a construction project was necessary? When there was an outcry about the conflict of interest, County Council stated in a meeting last fall that, quote, Naughton Lewis will not be eligible to participate in any future construction, design, or build because of their work here. They will be excluded from that process, but they continue to make millions. We are asking you to uphold integrity in your decision-making process by canceling that contract and reevaluating the validity of their recommendations before moving forward on this expensive project. And we did send you a letter last week, which I'm sure you saw, signed by dozens of organizations urging you to cancel this contract and to take a fresh look at our options for meeting the May's consent decree, prioritizing reducing the jail population. And most importantly, again, the construction project you're voting on today, ultimately at the advice largely of that architectural firm, is double the cost of what we last heard it was, with only a few days to weigh in, and yet you still have at least 725 emails in your inbox expressing concern. I have a technical question. I don't know if this can be answered today, but I just want to flag it. What fiscal year does the county intend to reimburse itself with bond proceeds? If that was covered, I missed it. Lots of information today. And then, are you willing to give the public more time to weigh in on this billion-dollar debt decision? What's a few more weeks for a decision that will impact our lives literally for decades to come? This is a huge decision. And I know today we're really highlighting the monetary cost, but the human cost of pouring an unprecedented level of dollars into an incarceration system will have devastating impacts no matter what on Black and brown communities who are disproportionately funneled into these systems for no reason other than racism and practices of policing, jailing, sentencing, and convicting. I think we can all agree that those things are baked into this system that you're voting on expanding today, with a number of dollars I doubt you've seen funneled into any type of service ever before in your lifetime. We can do better. Please do the right thing and pause on this today. Thank you.
Liz.
Thank you. We will be coming back with more reports from Naughton Lewis, who I want to say, whatever happens, will not be eligible to participate in any future construction, design, or build because of their work here, will be excluded from that.
On September 14th, 2022, County Council Rick Heyer assured the board that the...
Liz, I have to interrupt you. We have a comment from County Council.
I'll comment after she's done.
Thank you. Go ahead, Liz.
Okay. On September 14th, as you just heard, 2022, County Council Rick Heyer assured the board that the public that Naughton Lewis, the builders of the Sacramento County Main Jail, and the consultants charged with evaluating the need for additional construction to meet the lawsuit requirements would not be eligible to participate in any future contracts related to the construction, design, or build of the proposed facility because of their role in the decision analysis. Is it ethical for government to enlist the opinions of firms that have been contracted on a project to determine whether or not their own project is necessary? We know that this project comes down, we know that this project comes down to meeting the Mays consent decree, and after years of studying the consent decree and working alongside one of the actual authors, we know that only a few of over the 400 requirements are related to the structure of the building. Last year, you chose to believe that the firm that is profiting from this project, that a new building is necessary. Do you think this is ethical? Wouldn't you rather base a career-defining decision on a recommendation with less clear conflict of interest? Public entities are ethically bound to avoid even the appearance of a conflict of interest in their contracting and decision-making. The ongoing participation of Naughton Lewis in this project fails that ethical test and raises serious questions about the integrity of the county's decision-making process, which I know you all care about. From reversing your original decision to cancel this project to promising to remove Naughton Lewis moving forward, and now to doubling the estimated cost, this whole process has broken so much trust and has lacked integrity. Please cancel the contract with Naughton Lewis and get a real unbiased opinion on how we can meet the Mays consent decree without a $1 billion project that will sink our county into the largest debt we've ever considered taking on. Continuing with this project would be financially irresponsible and economically violent for our community. This $1 billion jail bond would be a lease revenue bond. LRBs do not require voter approval, unlike general obligation bonds, which must be approved by 2/3 of voters. LRBs cost taxpayers more. Taxpayers will end up paying nearly double the amount of the county is proposing to borrow. Well, that would bring the total cost to $2 billion, which is about a quarter of the entire county budget. Interest rates on LRBs are higher than general obligation bonds because they're riskier investment, as they're not guaranteed by the full faith credit of the state. LRBs have additional costs that general obligation bonds do not, such as underwriting fees, debt service during construction, insurance costs, property liability insurance, and a revenue fund. The financing of jail construction projects through lease revenue bonds like this one functions as a way for private corporations to exploit local austerity policies as a means to transfer public money into the private sector. How will the largest bond that Sacramento County history impact property taxes and other taxes that come directly from your constituents? So please, at the very least, don't vote today. Take a pause. Get more information. Make sure you fully understand all alternatives, all options. Get a truly unbiased opinion on how we can meet the Mays consent decree without a $2 billion project that will lock the county into the most expensive type of debt, forcing the county to prioritize jail construction over everything else.
Thank you.
Robert?
Hold on, Robert, one moment, County Council.
I'd just like to have an opportunity at some point to address the allegations by the speakers regarding what County Council said. I can take that opportunity now. We're at the end of... exactly, and I appreciate the speaker playing that recording because I can address what was said.
Why don't we just take it at the end because there'll probably be some others.
Yep.
And then, and Madam Clerk, let's close the in-person queue. We'll keep the phone queue open for a while, but we'll close the in-person queue for now for public comment.
Okay.
Okay, Robert.
Okay, I got a few questions for whoever's developing this property. Can they keep it under cost? I don't think so. How much is going to be overrun, which I think is going to happen? It's going to cost more than what they're saying because we don't know what's going to happen in the future. when it comes to labor costs, construction costs, materials. Can Sacramento County actually pay for it? A bond of this big without cutting other services that Sacramento County really actually do need? I don't see it. I'm not a part of Decarcerate Sacramento, but I agree with what they're doing. As far as RCCC, who would build RCCC in a floodplain without mitigating factors like minimizing floods in that area? Who came up with that plan? The county jail, when was it built, by the way? Before the American Disability Rights Act or after? It was after the American Disability Rights Act. Somebody should be a lawsuit against that construction company and the county board of supervisors at the time. Can that really, I've heard words $1 billion, $2 billion. I don't see the county paying for it. I think we're going to go into debt, especially if we have a recession in the future, which I think is going to happen. You're not going to be able to pay your bills. And is there audit on this project or any other project? As far as public outreach, the county board of supervisors, like the city council, like all governments, is doing a terrible job with public outreach. Thank you.
Maria?
Before I start, good afternoon, thank you. I'd like to draw your attention, if you have not read my esteemed colleague, Dr. Corinne Sacco, president of our mental health board, who submitted a letter to you previously. I hope that you have taken the time to read her masterful letter. My name is Maria Padilla Castro. I am a semi-retired social worker in private practice. I'm here today to speak to your heart and to your compassion. I'm a member also of the Sacramento County Mental Health Board and concerned member of our community. I have over 40 years of serving Sacramento in community-based and mental health services. I also love my work as a labor organizer. When I moved to Sacramento from Los Angeles in the 70s, it was for the purpose of providing college opportunities, community-based employment and training and social services to ex-offenders. We knew these services would give this underserved population a better chance to make it in the free world and reduce the chances of recidivism. What we have here today are attempts to expand our jail and increase its population, thereby decreasing funding for critically needed outpatient behavioral health and crisis services at the very, very time when funds for these services are at risk for being shifted away from our county. Increasing the jail size and population does nothing to reduce the incidence of mental illness and addiction, and it is outrageous to assert otherwise. We know that, and yet we continue to reinforce these inhumane facilities. California already ranks as the state with the largest inmate population, and what has that served? You know, I bring up some of my history in working with the inmate and ex-offender population in order to emphasize how vital community-based and treatment services are in order to give the underserved a chance at rehabilitation and treatment, and thereby improving their chances of success in the community. I'll leave you with this sweet thought. Please indulge me. Back in the day, we were friends with our beloved former council member and first Chicano mayor, Joe Serna Jr. Joe was also a professor at Sac State and a returned Peace Corps volunteer, such as myself. Joe and his beloved wife, Isabel, left us way too soon. Joe supported our work, and in my heart of hearts, and with due respect, I don't believe Joe would have approved of this proposed jail expansion. You may wonder why I'm sharing my thoughts about Joe. as I am deeply affected by my own words right now. I think it's because he was an elected person in our community who loved Sacramento and served it with honor and integrity and kept his word. We loved and were proud of Joe. I want to be proud of you, our Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Please do the right thing today. Please listen to those who are speaking to you from their hearts. Please, please vote no on item number 48 and item number 49. Treatment works, not incarceration. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kathleen.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Williams, and I'm a constituent of Supervisor Cerna. And I want to thank you, Supervisor, for your vote in December against this project. Many of the speakers have framed this in terms of compassion, but I would frame it in terms of common sense. And I really think this pause that has been requested would be a crucial move. $1 billion for 100 cells. That's $10 million a cell. It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. If you think of what we could have for $1 billion, if we think of the community centers, the youth centers, the enhanced all kinds of things, the recreation and education and all kinds of ways that that money could flow into our communities. And we could have early prevention of mental health. We could prevent crime. We could raise the standards in our community as a matter of policy and common sense. It doesn't make sense to spend $1 billion or close to it. The explanation that it's increased $200 million in 8 months, the estimate. I really think that one of the things that disturbs me about the discussion today is the idea that no matter how much it costs, no matter how great the increase is in this last 8 months, it still must go ahead. We know there are alternatives to comply with the Mays decision. We know that. Have those been fully explored? Have we produced charts and have we had any kind of public involvement or public workshops, like we could do this to reduce the population of the jail? We could do this to have, for example, I noticed that Dr. Sacco advocated a freestanding mental health treatment facility in the community rather than an annex to the jail. Have we really put these things against each other and weighed them? I think the comments about the architectural firm are well taken. And have we considered the amount that we're going to pay in interest? In interest. Every year, the figure that I've read could be as high as $50 million a year for 30 years. I mean, think of the other things that we could do that would really benefit people. That the fact that, as Supervisor Cerna mentioned, this is 5 times our park budget. This is 5 times the budget that we have for homeless people. What is the nature of these cells that we have to pay $10 million per cell and spend this money over a very long period of time when there are many financial uncertainties? The interest, those were averted to by one of the speakers for the county, that, interest rates or bond sales. You could also put this to a public vote. You are kind of doing this in a certain sense, behind closed doors with very little notice, in a very uncertain environment when our mental health services funding is apparently threatened, according to Dr. Sacco. So please take a pause. And again, thank you, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Shauna Pandalidis. I actually live in District 3. I have for about 10 years. Before that, I was in East Sacramento. I've served the community for over 40 years. I've worked in women's reproductive health. But this is also something that our services overrode because we saw women from all walks of life, incarcerated and not, homeless or not, poor or rich. And it's always been a priority to lift up the community. Quite frankly, I'm so opposed. It's hard for me to put this into words, but my hat is off to Decarcerate, the People's Budget, the Mental Health Board, all the boards, every speaker, and I do not have to go over their well thought out, well researched points from expertise. I'm telling you, as someone that lives in this community, I am devastated that you are taking these steps. Devastated. And you're going to devastate our community. Think about this. Why do we have the largest incarceration rate in the world? In the world. Do you think that people that live and stay in the United States are criminals? You would be critical of an authoritarian government, right? They have lower incarceration rates. Why is that? You know, it's kind of like, well, if a small hammer didn't work, let's use a bigger hammer. It's just wrong. It's wrong, and it's unconscionable. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob?
Hi, I'm Bob Saunders. I'm with the Justice Reform Coalition and many other groups. And one thing I have to say about a previous person who spoke about the project, connected to the project, I sure wouldn't want them to be my financial analyst or my doctor. It can go up, it could go down. That's not a professional way of assessing a major project that has escalated in 8 months. That's really bad planning. One thing I want to say, this project, to me, in no doubt, is a political and financial boondoggle. Money would be better spent on enhancing and financing the other more appropriate services, mental health, health and human services, diversion programs, et cetera, plus housing for the homeless. And Rich Desmond, you're my representative, and I know you ran on a platform about that, and I really hope that that becomes part of your legacy to do something in that way. I believe you could do that, and I'm more than happy to help you. Also investigating CPS and more. $925 million can go a long way. And as the late and famous California State Treasurer Jesse Unruh said, $1 billion here, $1 billion there, soon you'll be talking about real money. It is an act of bad faith and a violation of honest services to continue with NNL on this project. As was stated before, Rick Heyer stated what he stated in regarding that, and yet here they are again. Sadly, law enforcement has proven time and time again they're incapable of providing health and human services on any level. That needs to be taken out of the hands. I believe that the JRC, when people were talking about defunding the police, we talked about reorienting funds to different services. One of them was mental health. One of them was about training people to get more social workers to come on the scene and less law enforcement officers so that they can take that person, not shoot them, but take that person and move them into a place where they can be actually helped. Yeah. And I know because that happened in my neighborhood, and I live in a pretty good neighborhood. Sadly, law enforcement, I mentioned that about it, has proven that you're ignoring the will of the people and the community's claim of corruption. To that, perhaps we can also add fraudulent services, bad faith, and racketeering. That's a RICO Act right there. You have an ethical and fiduciary responsibility to the people that I expect you to honor, and I think you're totally capable about doing that because you do some good things. And I ask, as an act of good faith and as an act of restoring that will of the people, that you cancel this contract. And I also, since I have a couple of minutes, I also would like that you consider appointing an oversight committee made up of citizens in accordance with what Liz from Decarcerate Sacramento was talking about, because that is the only way we will get a true, just, and honest assessment of everything that's going on. No backdoor planning, nothing like that. We don't need another King's Arena. As much as it's great to have it, we could have done a lot more with that situation. As the Kings keep rising in the standings, so does the homeless issue descend on fact here. They're not our enemy. They're the people that we need to look at and say, how can we better ourselves, better our society? Thank you.
Keon.
Are you listening, Board of Supervisors? I really hope you are. I sadly don't have the faith in it. But I want to help you all actually imagine something different that you could be spending this money on, rather than just this expansion to this monument of oppression sitting in our downtown. Sacramento County approved these funds, $450 million in December, and then it's ballooned now to 40%, or $654 million. So imagine directing those funds to build and staff a new freestanding mental health treatment facility that contains beds licensed at the psychiatric health facility level and offers step-down programs, services that accommodate mental health rehabilitation. I mean, after all, you're trying to prioritize this construction for $100 million for a psychiatric wing, to add a psychiatric wing to the main jail, an additional cost of $50 million or $32 per resident to staff it. This is exactly the recommendation that your mental health board advised when it advocated for a care first, jail last policy in its November 2022 recommendations. Imagine if we shifted those resources to fund permanent affordable housing construction, which could easily provide up to 2 affordable housing units for every homeless person in Sacramento, based on the point-in-time count, or up to 20,000 affordable housing units. Is that not responsible budgeting? Sacramento Sheriff Department's total budget, when discretionary and restricted funds, exceeds over $900 million this year, including 878 staff positions out of the 2,187 positions for the jail system. That's $572 per county resident. And imagine if we invested such long-term funding into substance abuse prevention and treatment services to increase this budget from the $107 million or $68 per resident to $182 million or $115 per resident. Imagine investing this into homeless services to increase the budget of your new department for homeless services and housing from $53 million to $103 million. Is that not public health? The starting salary range for a deputy sheriff is between $83,000 and $112,000, with the average total pay and benefits for 965 sheriff deputies ranging from $148,000 to $231,000 per year. There are sheriff's captains and chief deputies taking home $400,000 annually, and with one sheriff chief deputy taking home over $650,000 in total pay and benefits. That's more than the city manager, by the way, of Sacramento City. Imagine if we use these funds to address the massive staff shortage of behavioral health specialists and mental health workers that your behavioral health services department is experiencing. Behavioral health peer specialists have a starting salary range for the county between $41,000 and $50,000, and mental health workers start between $58,000 and $70,000. Even just 2% of the $654 million you're preparing to allocate for this construction could support 155 behavioral health peer specialists or mental health workers or any combination of the two to achieve pay parity with a sheriff deputy. Is that not public safety? A budget, we have told this to you countless times and again, a budget is a reflection of our values, and the current county budget, as well as this proposal to build this jail expansion, is not aligned with our values or our interests. We have many bigger problems than to pay for this giant jail building and adding an intake facility that we could actually be using it for. So why are we
Keon, can you
here
wrap up
to
your
allocate
comments?
for that? I urge you to really think on these numbers that we're sharing to you and put this vote off, because there is no rush, given that it's not going to start construction until 2026.
Mark?
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. Last time I appeared here, I think none of these faces was actually on the dais, although I have been consistently suing Sacramento County, and primarily about the jails, about killings and deaths in the jail, often filmed actually on camera and projected onto screens. The murders, the deaths, which no one was even watching. So I would suggest that part of the problem here is staffing, inadequate training, and that kind of problem. You could focus on that. Of course, there are some facility issues, and they have to be addressed. But I think that the district attorney who wrote the mayor today, in a letter that you may have seen, talked about diverting people from entering into the Sacramento County Jail into other programs. He's got programs that will relieve the congestion, and he's pointed out that there are 12 different robust alternative courts which are designed to relieve the population in the county jail. And the other place where people who are now treated in the county jail with mental health services should get those services is at the state level. Right now, you are warehousing people who have already been declared mentally incompetent to stand trial, but are held in the county jail pending transfer, and the average wait is over 5 months. So you have people, and I would say it's close to 100 people right now in the Sacramento County Jail who are awaiting transfer to state hospital for what they call restoration of sanity processes, so they can then go through a court proceeding to be determined innocent or guilty of the charges. So that could take, if you could just get the state to step up and process those people more quickly, you'd be solving some of the problem. Plus, Governor Newsom has already announced that he's proposing the creation of an additional 10,000 behavioral health beds to, again, relieve some of the pressure that's not just on Sacramento County Jail, but other main jails as well. So I really urge you to rethink the direction you're going. We don't need this huge, grandiose project. We can do something different and something better. Thank you.
Pamela?
My name is Reverend Dr. Pamela Anderson. It's good to be here with you all. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to have 4 minutes, so I want to recognize that. Thank you, Phil Cerna, for bringing up the questions about the budget, because that is a concern that it keeps continuing to grow. So when we look at the things of it being close to $1 billion, and again, I really appreciated what Cat Williams had to say, that is $10 million a bed. We're looking at 100 beds. Look at what we could do with that money if we could invest that back into the community. And so there's a scripture, so you're going to get me preaching here, right? There's a scripture of Isaiah 10 that says, woe to those who vote in unjust decrees. And the way that that can be also translated is, woe to those who prey upon the people, which is P-R-E-Y and not P-R-A-Y. So we are praying that this will not happen, so that it will prey upon this community and the people. With that being said, I'm a pastor, right? So I'm listening. And I'm listening to people who have been formerly incarcerated. And I want to say thank you to Mark Maron for what you had to say, because it is true. There's a culture of what is going on inside our prisons, inside our jail, that we need to look at. Why is it that we need to have 100 beds at $10 million a bed, 100 beds? So what is going on inside there? That there needs to be 100 beds for this kind of service, when it is the system of what is happening in there that is perpetuating some mental health concerns and issues. So what we need to do is be doing preventative measures so that we can help. We all want, all of us here, right? All of us want preventative measures and help for people, for those who are incarcerated. And what we can do is that we can do better with this. So what we're doing is we're asking for you to really look at this. And instead, this is going to lock up our funding for the next generation. 20 years, 30 years, this is crazy. Let's take some of that money, invest it back in here. And my next question is, are we listening to those who are incarcerated? Have they been a part of the conversation? Have we listened to them of what they actually need? So I want to encourage to bring in those who are incarcerated, who have been formerly incarcerated, do listening to what is really needed, because I feel like we're talking about them without them. And they need to be here, because all we're doing is we're just adding money to this. So for this to be, that a company has proposed this idea, and now there's a possibility that they may continue to work on this project, it doesn't look right. The optics are not there. And so when we continue to be a part of this, where if you vote on this and this company continues, it will look like this company is PREY, preying upon those who are most vulnerable. So let's do the right thing. Let's do more listening. Let's put a pause. You can hear the passion in the room. We appreciate your service. It is hard to be politicians and to show up. So we want to say thank you for doing this, okay? But we're asking, just do some more deep listening. And if you don't, unfortunately, I think the city won't be with you if we are going to be spending this kind of money when we need to be really investing. So thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Marjorie.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm Marjorie Biza, and I'm a member of Sacramento County Community. I was going to say which section, district that I reside in, but I'm not, because there's one Sacramento County, yeah? And I'm a member of Sacramento County. I just heard about today's conversation today, so I'm not as, if you will, prepared as I would prefer to be, but here is what I walked away with. I was listening quite closely to what was being said. One of the things that immediately jumped out at me is when a gentleman came up, I believe his name is Colin, that works for the county, he's a county debt officer. He made a statement, he said, I'm gonna have to rely on Jeff Gosway's input. Who's Jeff Gosway? I don't know. And why is he relying on his input? Why does not the county have its own baseline upon which it makes decisions, and then ask Jeff to compare his to ours? That was something that jumped out at me. I don't know if Jeff Gosway works for the county, but that jumped out at me. Really quickly, let me read something here for you. I went onto the sheriff's website, and it said, our vision. The Sacramento County Sheriff's Office is committed to provide high-quality public safety services to our constituents. The persons who are incarcerated and formerly incarcerated, like myself, we are also constituents. And the pastor before me made mention that, are we having these conversations with the inmates currently and those who are former inmates? Yes or no? Who is better to speak to my pain points but me? You've not walked a mile in my shoes. You can't speak for me. What you will do is speak to me. You will speak about me, but you can't speak to the pain. When we talk about mental health issues, and I hate seeing the looks of disinterest on your faces, more than 90% of human communication is nonverbal. Yeah? We elected you to not just sit there, but to listen, to take on board, and to act based on our particular perspective and our priorities. You are here to represent me. And I look at your faces and I only see a few people who are actually engaged. Yeah? Everybody is looking at their phones and, you know, they're looking around. Look at me. That is a form of showing me respect, that you honor and respect this person standing in front of you, regardless of the fact that I don't make $100 million or whatever that obscene amount of money was. Going back to what I was reading really quickly before my time is gone. It says here, create an environment in which all may enjoy optimal quality of life and economic prosperity. There are 70% of the population in Sacramento County Sheriff in lockup, which is 2,045 people. I looked it up just now. And this is reported by the County Sheriff's Office. 47% of them have significant mental issues. What does that mean? Schizophrenia, PTSD, and other major mental health issues. 100 beds. I myself standing before you, my diagnosis is PTSD. I'm an honorably discharged veteran of the U.S. Armed Forces, yeah? And I have sat at 651 I Street. I have been at RCCC. It's not anecdotal for me. So if you guys are going to talk about building an obscenely expensive extension, at least push pause and take some time to make sure that you're looking at it in a holistic way, in the totality, considering the totality of things. And when I look at the people sitting inside, and I see my time, I'm sitting inside, whose voices can't be heard here today, they look like me. And the people standing here talking about multi-billion-dollar buildings don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your service. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to note for Ms. Beezer that Mr. Gassaway serves as our Director of General Services and is a county employee.
And Madam Clerk, let's close the queue for the telephone public comment. And just remind people, folks on the phone that it'll be a 2-minute public comment period for folks on the phone. Nikki.
Dude, bored. $1 million is a lot of money. $1 billion. That's what I said. Oh yeah, remember that? What's that one movie? Oh, $1 million. Do you guys remember that one? Many Me, Mike. Okay, come on. You guys remember that one? So $1 million is still a lot of money, but it's $1 billion, and $1 billion we could get way upstream with. We could be talking about this loan to fight homelessness with a real housing solution. Damn, whew, but we're out here with a doubled price tag on what? 100 mental health beds? Maybe 200? I don't know. What fits in that tower? Not a solution. These beds, they could actually be in the community to be effective at providing compassionate, actual care for someone's well-being. This is a hole on I Street that no amount of money will fill. The way care is provided, who and how and what is considered care. Even the disconnected grand jury can tell that this is just foot dragging on real solutions to the civil rights violations happening at our county facilities. We need immediate remedies. And this building is only a contrivance of a solution that staff is pushing forward. A building completed in what, 2028? I'm sorry to have to promise you now that our civil rights violations and that people suffering under medical neglect will not be solved by this building even in 2028. It's not going to happen. This mistreatment is going to go on. We're going to continue to see this until we do something different. We'll just be so hard on the hook for this decision. That's all we'll be in the future. We won't have solved the problem. We're going to be on the hook for this decision. A building that y'all continue to believe when staff tells you is the answer. And they've said, we don't need to have it in place. We just need to have a plan. That's all the court needs. But what about the people inside the jail? What do they need to immediately remedy their conditions? We don't need a plan for 5 years down the line. We need immediate remedy for the violations that are happening, that are affecting people's lives, their health, their well-being. We're seeing deaths increase in the jail. This is not a joke. This is not a plan that we can solve with a building 2 years down the line, 5 years down the line, 6 years down. How many years down the line and how many more billions of dollars? Okay? When the expert monitoring reports have shown us the multitude of other ways that we can be getting closer to compliance without this decades-long price tag. When I was recently arrested, thanks park rangers, a sheriff deputy in booking was proud to tell me, that the sheriff's department was not responsible for maze, that they had no responsibility under it, that it was specifically related to the medical staff. They understand that as their position. The consent or the monitoring reports confirm that that's what they believe, that it's not about them. We know it's about them. We know it's about how they run their facility. We know it's about choices that they make in their facility and how people are treated, how rights are violated. Has to do with decisions made in that building, not just the building. And your expert monitors have told you that over and over again. Now we're looking at this decade-long price tag, okay? With that attitude, how are we going to actually get there? We're not. We're not going to get there. Let me see. I had something written. Okay, I know that authentic conversations and actual authority over the sheriff's department about policy is hard, and you'll feel like you can't actually control it. It's a difficult, uncomfortable conversation, but it's the only real route to mitigating the torture. It's the only real route. Will y'all do that? Will y'all take on that hard conversation or not? Because we'll be here in 2028 when that building doesn't solve your problems.
My kid's gonna come bitch at you too.
Thank you.
I have kids just for that.
Kalima?
My name is Kalima Mutaki, and I am a lead organizer with Sacramento ACT. I am asking you reject both jail expansion items and reconsider the decision to restart this project that was canceled in 2021 and would have unimaginable impacts on future funding for health and human services. I've been at this microphone quite a few times before, initially to ask that you not approve this project, and I want to remind you of a few things. If you want to address issues of mental health and improving conditions in our jail, then invest in mental health diversion programs and programs to keep people out of jail pre-trial before they have been convicted of a crime. This is how you reduce jail population, so that there is no need for a near $1 billion loan. $1 billion for 100 beds. It just doesn't make sense. I want to echo the racist consequences this expansion will fuel. Our Black community is jailed 7 times more than white people and make up 40% of the jail population, despite being 11% of the county population. I know that at least a few of you county supervisors are people of faith, and I just want to remind you that leadership is a trust from God. I'm asking you to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
They spelled my name wrong. My name is Zayaria Ox. I am in District 1. I work with the mental illness people. I live here in Sacramento. And I really want you to reconsider the expansion. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
I'll keep this short. I do not support this bill, this jail expansion bond, and I hope y'all reconsider. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rachel Harrington, and I want to say that if you were actually concerned about the consent decree, you would start with some of the easy steps, such as decreasing the jail population and updating the building that is already there. Most people in the jail are pre-trial, and as been stated today many times, most of the people there need mental health support and substance use services. Those populations shouldn't be in the jail. Prevention and diversion are way more cost effective, and that is where you should be focusing time and money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eileen Schnitger, and don't go ahead. Don't go ahead. Do not move ahead. Stop. And I'm here. I'm a homeowner in Sacramento, and I pay property taxes, so paying for all of this, all of your salaries, but we all are. Homeless people are paying, they're paying sales tax, so also employing all of you. People with drug problems, people in jail, they're also paying sales taxes, or they might be a homeowner, but so all of us are paying public funds. You're our leaders. You need to make a good decision. You're on track to make a bad decision. So my perspective is, how old are the kids now that are going to sit in this jail? How old are the kids? Are they your kids? Are they our kids? Yeah, they are. Are they, how old are the kids that are going to be jailed when we're paying off the debt? Well, some of them are babies. Some of them aren't born yet, who are going to be jailed or be paying off this debt. So I just think, come on, let's step back. Everybody knows that housing is a huge problem. I've been going door to door for mayoral race. That's the number one thing is housing, and mental illness is a big part of people, unhoused people. So if we step back and kind of look at the problem of mental health services, step back, look at the problem of housing, then how does this address the problem? So I really encourage you to stop and listen to, there's some brilliant ideas going on out here. I have a brother who's schizophrenic, and I see and know that when somebody has, or he has schizophrenia, and when they're had a psychotic episode, it's very scary. He's actually been had to be 5150. He was always brought to a hospital, and he's doing great. He's got treatment, and everything that was said about treatment helping mental health professionals, that is absolutely the case. And he's probably alive today and not locked up. It never had been locked up except in a hospital, 5150, because of his white skin. So, look at all of the issues that are coming down with homelessness and mental illness, and step back and go, this does not address it. Mm-hmm. The other thing is, I'm just concerned about our governance of the county after this display today of how much stuff's going to cost. I mean, that's a whole other thing. That's not why I came today, but I'm very worried about moving ahead with, well, we don't know how much it's going to cost. Like, that's just bad governance. So please, please, please listen to what's being said here. Put the brakes on. Stop. Don't approve it. Don't move ahead. You're not ready.
Thank you.
Okay, can you please transfer the first caller?
Council, you'll wait until the end of all the public.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Tijuana Barnes. I serve as Vice President of the Greater Sacramento NAACP, and I speak on behalf of our branch and our president, Betty Williams. As you know, Black people are disproportionately impacted by law enforcement stops, arrests, pretrial detainment, and incarceration, sometimes as much as 7 times more impacted than other demographics. We are also disproportionately impacted by a lack of health services, including mental health service needs. The NAACP is vehemently opposed to augmenting through capital investments or through adding beds any carceral setting, including one that professes to be a mental health care facility. Incarceration is rarely a public safety solution and is overused as an easy way to hide the outcomes of our inhumanity, and racism, and to pay a labor force on the backs of those who need our help, not punishment. Real care facilities do not strip people of their freedoms and civil rights prior to being convicted of crimes or deemed legally incompetent. Jails do that. Call this what it is. This is a $1 billion, maybe even $2 billion allocation to a jail instead of investing in long-term solutions because of a knee-jerk reaction to being afraid of federal receivership. Fear-based decision-making always causes more harm than good. Using incarceration as a consistent and easy remedy to the underinvestment made in public health, appropriate access to care, including mental health care, and access to housing speaks to the lack of understanding and competence surrounding care-based and economic health decisions making in this country. We employ
Can you please wrap up your comments, ma'am?
Yes, how many more seconds do I have? Thank you.
You're actually past your time.
Okay. The NAACP knows that if you build it, you will continue to fill it with Black people and other marginalized groups. Just like I was saying, the NAACP says we are done dying. Thank you.
Next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
This is Jordan Catalano. I'm in District 3, Carmichael. I'm asking the board to please not move forward with items 48 and 49. Please reconsider these. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm a resident of Supervisors Cerna's District 1 area. I am a bit confused and frustrated to learn that the jail expansion plan is up to the board for reconsideration today. The county promised to explore other solutions to jail expansion other than jail expansion, and that work has not been done. We need this to be done and done correctly. The provided study does not address that, and I don't believe their work was done in good faith for its intended purpose, but instead it was done for financial incentives. This is important work that needs to be done at such a critical time, and we need to focus and address the items from the decree and do strategies to reduce the jail population with effective resources. The willingness to make this financial commitment at the same time that critical funding for behavioral health, outpatient, and crisis services are being at risk is very concerning. We need progressive solutions built with the community instead of outdated check-in-the-box approaches. We have the opportunity to really push forward meaningful change for our underserved and needed communities. So let's do that. I hope the board denies this item and item 49. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, I'm calling today as a mental health worker and an abolitionist to represent not only myself, but the hundreds of mental health workers in the trenches that I've come across and shared concerns and conversations with. Also with the thousands of abolitionists who have come before me in fighting against oppressive forces like the prison industrial complex. I just want to take a second to really kind of reiterate what some other people have been saying about, are you guys listening? You know, are you listening to us, or are you just appeasing us? You know, I do look at the faces of folks, and I do see a sort of just laissez-faire attitude, look at the phones, not really paying attention, which I've seen in city council as well as far as Board of Supervisors. The numbers have been run through. This has been shown to you guys 5,000 different ways. Every single person who's come up to comment in chambers who has called so far is adamantly opposed to this and or asking for a pause. And I don't see what else and much more you need to give us what we're asking for. Like somebody else stated, we pay you guys, and it's not to rub it in your face, but you're supposed to be representing us, and you're supposed to be representing the people, and it never feels that way. It feels like we're begging for something that we're paying for, and that never makes any sense. So I would like to say that we need to put a pause on this immediately, and we need to hold this to a vote for the public. And I promise you that if you got the mental health workers of this county together and you took a vote, they would strongly oppose this, because they're in the trenches and they know what works and they know what's going to fuel our society and is going to help people. And it's not another jail expansion or whatever you guys want to call it and sugarcoat it. Okay, we need things that actually invest in the community, not just the pockets of developers and the prison industrial complex. Like other folks have stated, you know, if you want to do something about the Mays Decree, if that's your big defense, oh, the Mays Decree, this Mays Decree, well, why don't we start by releasing and, you know, reducing the jail population? Why don't we invest in community-based, you know, services and organizations and housing and workers? Why don't we pay the workers who are doing the mental health work more? I mean, $1 billion, I'm telling you, if you took every single mental health worker in the county and asked them, do you want $1 billion to expand a jail? They'd say, no, that's insane.
Sir, can you wrap up your comments?
Thank you. It doesn't matter if it's a mental health jail or whatever. We need to invest in the people, not the police and the prisons. No on this. Take a pause. Let's ask the mental health workers what they want. Let's take time to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes. Can you mute the meeting in the background?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so you can start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi there, County Board of Supervisors. My name is Cesar Aguirre. I live in District 1, so Phil Cerna is my representative. I'd like to speak to y'all about this decision that has been made to expand our jail. As somebody who has been formerly incarcerated, I can tell you that it is not a pleasant experience. It's not one that I count as something that helped me in terms of my mental health, in terms of my development as a professional or a member of my community. I do understand the need for adequate facilities. I have to strongly urge you against any type of expansion of this system, of this form of meeting our community's needs. No doubt there are those out there in our community who need assistance. I think someone before me actually mentioned the value of social workers who are tremendously, I would say, understaffed across the country. So, you know, the consideration of using the exorbitant amount of funds that are going into this expansion to instead reinvest in community workers, social workers, mental health professionals, first responders as an alternative to what would eventually be law enforcement being used for intake of these folks, right? When we invest almost, I think it's around $1 billion, right, into a jail expansion, we are guaranteeing that we will get more investment in law enforcement. We are guaranteeing that the attempts at solutions for these what is often unhoused folks, lower income folks, right, folks who end up being arrested and going into our jail system, that there will be harm in that process. And there does not have to be. There should not be. If we want to adequately address people's mental health needs, then we should not be investing our tax dollars into something that is going to lead to harm for them. I also want to speak on the unsustainability of
Sir, can you wrap up your comments? You're past your time.
So I will just end with saying that this is an incredibly financially and morally apprehensible expansion on our part as a county. So please consider other options. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, my name is Courtney Poole, and I am a resident of District 1 and a school social worker. I'm calling to urge you to cancel the Knott and Lewis contract from the main jail intake and health services facility project, and by stopping the use of any existing recommendations or designs for this project. This is a huge conflict of interest, as Knott and Lewis was asked by county staff without board approval to determine the feasibility of meeting the Mays consent decree without a building expansion, a project that they are under contract to complete. How can you have the same company contracted to construct also provide feasibility overview? This was after the Board of Supervisors voted to cancel the project in March of 2021. And after county executive staff claimed that they would no longer be involved in the project. So please cancel the contract with Knott and Lewis. And also I'm asking you to reject the $925 million bond debt proposal. This is five times the amount of money that the county spent to provide services and address needs related to homelessness, and is 18 times the county's budget for the Department of Homeless Services and Housing. As stated before, this money could provide 2 affordable housing units for every person who is unhoused in Sacramento. And as we know, many people who end up in our county jails are unhoused. Why not propose a bond for housing, mental health diversion programs, and other community and health services instead? Moving forward with this construction project directly opposes the Care First Jail's last recommendations set forth by the county's own mental health board in November 2022. Please reject this. We won't get a chance to vote on this on the ballot, as it is being proposed as a lease revenue bond, not a general obligation bond, and we only have today to be able to voice our concern. You've heard from so many of your constituents that we do not want to take on this debt for something that is not necessary and in fact harmful. Please reject this bond. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller. Hi, caller. Hi, caller. Can you please mute the meeting in the background?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes if you can start with your comments.
Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Genevieve Romero, and I am calling on behalf of the Care First California Coalition. The first thing that I want to say addresses item number 48, and we're just asking that this board uphold the integrity and accountability in the decision-making process by canceling this contract and by stopping the use of any existing recommendations or designs from Knott and Lewis, since I think it can be undebated, since we heard a recording earlier today that Deputy County Counsel told the board that Knott and Lewis would not be eligible to participate in any future construction, design, or build because of their work here. So we just ask that this board uphold that integrity. Further, on item 49, we know that this jail expansion project is unnecessary, and it was actually recommended by an architecture firm that continues to profit from this project. We also know that Sacramento County could fund approximately 2 affordable housing units for every houseless person in Sacramento with this $1 billion. And we know that approximately 10K people are houseless, and at $100,000 per person in 2020 and April 2022, the city approved $35.4 million for 820 affordable units. If we're going to do big, bold government spending, then let's do it on things that will actually improve folks' lives. We know that our communities need care and not cages, and the county should be investing in long-term public health needs and not expanding carceral systems. We also know that over 80% of folks in Sacramento jails are pretrial, and so the county would better serve residents and communities by funding pretrial services like legal assistance, mental health treatment, health care, and housing, rather than expanding projects that send profits to private industries. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
This is Steve Sander, resident of District 2 and organizer with the Answer Coalition, Act Now to Stop War and End Racism. I'm in opposition to the jail expansion project. The county always says they don't have enough money for the climate emergency or for the homelessness crisis, but they always seem to have enough money for incarceration. This is hypocrisy at its finest. Why is it always a question of trade-offs when it comes to funding for climate and homelessness? But when it comes to jail expansion, suddenly there's this appetite to saddle the county with $1 billion of debt. Usually debt financing is reserved for projects that would have a return on investment or to avoid spending more over time. This project accomplishes neither of those things. And the interest on our debt obligations, $50 million per year in just interest, this is going to further hinder our ability to tackle these crises. This one project is 5 times the annual budget of the Department of Housing Services. In fact, the jail expansion project will not solve the problem of crime. On the contrary, it will make the problem worse. This will increase the number of people in jail, which will lead to more crime and violence. Larger jails are in no way correlated with improved public safety outcomes. This is completely contrary to the spirit of Mays. This is so unnecessary. There are many ways to improve jail conditions without building a new jail, such as reducing the jail population and improving the quality of health care in the jails. We need to invest in our community, not more in jails. $10 million per cell. We could build a whole apartment complex with that money, I bet. The money would be better spent on mitigating the climate crisis, building affordable housing, creating jobs, investing in education. It could be used to reduce the jail population and improve the quality of life for people who are incarcerated, to address the root causes of crime, the mental illness and alienation caused by living in poverty. But instead, you're choosing to spend
can you wrap
money
up your
on...
comments, please?
Absolutely. I'm almost done. You're choosing to spend money you don't even have on a jail expansion project that is unnecessary and harmful. Money for jobs, climate, and education, not incarceration.
Thank you. Next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Sonia Williams-Lewis, and I am an organizer with Decarcerate, as well as a business owner and a Black mother of 6 Black boys. And I mention those things because that is my investment in regards to this issue. I wanted to start off by saying that if Mark Maron is still in the audience, I would like to get him to represent me if you all are wanting to usurp our time to speak on 2 issues at 2 minutes each, but I'm wanting to also say thank you for giving even the callers on the phone grace in this time. I want to start off by just saying that we the people deserve better, because for far too long we have been used as human capital to make the rich richer. See, there's been a profit built on the backs of Black folks in this county, in this state, and around this country. And so if we begin to look at where the needs lie the most, how about actually look at ways to remedy that with the people power that's in not only your meeting room right here, but people from all over the county. See, the investment in people versus property is an issue that I have because for far too long, you're willing to protect property, but you're not willing to secure and invest in people. These are our tax dollars. It matters. This is our safety. It matters. This is our health for the future. It matters because when we continue to buck the system is when you all obviously are listening. It might be laborsome. It might be frustrating. It might be time consuming. But the reality of the matter is the buck can't stop at the voting polls when you get yourselves in those seats. The buck has to actually stop with the people who are saying these are what our needs are, and please address those needs. I want to also say that Langston Hughes said to be black in America is to be in a perpetual state of rage. And at 52, I find myself in a perpetual state of rage because the human services of people who look like me are not served through when systemic racism continues to play out and be perpetuated by all of those who are sitting on this dais. Crime, and the reason that we even have jail cells.
Can you wrap up your comments, please?
Okay,
me.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Crime in and of itself is a consideration or a representation, I should say, of poverty. And so if we address the systemic things that are rooted in poverty.
Thank you for your call. Mm-hmm. Next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Right now?
Yeah, if you could start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this important issue, and thank you for all the work that you've done on behalf of our county. My name is Dr. Jennifer Kenny. I live in Arden Arcade. I'm a social worker and professor at a local university. I work professionally and personally with individuals and families who've been impacted by the criminal justice system for the past 25 years. Today, I heard a lot from an architecture firm who is scheduled to build the new jail expansion, and nothing from public health officials, doctors, psychiatrists, community organizers, or social workers who actually should be guiding the county's response to the Mays decree. Instead of talking about stone and metal, how architects need an additional $2 million to finish this project, I wish we were talking more about the flesh and blood and lived experiences of those who will be affected most by this expansion. The research is clear. Detaining people in jail after arrest, rather than allowing them to return to their homes and communities with the relevant support, does more harm than good. Being in jail pending trial has a negative effect on all subsequent stages of a defendant's case. Individuals detained in pretrial detention are less likely to be able to afford a private attorney, less likely to take their case to trial, and more likely to be convicted for the crime for which they were arrested. Additionally, those in jail plead guilty and accept a plea agreement 3 times faster than the defense in the community. Incarceration does not make our community safer. Neither will a decade-long billion-dollar lease. And nothing we are talking about today is helping anyone right now. We should use this money to support and empower our community members, not incarcerate so many of them for days, weeks, months, years, the majority of whom are unconvicted of any crime. Yes, we have problems that are in urgent need of solutions. However, until the people who will be most affected by the jail expansion are prioritized in this process, I urge you to please speak with them, employ experts, use data-driven strategies to explore how we can most effectively and compassionately meet the Mays consent decree. As someone who values everyone in our community, as I know you all do, I urge you to vote against this billion-dollar jail expansion and take the time needed to explore actual evidence-based and humane strategies that have already shown that it is possible to create a world in which all people are treated justly and fairly. Please vote no, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Lily Gibbons, and I'm calling in opposition to items 48 and 49. I'm going to do my best to get my 4 minutes down to 2. For 48, others have already outlined the conflict of interest at play here. We cannot treat Naughton Lewis's claim that the booking loop cannot be renovated into compliance seriously if they are going to profit from that decision. It's glaringly unethical for Naughton Lewis to continue to profit off of the project that they recommended. But not only is it unethical, it's preventing the consideration of solutions that could actually improve the jail conditions that are at the crux of this lawsuit, namely the inhumane culture that leads to negligence and mistreatment at the hands of jail staff, along with policies that dehumanize those inside the jail. I join other community members in asking you to fully cancel the contract with Naughton Lewis. Additionally, the fact that the price on this project has already doubled from previous estimates this early in the project is completely unacceptable. This cannot be where Sacramento County commits its money. The level of debt that we will have to prioritize in years to come puts every other community service in peril. This conversation is about the fact that the county has been sued due to its violation of human rights of people being held inside its jails. There are hundreds of legal requirements outlined in Mays that have nothing to do with the physical building whatsoever. So why are we focusing exclusively on the building at the expense of $1 billion and every other improvement that still needs to be made? The crisis inside the jail is ongoing. We continue to hear reports from the Sheriff's Department of incarcerated people dying inside the jail, many of whom are held pre-trial and are legally innocent. This should shock and appall everyone. A new building will not resolve this. We need alternatives to pre-trial incarceration. We need a reduction in the jail population. We need changes to the policies that lead to mistreatment. We need housing and non-carceral services. This is not how we meet the requirements of Mays. This is how we meet the requirements of Mays, not by committing the county to years of debt for a newer, prettier booking loop run by the same people.
Can you wrap up
with
your
the same
comments,
policies
please?
and the same disregard for
Can
health
you
and
wrap up
human
your
rights.
comments,
Thank
please?
You.
Thank you.
That's the end.
Next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Lynn Berkeley Baskin, representing the Justice to Jobs Coalition. In Sacramento County, we cannot hold the sheriff accountable for inhumane treatment that is related to jail culture. The only accountability the sheriff receives is during elections. Otherwise, the sheriff is untouchable, even by the Mays consent decree, because you, the board, nor others, have jurisdiction inside the jail facilities to create humane outcomes. That's sheriff domain. We continue to wonder why the board continues to abdicate your power to have control over outcomes. When institutions are consistently failing, causing significant harm, especially to specific populations of people, and the response to that is to continue working inside the institution as if it is going to change the outcome, we trick ourselves into thinking we have control. We don't. It won't change, and we challenge you to show us that it is and shall change. J2J has sent report after report showing you evidence, alternatives, and state laws that have been ignored. We love Sacramento and work toward equitable quality of life and understand that when someone is incarcerated, public safety efforts have already failed. Now you, our board, continue in a trajectory of being complicit in allowing the process of incarceration to be the default and solution, instead of recognizing that this financial expansion will cause more harm than it resolves. We hope you read or will read our letter about the financing of this horrendous mistake. If you are so confident about this financial decision, then why not take it to the community for a vote? Access a less expensive general bond instead of using the backdoor, more expensive lease revenue bond. Lease revenue bond, that's the revenue part. We won't be getting that with this. With either debt incurred, it means you must have a plan to increase taxes or to decrease expenditures or both. We want to know the details about how the bond, the expensive one or the less expensive one, will be serviced and on an annual basis, and who will be impacted. It's disingenuous to say that we are between a rock and a hard place with urgency, and then turn around and say that we have to wait to fix the concerns in 5 to 8 years.
Can you wrap up your comments, please?
Please rethink the decision to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Shayla Wilson, and I am speaking on behalf of the Justice to Jobs Coalition. I want to second everything that has been said in opposition to items 48 and 49 today. The community has made it clear time and again that they do not want a jail expansion, and yet the county has revived this previously canceled project, relying on recommendations from a biased architectural firm, Naughton Lewis. Naughton Lewis's studies claim there is no way to reduce the jail population sufficiently to result in enough space in the main jail for constitutional, ADA, and HIPAA renovations that are mandated under the Mays consent decree. But numerous reports from court-appointed experts have shown in great detail how the county can meet the consent decree without a new jail. There has been a lack of integrity in the public reporting of this contract's revival. If Sacramento County leadership values integrity in their decision-making process, they will cancel the contract with this firm and reevaluate the validity of their recommendations before moving forward with this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes. Can you mute the meeting in the background before you start talking? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Troy Sankey, and I'm a resident of Sacramento, and I'm calling just as a resident. Please vote no on items 48 and 49. I urge the board to cancel the county's contract with Knockton Lewis for any work related to this jail expansion, and that's really what it is, and to reject the resolution to reimburse it. Allow me to put some things into perspective. The jail project's price tag of nearly $1 billion plus interest is extremely disproportionate for a county with a population of only 1.5 million, and one that is also experiencing decreasing rates of incarceration. Just to be clear, that cost represents over $600 per person in the county, including children. For comparison, $1 billion is enough to construct over 30 miles of elevated urban highway, and more than enough to build a high-quality, high-frequency public transit system countywide. If allowed to continue, this project would result in substantial divestment from other societal needs that would meaningfully impact the rate of incarceration, such as preventative mental health services and social workers. It would also divest from other services and infrastructure that meaningfully impact rates of homelessness and crimes of survival, such as public housing, schools, high-quality free public transit, healthy food access programs, just to name a few. The better alternatives for investing this immense amount of money are nearly endless. I urge the County Board of Supervisors to use some common sense and make the most fiscally responsible decision on this matter. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next caller. Hi, caller. You have 2 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Yes, my name is Africa Black, and I want to first start off by saying it is Black August. And if you don't know what Black August is, back in 1979, George Jackson was fighting for Black liberation from a jail cell because he realized back in 1979 that you couldn't get care and actual freedom and actual restitution, rehabilitation from a jail cell. So let me also lift the names of James Nelson, Joseph Mann, Brandon Smith, Marshall Miles, Antonio Thomas, Michael McIntyre, and Dejan Flano, all who experienced mental health crises in this county and would have ended up in that jail, and they wouldn't have gotten well. In celebration of Black August, where we celebrate Black resistance, Black resilience, this is a matter of, in my opinion, human trafficking. So please indulge me for a moment, and you can or not participate, but I want to ask the board members to raise your hand if you are currently seeing a therapist. I don't see a hand. I'm watching live. I want to ask you if you have access to a therapist. I don't see any hands. I'm asking these questions because at the end of the day, most of you probably haven't evaluated your actual adverse childhood experiences. And if you had, maybe you need therapy or think that you need therapy. Can you trace your intergenerational trauma? Because I can. See, if you really believe that racism is a health and human crisis, then we have to do something different in this moment rather than continuing to perpetuate racism. I want to, with my tax dollars, under your leadership, because you've been elected to represent me and my tax dollars, I want you to imagine a world where the next generation won't have to deal with or heal from racialized trauma.
Can you wrap up your comments, please?
I will. Thank you. Just 1 second. See, we're not talking about thriving communities. We're talking about people who are in a perpetual state of survival.
Can you wrap up your comments?
I have one last point to make, please. This is a matter of reparations, and if you think about reparations, it is the assurance that these things won't happen again. It is the compensation for the harm. It is the rehabilitation for the wrong. It is the satisfaction that we won't have this happen again. And that's what you can be doing with $1 billion. Our community needs it and deserves it. Give us our money, give us our time.
Thank you. Next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi. Hello, supervisors. I understand we have an obligation to the Mays consent decree, but to spend this level of money to solve that problem feels to me like a truly gross negligence of the budget. When I look at spending dollars, we really need to be thinking about ROI. And I can't imagine a single political alignment that would see this as, you know, a beneficial thing to pass. I hope that you guys will listen to all the people who've spoken today. I think they've made amazing points. I think we can satisfy our May's consent decree in other ways. I think we can spend this money much more effectively. And yeah, again, I just imagine that all your constituents would be against this. The only people I can imagine who would be spending this much money to solve this problem would be the people who are doing the project, right? Lining their own pockets. Now, look, I'm not saying they're not like trying to make an honest living, building things. That's great, but this is just like not what our city needs right now. So thank you.
Thank you. Next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, PJ, over a 40-year member of this community. People become criminals because of a lack of services and a lack of basic needs. $1 billion is a fuck ton of services. You feel these people are inherently criminal. Culturally criminal, some would say, if they weren't afraid of being canceled. Many of you, many officers especially, feel that way. But they aren't. The fact is that many in these communities come from historically marginalized communities, purposely marginalized by realtors in the 50s through block breaking, through other unethical practices, marginalized after World War II, marginalized after the Emancipation Proclamation, marginalized by family kicking them out because they don't approve of their lifestyle, marginalized by historical lack of care for those who have disabilities, marginalized because we don't care about our elders. All of these lead to trauma. All of these lead to mental health conditions. All of these lead to desperate survival situations. And the conditions? A society that is okay with throwing away certain people, sexual assault and worse traumas that have been experienced. And you, rather than helping these people before crime ever becomes a necessity of survival, would choose to help them only after they've been forced into the worst situation imaginable, a situation which furthers their marginalization. You want to incarcerate any and everyone who can't survive in this system, which is an ever-increasing number of people, poor people, minorities, women, LGBTQ. You're marginalizing the already marginalized and tying up desperately needed resources under the assumption that we can't address crime before it happens. That is dead wrong. And it will have an actual cost of life. People will die because of your decision to prioritize punishment over proper levels of services and investment. What is the cost for investing in mental health preemptively over jailing folks afterwards? What is the cost savings for investing in communities preemptively over letting communities founder and then incarcerating them after? You don't know because you don't care about a harm-free solution. You have the chance to preempt harm, yet you choose to perpetuate harm. And it should be 4 minutes since it's 2 items, 2 minutes per person, but you're violating people's free speech, so rock on, bye.
Thank you. Next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello.
Hi. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Joy, and I'm a disabled veteran in District 1. As many others of the community before me, I'm calling in opposition to items 48 and 49. I'm calling to urge you, our Board of Supervisors, to cancel the contract with Naughton Lewis and use that remaining money to fund community-based alternatives. It appears as a clear conflict of interest having the architecture firm that would benefit from this project justify the need of new construction in the first place. The May's consent decree cited the overcrowding in the jail. As many others have stated, we could end pretrial confinement and make a huge impact immediately. This jail expansion project is unnecessary and was recommended by an architecture firm that continues to profit off of this project. Like many others, I invite you to dream big, invest in our communities, invest in housing, shift to community investments over this punitive mindset. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
My name is JL from Decarcerate Sacramento, and just a concerned citizen. I'm against the new jail annex because, like most said here today, $10 million for each bed is preposterous, and I'm sure we can think of 925 other places and ways this money could be used. Do we not find it suspicious that to get approved, a lower amount of $450 million was asked to be approved. Now it's jumped to $925 million. You all say it's more space and more workers, but let's be honest, the jail is short-staffed now and will be then too, because no one wants to work there. People are being jailed when they just need a place to lay their heads. We should put funds into building more housing. People with mental health issues are going to jail because they need treatment. Jail is not a place for treatment. You can't get well in a cell. People are stealing because they aren't enough jobs, and the ones that are available don't pay enough to live. People are going to jail and ending up worse off. This jail will not make things better. It will make things worse. I propose you all spend 72 hours inside the jail and come back and tell us if we need a new jail or to dismantle it all at once. And let the community and the community leaders get together and vote where this money should go to. You want less crimes? Then reinvest these funds into developing these people. I know that as a person with a loved one who spent many years in that jail pre-trial, I can tell you that nothing good will come of this new building. California has more jails than we can count on our fingers. We need real solutions that will actually benefit the people that this jail is designed to destroy. If you care about these people, we urgently ask you to uphold integrity and accountability in county decision-making by canceling the Knott & Lewis contract for the main jail intake and health services facility project and by stopping the use of existing recommendations for the design for Knott & Lewis for this project to avoid continued conflict of interest. Picture it. 2028, and there is no new jail, but instead community-based programs and everyone is safe and happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, politicians and people of the room. My name is Grove. I've been a resident of Sacramento for my whole life. I live in District 2, Pat Kennedy's district, and I currently have COVID. Otherwise, I would be there, and I'm having pretty intense brain fog, so please forgive me for being a little bit slow. I'm not great with legal jargon, and I don't claim to fully understand all the details and numbers and words being thrown around this room today, but I don't think I need to understand all that to know that taking out a loan of $1 billion to expand the jail is wrong on so many levels. So I'm taking a break from playing Stardew Valley to call in just as a regular person to ask that you please do not move forward with this. $1 billion is an inconceivably high number. And for 100 beds, that comes out to $10 million per bed. In what world does it make sense for a bed to cost $10 million? $10 million. I know rent is getting higher, but even that seems astronomical in this economy. It kind of makes me wonder if someone is making money off of this. It's kind of giving embezzlement. And on top of that, we all know that punishing crimes doesn't really solve them, right? Like, we all know, we hear it over and over again, that if we actually want to make our communities safer, we should be investing money into preventative care, not punishment, right? So how would increasing our capacity to punish solve anything? This money, this $1 billion, could be used to house every single homeless person in Sacramento twice over. So what is this for exactly? Because
Can you wrap up your comments, please?
Idea is really stupid, and it's not just stupid in the way that's like forgetting to take out the trash kind
Ma'am,
of.
can you wrap up your comments, please?
In the way that will. I'm almost done. I'm sorry. I'm almost done. It'll directly harm or even kill people in our community every day and drown us in debt, and it just does not make sense. And the fact that we have to be here and beg you to stop this does not make sense. And I just wish that you
Thank you,
folks, as
caller.
our elected officials,
Thank you for your
would stop.
call. Next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Marcella Rosen, and I'm with Care First California. I wish I could say that I'm surprised that despite the recommendations set forth by the county's own mental health board in 2020, which included the adoption of a Care First Jail Blast policy, that the board is now basing its decisions off of a study that didn't even bother to explore how the jail could be retrofitted if the population was reduced. The feasibility of that has been explored in many reports and is more than possible considering that over 80% of Sacramento's jail population right now is incarcerated pretrial, aka legally innocent. It is so frustrating and disingenuous to pretend like it's not a conflict of interest to follow the recommendations of the company that is going to profit off of these decisions. Sacramento has made it abundantly and consistently clear since 2021 that they do not want an expensive jail expansion plan, and within this one meeting, not one person has spoken in favor of the expansion who wasn't going to make money from it. What is the point of your role as elected officials if you have no accountability to your community? How can you possibly believe or expect us to believe that going into more debt than you ever have a single project for a jail is the right decision for Sacramento? Moving forward with this expansion makes it very clear that the board prioritizes profit over people, and not just for those who are being abused inside, but for all of your constituents who would benefit from this money being spent in essentially any other way. The board needs to table this conversation today and ultimately reject the jail expansion proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and then our last caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Dr. Molly Klebniko, and I'm asking you to vote no on item number 48 and not approve a Second Amendment agreement with Knott and Lewis Architecture firm. And I'm asking you to also vote no on item number 49 and reject the contract to construct the Sacramento County Main Jail Intake and Health Services Facility. This project was voted down and canceled in March of 2021. The reversal of your decision to cancel this project was based primarily on the opinions of Knott and Lewis and the project that they were and are under contract to complete. This project is relying on the recommendations from a biased architectural firm. There's a lack of integrity to the public reporting on this contract's survival. And furthermore, the solution we know will not meet the demands of Mays. Item number 49, to fund the jail expansion project, you are setting us up to take on astronomical debt for the county. Projections, like many have mentioned, are close to $1 billion, with $50 million a year in interest alone. The $1 billion high-interest loan would sink the county into unimaginable debt and lock the county into prioritizing this project over critical health services. The proposed bond is 5 times what the county spent to provide services and address needs related to homelessness, which is just $177 million. Sacramento County could fund 2 affordable housing units for every homeless person in Sacramento with that $1 billion. County Sheriff Jim Cooper continues to lie and fearmonger in order to bring more money under the purview of the sheriff's budget. If he had his way, the entire county budget would go toward police and incarceration. This is a horrific world you are creating for future generations. This project will amount to a $1 billion booking loop, and the jail will continue to be a terrible place that is not suited to address mental health care or any kind of basic human needs. We need this money to go toward keeping people out of jail as opposed to putting more people in it. Do the right thing, stop this madness, and stop this project now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That concludes your public comments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Flo, and thank you to all the commenters in chambers and on the phone. And I'll bring it back to my colleagues here on the board for discussion.
Council.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, County Council.
Thank you, Chair Desmond. I just wanted to address the statements by the callers and commenters regarding County Council's position on the Knockton-Lewis contract. I think the speakers are either mischaracterizing or misunderstanding what Mr. Heyer said at the last hearing. Ms. Blum, I believe it was, played the tape, and Mr. Heyer said that Knockton-Lewis cannot participate further in construction or design build contract, and that is true. The case contract at issue is for the criteria architecture portion of the project. And as the board will recall, recently you adopted a conflict of interest policy that applies to all design build contracts going forward in the county, the SMF Forward project, and then this one if the project should proceed. Nocton Lewis will not be able to participate in either the construction management or the design build contract, which is what Mr. Heyer said.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification, Lisa. So now I'll bring it back to the board, see if there's any other questions or comments. I don't see any from my colleagues. I'll just say that, we in March of 2021, when we hit the pause button on this project to really turn over every possible stone to see what we could do to meet the obligations of the consent decree, short of building a medical treatment, medical and mental health treatment facility and making the changes at the main jail. And it is unequivocally clear that we cannot comply with this settlement agreement without doing this. And I know everybody on this dais agonizes over this because none of us take lightly the amount of money that we will be spending on it and what that means for county budgets in the years to come. So I just want to make that very clear from my perspective. I am in support of the amendments today. I think they are necessary to keep this project moving forward. I think we should not be delaying anymore. But I want to hear the comments from my colleagues. I'll turn to Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. All right. So I've gone on record many times, and also in personal conversations with many of you in this room, that I do believe that we need a capital project at the jail to improve the conditions, which I think are just archaic. That building was obsolete the day it opened, partially because of things like HIPAA and ADA, which would come later. But it was also just badly, it was designed, and I get this from experts in the field that, it's an outdated design that does not encourage rehabilitation. I do believe that, I also believe that Supervisor Desmond is correct in, the reason I voted against the project at one time was because I didn't think that we had, reach for all low-hanging fruit and that we could do things procedurally and policy-wise that had not been addressed. I think we can still do more of that, but I am convinced that we'll never get to where we need to get without some kind of a capital project. And I've been very consistent with that. That being said, now I'm going to please nobody today. And that's that I also, when I was briefed last week, Jeff, I appreciate the information. I think you'll recall, my parting words were fairly straightforward. I mean, I'm very familiar with the process, but really expensive. And I've been kind of wrestling with that since my briefing. We have tremendous behavioral health needs and facilities in this county, drug and alcohol programs, mental health programs, and we are sorely lacking in the level of beds and services that this community needs. Couple that with, there's a potential that the governor's going to sweep half of our MHSA dollars, roughly, and redirect those funds for, things other than what our community has said we want to spend them on. Clearly, we have a homeless population that's exploded. We've got, food insecurity throughout the county. There's just so many needs. And I was talking with Ms. Edwards about this morning. Not that it's apples to apples, oranges to oranges, but it is sticking in my head. And that's, I went to an state attorney general's meeting, which is a requirement when you're selling off a health facility, particularly a nonprofit, as Eschaton is throughout our community, and 3 state-of-the-art, very nice facilities that will serve more people than this will, ostensibly. And all 3 of those were purchased by a company for $35 million. The new courthouse just down the street here, which you see the grandeur of that building and the size at about 543,000 square feet, that cost approximately $500 million. And, I haven't seen any renderings, but I'm guessing that what we're talking about is nothing of that magnitude. So I am not convinced that our pencil's sharp enough. I'm not convinced that we need a facility that perhaps is, as was said, as grandeur as this is. And I'm not convinced that we're in a financial place with so many things, so many outliers, that do I think a facility is necessary? Yes, but I'm not here yet. The price tag is just too much for me to swallow, so I won't be supporting.
Yes. You can build a mental health facility that can house those in custody outside of the jail.
Supervisor Hume?
Well, first, for those of you clapping, I will disappoint you in the future. So.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague, and I appreciate all of the commenters that are here in person and called up on the phone. And I'm cognizant of the fact that every one of you spoke against this, but I'm also cognizant of the fact that I don't think there's anybody that would come down to a County Board of Supervisors meeting and say, yay, let's build a jail. Like, that's just not something that people feel. Well, it didn't happen this time, and I know that for me sitting here, I don't like having to contemplate these issues. Like, it's not fun talking about this, and it's certainly not fun for the folks that are experiencing it. But it's also not fun having had a lawsuit and a settlement agreement that mandates certain things upon this county. So please, Keon, can you please show some respect? Like, I try and show you as much respect as I can, and yet you just interrupt and you make childish moves like...
Please. Okay.
All right. All right. So anyway, this is not a good situation to be in. I don't know what happened back in March of 2021, and I don't really even know, what drove. I know what drove the Mays lawsuit, but as far as in reading over what it takes to come into compliance, I tend to agree that capacity and having facilities that were not outdated, as was mentioned, because to your point, they were built prior to ADA and prior to HIPAA, and that's both our CCC and the main jail. And so we have facilities that are not, they're being misused for what their intended purpose was, but even that intended purpose, they're not adequate for the needs that they're being asked to perform. And so, So I do agree that there is a capital project that needs to take place, but as I said this morning when we were talking about the grand jury report, I think it's a yes and situation. I think we need to build more capacity so that we're treating people better, but we also need to be doing the things outside of the incarceral system. We also need to be doing things upstream and at the front end and the prevention. But speaking of the grand jury report, in the recommendations, it says the Board of Supervisors should approve the funding for the design and construction of the annex, and the response was this has not been implemented but will be implemented. The Board of Supervisors should approve the funding for design and construction of the 2 interim measures. The recommendation has not been implemented but will be implemented in the future. And it goes on. There are some things that are specific to the Sheriff's Department, and toward that regard, I'm committed to working with the sheriff and the DA with a state of continuous improvement and try and changing the culture within the building, within the department. I don't think any of these things have to be exclusionary. But I will say this, and this tracks right along with what Supervisor Kennedy just said. I think there's more that can be done with this money. Yes. And one of the things that was talked about in the grand jury report references SHMIC. Now, I don't know what happened, what caused the demise of Schmick, why it went away, but I know that I've heard from our first responders that that was a critical piece of infrastructure that allowed people not to end up in jail. And so to the extent we're going to go from $450 million to $650 million, I'd like to see that extra $200 million buy us that capacity again. In addition to that, one of the things that, that unfortunately is a byproduct of Prop 47 was that we can no longer have diversion. We can no longer have alternative sentencing. That's something that I've talked with our DA about. And, it's like I would rather send somebody to treatment, to counseling, than to a cell. But that has been stripped from us. So, Mr. Marin, to the extent you can be litigious towards the state, too, I think you're right. There's a lot more the state should be doing to change some of the policies that are, I think, holding our hands at our level. So I will go along with staff's recommendation here, at least to keep this thing moving, because I think we've already had the grand jury report to say that we're taking too long, and so I can't continue to just kick the can down the road, but I'm going to be keeping a very wary eye on what we're doing and how this bid process moves forward.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Frost.
So I'm going to try not to repeat. I just had picked up some of the comments that were made. I appreciate everyone's public comments and sharing your thoughts. One of the things that I heard was that this is expanding the jails. And this is one of the things that the conversations we've had over time, we are not, my understanding is we are not expanding the capacity of the jails, but one of the goals is to improve the conditions in the jails and to improve services. And so I wanted to clarify that we are not expanding the jails. We're trying to change the culture in the jails. And I've been to the jails, toured them, and I do think we can improve our jails in so many areas. I totally agree with that, and I view this as a step forward in that direction, even though it is astronomically high cost to the taxpayers. I want to mention that it's not, it's not fun to be in a position where we are obligated, where we've settled. The Mays consent decree obligates us to fulfill our agreement, and if we don't, we're under the threat of federal receivership. And if federal receivership happens, we lose our control over the project. We lose, they make the decisions and we pay, basically. So it's important that we make progress. And over time, there were several proposals that came forward that we did not have the political will to move forward, that maybe perhaps could have been less, would have been steps forward, would not have ended up here in this place where we have to do something. At least that's how I perceive it. I want to say that we are investing a lot outside the jails in mental health and drug rehab, but this capital improvement is going to improve the conditions in the jail for mental health and for drug treatment. It will provide a space for those people who are incarcerated who need that kind of help, to need to be in the proper environment and shouldn't be in the general population. They should be separated out and receive appropriate treatment. And that there's a cost that goes along with that. We're looking at, we did look at updating the building that's already there. In fact, a few years ago, we did a study. We had a study done to actually explore, how can we make this jail ADA compliant? And at that time, the result of that study was that we would lose a third of the capacity of the jail, and it still wouldn't really fulfill, what we were trying to accomplish, which was to change the culture and the conditions in our jail. And Yeah.
Okay, any more outbursts, I'm going to clear the chambers. We are done with public comment. I can clear the chambers and we can take our vote with an empty chamber. So do you want to stay in the chambers? Do you want to stay in the chambers? I'd like you to stay in the chambers. I've asked multiple times to stop disrupting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I want to say I like the comments about Schmick, and I heard in the conversations that it's possible that that first floor could take on some different capacity for some of these programs. And I also, the cost is so high, but we had this conversation in our briefing, and there's a cost that goes along with security and monitoring and better conditions and ADA and medical and psychiatric. These are things that cost money in different ways, and having the capacity, the building that can house those is different than maybe an eschaton. It's not like we can just go out and buy an eschaton in order to fulfill this commitment to improve our jail commitment, our jail conditions. And so a jail is different than a hospital, and the cost of security, building in that security is different. And then finally, I just want to say, I know it's painful. The cost is painful. It keeps going up, and it will continue, I'm sure, continue to go up. But we are now in a place where we need to show good faith on something that we've agreed upon, and I'm prepared to support staff's recommendation.
Thank you, Supervisor Prowse. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So, I guess I want to start with a reminder, and it's something I referenced back in December when I voted no, then along with Supervisor Natoli, and that is understanding that we've actually, I think, given quite a bit of time to explore different alternatives to having to build what is a tremendously expensive annex to the jail, that I was unprepared in December to get past the cost then. And the cost now, as perhaps most will assume by my questioning earlier of staff, has exploded. And the reminder is that the consent decree itself doesn't say thou shalt build anything. So, I still feel very strongly that, and I'm glad someone, I forgot who it was, that mentioned legacy. But it is very difficult, believe me, to reconcile the fact that I freely admit there is clearly a need for improved conditions in our jail, improved availability of resources for mental health treatment in our jail system. But when it's approaching the numbers that it is at this point, I even feel more strongly than I did back in December that I don't want to necessarily look back and say that, for different reasons that I was boxed in and I had no other choice. We all know what animals do when they're cornered. So, and again, I want to make sure that staff, whether it's our executive team or county counsel's office, understand, for at least from my perspective, you have done everything we've asked you to do. So my no vote today, my second no vote on this, is a no reflection of lack of creativity, lack of doing what we've asked in terms of exploring alternatives. It really, again, boils down for me to just the extraordinary cost, I would say opportunity cost that's involved, because as has been stressed today, and as I stressed back in December, yeah, that's, especially the debt service is something that taxpayers and future boards and Sacramento County residents that aren't even born yet are going to be strapped with. So, again, I'm going to be consistent with my position in December, and I'll be a no vote on 48 and 49.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. I guess I just have a question again. I think it's worthwhile to hear from our county council, whether that's Mr. Heyer or Ms. Travis, about this. We've had a lot of discussions over the last few years about, okay, what are the benchmarks we're meeting? What is the expectation of plaintiffs' counsel? Discussions about that. Let me just ask you, I know it's hypothetical. What happens if we don't continue moving forward with this?
I think Mr. Heyer would be the appropriate person because he's in the most contact with plaintiffs' counsel and managing the consent decree response.
Okay. Rick, I know you don't like those kinds of questions, but this obviously this informs our decision making.
Rick Heyer, supervising deputy county counsel. Yeah, I had a conversation with class counsel on, I guess it was yesterday. If the board doesn't proceed with the staff recommendations, what I think happens is we get a letter probably by the end of the week notifying us that where's plan B, because that's what our MOU with them to resolve. And I don't think we would have a plan B at this point for what that was. So I think that they will take us to the dispute resolution process to enforce that MOU, which likely results in us going to federal court and the class counsel seeking a receivership to force us to have a plan.
And see, I mentioned that we all agonize over this. I certainly do, and that turns my stomach. But seems to me that's a very dangerous road to go down when we don't have a plan B. Okay, thank you, Rick. I don't see any other from supervisors. So I'll bring it back for a motion from my colleagues on how to proceed.
Mr. Chair, I don't feel good about this. I don't want to do it, but I will move staff's recommendation to approve contract numbers 81,554 and 81,675.
And I'll second. Chair will second. Please vote.
And the motion carries with Supervisors Cerna and Kennedy recording a no vote.
And just to confirm, we will be back and we will hear from you again in November, right? We'll be back in November? Yes. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Get ready.
Okay, let's move on to our nominations.
For item 50, you are continuing to August 22nd, the Assessment Appeals Board, the Community Review Commission. You're continuing to September 12th, the Antelope Community Planning Advisory Council and the Orangeville Community Planning Advisory Council. You're continuing to September 26th, the Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee, Local Child Care Planning and Development Council, Veterans Advisory Commission, and the Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council. And your first item for today is Adult and Aging Commission.
Chiefs recommend nominating Maureen Sullivan, continue remainder to September 26th.
Arden Arcade Community Planning Advisory Council.
Continue to September 12th.
Carmichael Old Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council.
Continue to September 26th.
Oh, okay.
Same for the next one.
Carmichael. I had a different note on Carmichael Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, but I'll go with your...
Go with September 26th. Continue. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Carmichael Recreation and Park, continue to September 26th.
Please.
Children's Coalition.
Chiefs recommend continuing to September 26th.
Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council.
Continue to September 26th.
Cosumnes Area Community Planning Advisory Council, Ms. Frost.
Continue to September 26th.
And Mr. Hume.
Continue to September 12th.
Disability Advisory Commission,
Chiefs recommend continuing to September 12th.
Fair Oaks Community Planning Advisory Council,
September 26th, please.
Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Advisory Board,
Chiefs recommend nominating Patsy Jimenez, continue remainder to September 26th.
and the Thomas Community Planning Advisory Council. Mr. Cerna.
Please continue to September 12th.
And we have the North Highlands Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Ms. Frost.
I don't have that on my list, but go ahead and continue it.
Okay, I'll continue to September 26th. And the Public Health Advisory Board.
Chiefs recommend continuing to September 26th.
And then we have the Sacramento County Behavioral Health Youth Advisory Board. I'll start with Mr. Cerna.
Thank you. I'd like to nominate Kalia Richard, and I want to waive the process.
Second.
And please continue the remainder until September 12th.
Got it.
Please vote.
Mr. Hume. Okay, thank you. Unanimous vote. And then Mr. Kennedy.
Nominate Kai Bzowski. I apologize, Kai. And waive the process.
Second.
And continue the remainder to September 12th.
Okay, Ms. Frost.
Do you have it?
Can
sorry.
you? I just need you to cast your vote.
Oh.
Thank you. Unanimous vote. And Mr. Kennedy, you said to continue to September 12th?
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Desmond
Continue to September 26th, please.
and Mr. Hume.
Reappoint Jordan Kaitapu. I'm not sure, do I need to waive a process?
Second.
Done.
And then continue the remainder to September 12th.
Okay, unanimous vote. And we'll continue your remainder to the 12th as well. Okay, moving on to Sacramento County Mental Health Board, Supervisor Frost.
Please continue to September 26th.
And Mr. Hume.
Ditto.
And Sacramento County Treasury Oversight Committee, Mr. Desmond.
Continue to September 26th.
Ms. Frost.
I nominate Jeremy Lowry, please.
Thank you. And Mr. Hume.
Continue to September 26th.
Got it. And last but not least, Sunrise Recreation and Park District, Ms. Frost.
Please continue to September 26th.
And that concludes your nominations.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll move on to our county exec comments.
No comments, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And to supervisor comments, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know it's been a long day, and I would beg the patience of my colleagues, as I'm going to be a little long-winded here at the tail end with some of my comments, and then I'm going to have 2 adjournments. First, what I'd like to say on the record, or give, I guess, general direction to staff about, and this is probably most directed at Mr. DeFonte. I had an opportunity to be on a Zoom yesterday. My chief was with me. I believe there was a staff representative from District 2 as well, with Councilmember Eric Guerra and Katie Maple from the city of Sacramento, as well as Leslie Frisch and a few others. And it was to really get caught up on the city's efforts to explore the deployment use of an EIFD, an Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District, for improvements near and around Aggie Square, especially the Stockton Boulevard corridor. So one of the things that we had a free-form discussion about is perhaps the city and the county working together to do that, to look at the prospect of an EIFD for that area, as it, as you know, Dave, crisscrosses unincorporated, incorporated areas. So I would like to at least get maybe have a follow-up conversation or get a report back about the prospect of doing that. And I am told that I guess if we wanted to formally initiate that process, we would have to consider, the board would have to consider a resolution of intent statutorily. So that's the first item I wanted to provide some general direction to staff about. Secondly, I wanted to say that it's come to my attention vis-a-vis a meeting I had actually with Mr. Holloway yesterday and local land use attorney Bill Abbott about a project that they're representing in South Oak Park. It's the Nueva Vista project on Roosevelt. And this is a residential care facility. What they're finding very late in the process of securing their entitlements for their expansion is the lack of suitable availability of water and water pressure for fire suppression. And that's not just for that particular parcel, that's not for that particular development or type of development, but was told that this is something that is generally plaguing most of the unincorporated area in that Fruit Ridge Pocket area. It probably extends, I'm guessing, south of Fruit Ridge into District 2. So I would like to understand better from our community development staff, maybe after they have a conversation with fire marshal and others, city fire as well, that what is the urgency on this? How would we move forward if there was a general, if there was some interest in bringing our water supply conveyance systems up to par? And what complicates the matter, I'm told, is that even though this is water suppression that is in the unincorporated area, they're city-owned conveyance systems. So I don't think it's going to be by any means a simple task if that's what we feel is necessary to go down the path of looking at improving those systems. But I think now is the time to formally kind of get the ball rolling on that. And then, Mr. Chair, I will have, after my two adjournments, one other very brief comment, but I'll save that for the very last word.
Okay.
So I don't know if there's others with adjournments.
Not that I've been told. So it's
okay.
The floor is still yours.
Great, thank you. And again, thanks to my colleagues for your patience. So I have two adjournments today. The first is for someone I think most of us knew, Jeff Raimundo. Former Sacramento Bee journalist and political public affairs consultant Jeff Raimundo, whose upbeat nature, intuitive savvy, and talent for camaraderie drew people to him throughout his life, passed away on July 14th from complications of prostate cancer. And Jeff was only 77 years old. Jeff's byline appeared for more than 20 years in the Bee, frequently on state and national political stories on the front page. He began his career as a sports stringer and was hired as a staffer while still a journalism student. His reporting took him from covering City Hall and the courthouse beat to the State Capitol Bureau, and in the mid-1980s to McClatchy's Washington, D.C. Bureau. In 1988, Jeff moved seamlessly into an influential career as a public affairs consultant with Townsend, Raimundo, Bessler, and Usher. He became an expert in successfully running campaigns to raise sales tax revenue for transportation, schools, libraries, and other civic projects on local ballots from San Francisco to San Diego. In Sacramento, his victories included local housing, library, and school construction bond measures. Successful statewide measures included an earthquake retrofitting bond measure for highways and bond funds to launch a high-speed rail line between Los Angeles and San Francisco. Jeff also was a familiar voice in the nonprofit community, having been president of the boards of the Sacramento Zoo, Cottage Housing, and the Sacramento Public Library Foundation. In retirement, he also was executive director of Cottage Housing, insisting that he waive his salary. And just, I'll interrupt with a personal note here. Before I served on this board, I served on the Cottage Housing Board with Jeff for several years, and I'm in part responsible for talking him into a leadership position, which I'm really glad he took at the time to lead Cottage Housing through some trying times. In addition to his many talents, Jeff co-authored 3 books: Game Changers, 12 Elections That Transformed California, Paving the Way, Women's Struggle for Political Equality in California, and The Time Travelers meet some of the women who paved the way for equal rights in California. Jeff was born in Sacramento on April 22nd, 1946, to Jeanette and Manuel Raimundo, both also Sacramento natives. He was married to Nancy Foster for 18 years and to his current wife, Becky Lavalle, for 31 years. In retirement, he often said his greatest joys were his 6 grandchildren, 3 girls and 3 boys, ages 9 to 17. He was the proud father of Scott Raimundo, Amy Raimundo Seaholt, and Todd Raimundo, and an equally proud stepdad to Sarah Kirby Gonzalez, who won 4 elections to her district school board with Jeff as her campaign consultant. He also is survived by daughter-in-law Amanda Williams Raimundo, son-in-law Adam Gonzalez, sister Karen Strobach Colley, and her husband Ron Colley, and brother Tom Raimundo and his wife Linda Raimundo. And then lastly, just on a personal note about Jeff, I considered him a very, very dear friend and someone that helped shape my ability to write. And what we have in common is an interest in astronomy, amateur astronomy, and astrophotography. And I was really saddened to hear of his declining health in recent months and eventually his passing recently. So that'll be the first adjournment. And then the second adjournment this evening is to acknowledge the passing of Mr. Augustine Augie Ledesma. So this afternoon, this evening, I want to acknowledge the life and passing of a great family man and longtime pillar of the Sacramento community, Augustine Augie Martin Ledesma. He passed away peacefully at his home, surrounded by his adoring family on Tuesday, June 27th, 2023, after a 2-year battle with lung cancer. Mr. Ledesma was born on January 28, 1940, in Madera, California. He spent much of his childhood with his mother, Antonia, and his 6 siblings working as migrant farm workers. After his mother passed away when he was 8 years old, he and his siblings were taken into foster care at St. Patrick's Home for Children in Sacramento, California. During his time there, he made several lifelong friendships. He also met Monsignor Edward Kavanaugh, who became a treasured mentor and father figure in his life. It was in his teenage years that the Howard family entered Mr. Ledesma's life. Mom and Pop Howard of Sacramento first opened their door as foster parents to his sister Lupe, then later his younger sister Nellie and brother Joey. Augie, who was at another foster home, trekked his way back to Sacramento and showed up at the Howard's doorway looking for his siblings. Not only did he locate them, but found a whole new family as the Howards welcomed him in. Later, thanks to the help of the Howards and other families, Augie was able to reconnect with all of his siblings, Teresa, Richard, and Steve. It was one of his greatest prides that he and his siblings were once again and remained together. It was the late summer of 1961 that Patsy Macias noticed a young, and as she noted, very handsome young Augie at a dance at Memorial Auditorium. They were later matched up on a blind date, and the love story of Augie and Patsy began. Augie and Patsy were married at Holy Rosary Church in Woodland, California on June 2nd, 1962. They were inseparable for 61 years, living in Sacramento their entire lives, in the South Sacramento and then Greenhaven areas. Together, they raised 5 children, Augie Jr., Marty, Greg, Chris, and Renee. Mr. Ledesma loved being a father and enjoyed the days his house was full with all his children and all their friends, many of whom regard him as a father figure of their own. He took his first job into auto body work at age 16 with Pop Howard and never looked back. In 1972, at the age of 32, he opened L&A Body Shop on Franklin Boulevard with his business partner and good friend Les Allen, where he spent his career repairing and painting cars. The shop became his second home, and he spent much of his time there working on cars for his friends and family, even painting cars for car shows, including the Sacramento Autorama. He was a mentor and friend to many others in the auto body industry, especially along Franklin Boulevard. Mr. Ledesma loved sports and dedicated much of his time to support not just his kids, but many young people in the community. Before his own kids were old enough to play, he volunteered as a baseball coach for kids in Curtis Park and as a basketball coach at St. Patrick's Home as part of the Catholic Youth Organization League. He also coached baseball at Willow Rancho and Pocket Little Leagues and was a longtime youth football coach for the South Sacramento Jets in the Sacramento Police Athletic League. He dedicated time to support his kids in their sports, football, baseball, softball. If there was a game, he was there. Later in life, he enjoyed watching his children, grandkids, and other family friends play football and other sports at Christian Brothers High School. He was such a dedicated supporter at games and events, Christian Brothers awarded him with an honorary alumni status. Augie spent his retirement with his wife Patsy, golfing, traveling, and spending time with family and friends. He was a loving grandfather to his 11 grandchildren and a great-grandfather to 2. He loved to take family trips to Bodega Bay, Oregon, Arizona, and especially to their cabin in Kings Beach in North Lake Tahoe. He also enjoyed getting the entire family together to golf on the first Friday of August when he hosted the La Samba Golf Tournament, a charity golf tournament that he co-founded with his wife Patsy to benefit foster children in the Sacramento area. Augie made it clear that his biggest accomplishment in life was his family, and he welcomed everyone into it. He never complained about any adversity or challenges in his life. His warmth and open-hearted nature made him admired and loved by many. He was a hero and a selfless patriarch to his family and extensive group of friends. He will be forever missed, but will always be forever loved. And I had the chance to know Mr. Ledesma. I would never call him Augie. Growing up as a friend of Chris Ledesma, we all know Chris as a former City of West Sacramento City Council member. He served with us on a number of boards and commissions for several years. I had a chance to attend his late father's celebration of life event this past Saturday, and judging by the 450 people that showed up, you can really tell that Augie Ledesma was truly loved far and wide for the man he was. So I just wanted to make sure that we didn't let too much time pass to acknowledge the life and passing of Mr. Augie Ledesma as well.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. And I'm going to stop you for one moment because we actually had a mistake. I think there were a couple people who slipped in for off-agenda public comment that we did not get to. Is that right, Madam Clerk, that I never got to?
Yeah, there were 2 public comments off agenda.
Okay, so I'll let you get the last word, and we'll adjourn in memory of Augie and Jeff. But before that,
why don't we take the 2 off agenda, and then
you have your last point you want to make. Yeah, let's do that. Let's start with which one, Keon? Mm-hmm. And this will be off agenda, so it'll be something we haven't already addressed.
Thanks. But yeah, just to name first and foremost some of the things that have come up on, that I wanted to make sure were clear is that first and foremost, as Supervisor Cerna had said earlier, nothing in the consent decree requires a jail expansion or a jail annex of any kind. 2, mental health diversion is literally law in California. In fact, there are 2, at least. Penal Code 1001.36, established by SB 215 in 2018, and AB 2167, literally titled Alternatives to Incarceration. I would really encourage all of you, especially those of you who are new, to study up on this issue before committing us to and our children to $1 billion bond debt. Second, I really want to comment on the changes that have been made in decorum and why you are hearing so many people really refusing to respect decorum. And I have to point to the entrance in the building where you have added metal detectors for the first time in the 5 years that I've been coming to this chamber for no other reason than to dissuade or scare off people who have no other reason to be, who really have no other threat to you. There's never been any kind of concern that's required a metal detector to be put into place, but it's meant to discourage people. Second, the fact that the first thing you did as chair, when you became chair, was to amend public comment so that not only do we have 2 minutes only to speak when we originally had 3, but you also continue to limit the amount of off-agenda comment time until we have to wait until the end of these proceedings, as we are doing right here and now, rather than just letting people have the comment as your predecessor did and actually got through all of the meetings quite succinctly. In case it needs to be reminded to all of you, every single person in this room, county staff, are paid six-figure salaries to be here and listen to us. It is not too much to ask that for one day out of the whole week, you sit here and listen to us as long as we need to get our comments across. Because after all, you are our representatives, right?
Thank you.
Right? Thank you.
Okay, Robert.
Ms. Edwards, just yes or no is all I need. Since we've instituted the security measures out there, have any weapons been discovered?
Many.
Thank you.
Okay, Robert.
Keon is correct. You're discouraging public comment with limited off the agenda, because I know several ACE members that were here earlier today that want to speak on a anti-harassment ordinance, and they had to go home because we couldn't speak until at the end of the county board meeting. I don't understand that. I'd like to see the tenant anti-harassment ordinance be put on the agenda, up for a vote, and I know several ACE members that would want the same thing. I don't understand why you're trying to limit public comment. Can you tell me why you want to limit public comment? And it says no off-agenda public comment will take place for a maximum of 30 minutes. The remainder of the off-agenda public comment will take place at the conclusion of all time matters in the afternoon. Why did you do that, make that change? Well, I'm not hearing anything, so I guess that you agree to this. Because the reason why we didn't get here till about 9:48 was we was at a press conference at City Hall that was put on by three of the city council members, Katie Maple, Katie Valenzuela, which is my city council member, and my bank for housing package that will be put up for a law ledger meeting next week. Thank you.
Okay, and back to Supervisor Cerna for your last word.
So my last word involves the folks in the back room first bringing up I swear it's a 2-slide PowerPoint. So as I think all of us did last Tuesday, which is the first Tuesday in August, which is always National Night Out, we were either hosting our own events or more likely traversing the districts that we serve, attending many of the wonderful community events where neighbors got to know each other much better. And I know that as a national event, this really started to improve relationships between law enforcement and the community, but I think it's really, over the years, become something very special, and it was, again, very special in the instance of the first supervisorial district for us to resurrect the national night out that we were hosting every year prior to the pandemic, with an ample collection of county departments represented, as well as nonprofit partners, other sister agencies. So it was just a wonderful night. Last Tuesday, we probably had somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 people over the course of about 2.5 hours. But if you could, in the back, please change the slide. None of it could have been done without the extraordinary effort of Monica Lozano, one of my special assistants. I'm very fortunate to have her on the team, and she did an exceptional job for her first time coordinating with all the various participants and getting the word out, including working with the Sac Fire Department and the 522, who prepared hot dogs for families and kids, and It was just an extraordinary evening, and I think everyone was really delighted to see that National Night Out returned so successfully to Jack Davis Park. So I wanted to publicly thank her, and that concludes my remarks.
Great. Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. And with that, we will adjourn in memory of Augie Ledesma and Jeff Raimundo.